Good morning, council. Please come to order. Okay, we are ready to move into public comment. On agenda item C2, we have 44 members of the public signed up to testify. Just a reminder that individuals and companies have 3 minutes and associations have 6 minutes to testify. There will be a timer broadcast. Please keep your eye on that. Otherwise, I will have to remind you to wrap up your public comment, something I always struggle with doing. I don't like to cut people off. So please just keep an eye on the timer. So with that, first up is Jimmy Hurley Sr., followed by Alice Rose Crow, and then Stanislaus Shepherd. Good morning, Mr. Hurley.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman, board members. Got some notes here. My name is Jimmy Hurley. I'm from Equok on the Nushagak River. I want to disclose I'm not paid by anybody. I have no entities paid anything. You know, I have no ties with anybody with money to help me with getting here. And only benefit I'll get is that the fish go back to the Kuskokwim and Yukon River, and my grandkids benefit from what I say today. Yeah. I started fishing with my dad, William Hurley, in 1963, 59 years ago. My dad fishing in he's fishing sailboat years ago, and I learned the skills of fishing in Bristol Bay because of my dad. You know, going back, my grandfather was William Hurley. He came from England. He sailed, and he had a lot of stories, but I'm not going to go into that. But we fished in a sailboat, this NPFMC number 8901. It's out in Palmer, at one of the last sailboats. I fished in Nushagak. We used to get brailers full of kings and chums early during red opening. We didn't throw over the kings and chums. I'll say that again. We did not throw over any kings and chums. I fished all districts of Bristol Bay, Long Line, Petersburg, and trawlers. And, time is of essence, but, I testified in the Board of Fish about mixed stock, and it's just like interception of fisheries. Mixed stock with in the Nushagak district is, it's almost like bycatch, okay? But they don't throw it overboard. That's the only thing, and I'm glad the state, after testimony, the state of Alaska is pulling back the drift fishermen and the sit netters to let some of the kings go by in the Nushagak River. That is number one. And I've said on Nushagak Advisory, I lobbied people to listen to what we say, I would consider closing A and B policy in what you saw yesterday, cluster 1 and cluster 3. Them are the high concentrations of king salmon and chum. And one of that is option 4. And, I worked out in industry. I'm not, in the fisheries, but I'm not going to talk about that. It's just what I want to know is I want to see some results here. We could talk all day, but if the council wants to get where you want to go, which is get kings into the Western Alaska, this is one option that you have to strongly consider. So I'm pretty much out of time, but it's big. The industry will sure take a whopping, shutting them 2 areas down, but you have to do something here. It's freewheeling for 40 years, and I know you throw kings and chums overboard like you wouldn't believe, even on the boats I was on.
Mr. Hurley, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
Well, my summary comment is that the reason why I say cluster 1 and 3, you look at your maps and the fish that are closer to going home, for
Mr. Hurley, thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hurley. I really appreciate the fact that you mentioned that you'd spent your own money and and you weren't, you're not funded here. And I appreciate you taking this time out of your life to come and spend with us. You were only given 3 minutes, and I understand that's just the way that this process works, and that's hard for someone like yourself, I suspect, as a storyteller. And so with clusters 1 and 3 being closed, are you saying that we should, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're asking the council to do. Are you asking for those to be closed permanently to the pollock fishery, or to be closed after a certain cap is reached, or that we analyze that we're at a place now that we were analyzing what options might be available? Are you saying that those should be closed permanently or after a certain cap is reached, or when would we have the ability to close cluster 1 and 3?
To the chair, cluster 1 and 2, like you talked about, like I said, the king salmon and the chum will be closer going up the river in that area, so they're closer to home. They'll make it. That's what we're looking for. Everybody here is looking for a solution in this, and that's one solution where the industry is going to have to sacrifice. I know it's billions of dollars, but if they're going to go anywhere with this, give me an example, like the commercial fishermen in Luciac district cut back the time and the effort. Set netters are going to be shut down more. So that's the example. A state have stepped forward. So it's a federal level now. You got to step up and say here. And that's why I'm giving the option of that cluster 1 and 3. It's I don't think caps would work, I never did probably, but shut the whole area down for A and B season. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to take, or else if I had it my way, if I had the decision, I'd shut the whole fisheries down. That's how I put it. Yeah.
Further questions for Mr. Hurley? Thanks again for being here with us today. Next up is Alice Rose Crow. Good morning.
Good morning. Yuchtun Marauva, Kuskokwagmiunga. I'm Alice Rose Crow. I am but one of a multitude of indigenous born for this land. Our old folks call God's country when they choose to use English. It stings to hear respected elders who come to town yet again to lament immeasurable worry and pain seeping into our lives, to testify to toppling ecosystems and anime, exacerbated by unsupportable multi-jurisdictional regulatory regimes and broken enforcement systems that enable a lingering and escalating crisis of king and now dog salmon not returning home to us. I want to say our pleas don't meet deaf ears, and that systemic misfocus and skewed emphasis on prioritizing, incentivizing, and subsidizing industrialized commercial intercept fisheries will be corrected if misregulated fisheries don't deplete our ancestral salmon stocks beforehand. This is a continuing emergency. I urge you to analyze and hone your approach. I encourage this council to really hear voices and worldviews downplayed across lifetimes, to call startling ecosystem effects on real human beings, real life, and the fish and game who sustain us. From an overemphasis on impact cited to continue to privilege a lucrative, highly efficient industrial intercept fishery running amok. Please act with human dignity as you strive to meet the council's mandate and obligation to enact timely and effective regulatory solutions to address this escalating crisis caused by generations of unbridled regulatory misfocus. Please choose wisely to expeditiously exercise delegated authority and control so generations coming up receive the blessings of opportunities, experience, and know-how to hang and med net, collect smokehouse wood, scrub racks and cutting tables, lug gear to drift incoming ties, to set, haul, head gut, clean split, salt, bury, hang, smoke, put away, bring out, share, chew, swallow, smile, and stay strong together with the gift of preparing and eating life-sustaining salmon in our own evolving ways. gernit, ramachlut, nralut, tipit, malut, fish soup, and now matum nachini, kipper, chowder, pickled, jarred, fried, baked, cake, spread, stripped, and none substitutable with subpar handouts. Please note, salmon eater homelands encompass federally recognized sovereign tribal nations who have yet still not secured meaningful government-to-government consultation. 56 related yet distinct tribal governments across RYK Delta alone. Please act to meet your legal obligation and address this robustly and with urgency going forward. We keep saying renewed regulatory focus on king salmon stocks is needed. The Salmon Bycatch Committee is an emergent forum to begin addressing this. Our lives and the five species of salmon on which we depend are in collapse. Time is ticking. Please do not continue to be enemies of our future by maintaining an untenable status quo. To sum up, swift and deliberate regulatory action is needed to allow 5 species of Pacific salmon a fighting chance to return home, even as it will take one, enacting escalated stopgap incidental catch caps with relevant defined limits, avoidance areas, and enforced closures beginning this year. 2,
Ms. Crowe, I apologize. Your time's been up for a bit. Can you?
okay,
please go back?
I'll talk really fast. 2, the restructure of impacting fisheries, while 3, continuing to build up focus and credible sample collection, data analysis, and modeling grounded in and infused with local knowledge and science with Indigenous experts front and center to derive the best peer-reviewed science to inform and drive responsive regulations. And 4, if it takes driving toward zero cap to recover affected salmon species, this difficult sacrifice must be made. Please act so that our salmon have a fighting chance to return home to us and spawn. In closing, can I go slow now? Okay. In closing.
Ms. Crowe, we really should. Go
Okay,
back.
I have just a couple more. It's really important to me. We will continue to do our part to protect salmon who sustain us, who give our lives meaning, we are obligated to protect, and who we gratefully share in our manner of living, perfected here across the last over 100 centuries. Please don't try to ruin us in 1 or 2. Rihanna, for the extra time. Oh,
Ms. Crowe.
you have any questions? Where did I learn to talk so fast?
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Crowe. You
Who am I looking at?
Oh, that would be me,
Oh,
the
okay,
chairman. I'm
okay.
going to see if there's any questions for
Okay.
you now. Are there any questions for Ms. Crowe? Okay, thanks again.
Speechless, I like it.
You gave us a lot to think about. Thank you very much, Ms. Crowe. Okay, Stanislaus Shepherd. And if Mr. Shepherd is not here, we'll move on. And again, for those that we missed throughout the process, we'll circle back through the list again at the end to pick up anybody that we missed. Andres Javier Camacho. Okay, Jacob Ivanov. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, thank you for allowing me to hear my testimony. My name is Jacob Ivanov and I reside in Unalakleet, Alaska. I have been a subsistent user my entire life. I grew up in Unalakleet and on the Yukon in the summer. My mother is from St. Mary's. We would travel there every summer to put chum salmon away. With the strong restrictions on the Yukon for salmon, we have been forced we've been forced to harvest chums in Unalakleet. There's a major difference between the Yukon and Unalakleet chums. In the past 4 years, we've seen a large decrease in the salmon in our region. In 2021, we were unable to fill my mother's demand of catching the chums. We were unable to send chums, dried fish, to my uncles on the Yukon and St. Mary's. And with all the restrictions in the state of Alaska, the only people who are negatively affected are the local people. All major fisheries do not feel all the major commercial fisheries do not feel the same burden as the native groups do. We all know that there are many factors in the environment that have caused stress on salmon. With the climate change and the warming waters, it caused a lot of this stress, excuse me, and caused a lot of stress on the salmon. That's something that we cannot control. We cannot control warming waters or climate change. One things that we could control are the stress on the salmon from the ocean in the fisheries and trawl and area M fisheries. And the ADF&D has the data on the locations of the CWAC chums migrating back to their streams of origin. Using this information, the trawl fleet should be able to avoid the CWAC chums. In 2021, the total chums bound for CWAC, excuse me, sorry. In 2021, the total chums bound for CWAC that were intercepted in the area M fishery and in the trawl was a total of 717,602 chums that were bound for coastal Western Alaska. And in 2021, a lot of areas in the Norton Sound did not meet the escapement goals that were needed. And when I testified at the Board of Fish regarding the area M fisheries, I told them that 1.5% of the intercept fisheries in the area M was bound for Norton Sound, we would have made the escapement goals and be able to fulfill our subsistence needs. And one thing I'm going to ask is that I know that the state of Alaska is in charge of the area M fishery, but they do fish in federal waters. They're allowed to fish up to 6 miles off the coast. And they haven't been putting enough restrictions on the chums.
Summary comment would be great, Mr. Ivanoff.
Okay. In closing, I'd like to see that that you guys possibly look into the area M fisheries and knowing that the B season in the region 1 has a high catch of the CWAC chums. So that part could be avoided in the area region 1 B season.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Ivanoff. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ivanoff, for your thoughtful testimony. You clearly have paid a lot of attention to this issue. You mentioned that the Norton Sound chum that you catch around Unacleat aren't really a good substitute for the Yukon chum. I believe it was your from your mother's village on St. Mary's. And I was just wondering if you could give us a little bit of explanation about the difference. I've heard some about Yukon chum, but not a lot.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reed, for the question through the chair. The difference between the Yukon chums and the Unacleat chums is that the oil content has a big difference. My mom, they like to put away the first chums that run into the river. Those have the highest content of oil. And in Unacleat, we get the first run of the chums, but the oil content is a lot, and it has a small little different taste.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ivanoff, thanks for your testimony. I realize you ran out of time, but you were talking about the area M fishery, and it sounded like you had a request, and it sounded like you understand that the state manages the area M fishery, but you wanted to make a request to the council. So I just want to give you the opportunity to clarify what your request is for this council relative to area M.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. Sorry about that. My request for that is that at the last Board of Fish meeting, they had not put enough restrictions on that in the June fishery. The area M June fishery is a 98% intercept fishery, and they harvest a lot of chums and kings, and possibly to restrict them fishing farther out of the waters, staying within the state waters of 3 miles, I think. Thank you. Might be a good solution to do, because that would allow more fish to pass and come into the CWAC area.
Any further questions? All right, thank you again, Mr. Ivanoff. Okay, next up is Gisela Chapa. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Gisela Chapa, and I serve as the Self-Governance Director for the Roots-Arachmyu Traditional Native Council, or ONC, in Bethel, Alaska. ONC is a federally recognized tribe that serves almost 4,000 tribal citizens. I'm here today speaking on their behalf, and my comments are specific to agenda item C2. Our mission is to promote the well-being and the self-sufficiency of our tribal members. We aim to enhance their quality of life, preserve the cultural and traditional values of the tribe, and exercise tribal authority over resources that will provide for subsistence use needs in perpetuity. In order to uphold this mission, and in support of many other tribal nations negatively impacted by salmon bycatch, we respectfully request that the North Pacific Fishery Management Council take action to address bycatch of Western Alaska chum by initiating an analysis of the alternatives presented at the Salmon Bycatch Committee and recommended by the AP. For 11 of the last 12 years, the below average returns of Chinook up the Kuskokwim have been unable to support the amount necessary for subsistence for our peoples. This low abundance of Chinook salmon has elevated the importance of chum in our region. Our people have compensated the loss of Chinook with chum in order to meet their subsistence needs. With the crash of chum experienced in 2021, this is no longer an option. I understand the council has the complex task of making decisions based on the scientific information and economic impacts of the industry while protecting public interest. ONC has the same responsibility for our people. The difference is that we get to see the direct cumulative impacts of other resource restrictions, the impacts of commercial fishing industry, and the decisions of this body directly on our community. With a lack of fish, people shift to other subsistence foods to address their food security needs. ONC absorbs the financial burden of food security. As an example, just by looking at one of the most vulnerable populations in our tribe, our elders, in 2022 alone, we spent tens of thousands of dollars in incentives for proxy hunters to provide fall moose for them. There was a spike in this service, and we learned it was a result of fish shortages. If I were to provide a more comprehensive figure, I'd have to factor in other costs, such as the cost of our staff time in managing this program, the cost of the volunteer time in this effort, the cost of processing moose, the cost of fuel, the wear and tear of people's equipment to fulfill this need, etc. Still, moose is not salmon. Subsistence fishing not only feeds our bellies, but it feeds our soul. No fish in our nets means not being able to pass traditional knowledge to our children. No food in our freezers means not providing food for our children. And now we deal with astronomical increases in cost of living. The cost of food and fuel keep going up. That not only has an economic impact, but it has social impacts. And ONC is there to help pick up those pieces to make our tribe whole. For this reason, we ask that the council do the following. 1, initiate an analysis now to address chum bycatch. Establish a hard cap for chum bycatch effective immediately until more comprehensive solutions such as those proposed by the Salmon Bycatch Committee are analyzed and implemented. 2, adopt the Salmon Bycatch Committee recommendations to support the development of a weighted chum index that is linked to escapement, amount necessary for subsistence, and abundance in river, and adopt this index to establish a chum PSC limit. Also, adopt time and area closures in genetic sampling cluster 1 during the bee season, utilizing the most refined genetics information available. 3, we applaud the industry for their voluntary recommendations on IPAs and the idea of a salmon bycatch reduction plan agreement. Still, I want to urge the council to adopt regulatory requirements for IPAs to minimize salmon bycatch. I also wanted to share this for the record. There is little representation of tribal nations in this decision-making body. Tribal interests are public interest. Local and traditional knowledge will contribute more holistic and resilient views in this decision-making body. In conclusion, failing to address bycatch now fails to address the public interest in my community. The lack of action now will continue to pose threats to our subsistence way of life and to the resource across riverine and marine ecosystems. I sincerely hope you will consider our testimony and take action on this critical issue affecting the livelihoods of many fishing families. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony this morning. Really appreciate it. See if there's any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Chapa, for your testimony. Obviously put a lot of thought into this and done reading and are directly testifying to the issues in front of us, which is really helpful. The only thing that I wanted to ask you was, when we initiate an analysis like this, we're mandated by the federal government to look at a broad range of alternatives. And in the action that came from the bycatch committee and the advisory panel, some of those alternatives are simply not broad enough to meet the federal requirements to initiate a thorough analysis. Would you feel like we were doing our job if we initiated a broader analysis that contained the elements from the salmon bycatch committee and the advisory panel, but expanded them out to meet our federal requirements to have a thorough, legally defensible analysis in front of us to move to make some of the decisions that would meet the goals that you were talking about?
Through the chair. I'm not sure that I am very familiar with the federal process that this body has to follow. What I do know is that our people are in need, and I am here to advocate for them. And I just want to urge the council to do something. We need action. We can't just be talking about this over and over again. We want to see some results. It's creating instability in our community. So this body has a responsibility to take some action.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Chapa, for your testimony. I just wanted to make sure that I understood one of your recommendations in terms of urging the council to move forward with the Salmon Bycatch Committee recommendations and the advisory panel recommendations. And you mentioned specifically the pollock industry proposals in their incentive plan agreements for time area closures and rolling hotspots and things. I think you said, while you're supportive of those in concept, it's important that there's a regulatory component going along with those. Did I understand your recommendation correctly?
Through the chair, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Chop? Don't see any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Sean Daniels. Good morning. Can you get your mic button?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and council members. Thank you for giving me the time to talk. My name is Sean Daniels. I grew up in Koyuk and live in Ilum. Both communities are in the Norton Sound Bay area. Subsistence is a year-long activity. We harvest king, chum, and pink salmon. Also trout, pike, herring, tomcod, smelt, and bullhead. The king salmon were bigger in the 80s and 90s. Nowadays, all we get is immature king salmon. In the years of 1998, 1999, I worked on a couple trawlers, but I am not very proud of. I saw firsthand what and how much bycatch there was from trawling. I snuck back to the processor and saw all species of salmon being thrown out as bycatch. Not only salmon, but other species as well. I saw king and tanner crab, octopus, salmon sharks, and fish I had never seen before. Halibut was caught as well. I grabbed a small fish to find out it was a baby king salmon. Chum salmon were small and immature as well. Not only the trawler I was on was wasting bycatch, but the countless other trawlers out there were throwing out all the bycatch as well. Knowing that the salmon, our food, is being thrown out hurt me so much. Our chum salmon are not only eaten by Alaska natives, but other Alaskans as well. Having a no bycatch cap on chum is unacceptable and needs to be counted and regulated the same as king salmon bycatch numbers. Our fish numbers are slowly declining in all areas. Commercial fishermen don't even fish and deliver because there are too few fish to make a profit. My kids and granddaughter will probably have no fish to eat if the bycatch waste continues. Every community in Alaska relies on fish for food. Alaskan subsistence way of life should be prioritized over trawl industries. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Daniels. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Michelle Adams. Morning, Miss Adams.
Good morning, council members. My name is Michelle Quinnock Adams. I'm from Breivik Mission, speaking and representing myself. I'm here to speak about sea mammals because we live off the fish all year round, not only fish, but seals and beluga. Last year, as we were voting for seals, groups unmelked, we caught a seal that had rash on the skin and loss of fur. Hunters also caught seals that were sick or had health problem. Their organs inside were green. The pink salmon last year, they disappeared as there was nothing. And if we saw any, they were dead. We usually see them in big schools during spawning time, passing the beach. We would see the pink salmon in schools past our fish camps for days, maybe 2 weeks. Last year, we saw only maybe 5 days and very few. The graphite mine puts our sea, land animals, and our greens and berries in danger. Ocean contaminants cause a lot of health problems. Cancer rates are high in our people. If this mine continues, my children and their children might not even see how we grew up on our sea and land animals. They will not experience how we would work on fish from when we wake up to late into the night. We would seine the fish and catch lots, maybe over 100 at a time. Everyone helps and brings families back together. Nowadays, we catch less. And the fish are more smaller than when my grandparents fished. This is the health of our food that lives in the ocean. I've seen the chum salmon decline since I first began fishing with my grandparents. Please consider cutting or reducing the bycatch of salmon and the pollock fishery because we have families to feed and we need to put more away to have food during the long winter months. The cost of food is skyrocketing in rural communities. There are no job openings to support our families. As a fisherman, your numbers in your reports triple than what we catch, not even close to my numbers during my fishing season. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Thanks for joining us today. Next up is Nathan Topcock. Good morning.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chair. We are concerned about the loss of our king salmon and the shrinking numbers of the chum salmon. In my eyes and ears, the king salmon nearly extinct in the waters which we fish. You all need to do a better job of controlling the bycatch in the oceans, which the salmon use to go over and back to spawn and reproduce. These days, you have to be pretty lucky in our ocean to catch one king. And at the end of the day, I'm talking about all salmon species. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Topcock. Appreciate your testimony this morning. And next up is Agatha Foxy. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. I'm Agatha Foxy from the native village of Stebbins. I'm testifying about the way of life in rural communities and why fish like chum salmon are very important to us. I also ask that the bycatch of chum salmon be reduced for these reasons. With the decline of fish, we're being forced more and more to depend on the store to feed our families. Having to do that, our way of life is being lost. But here's the thing about living in rural communities. A majority of the time, the only store that we have is empty and can be empty for weeks at a time, or it seems that way. When we finally get freight, it doesn't take long for it to go empty again. On top of that, the rising prices of groceries doesn't help. Less fortunate people living paycheck to paycheck barely make it. Some don't even get the chance. A few months ago, our store burned down. Although it is an unlikely event to happen, it happened. In the process of getting a temporary store, we still had freight coming in, but we weren't able to purchase any of it due to no cash, no registers, and no internet. During this time, we had food boxes sent to us. We shopped at our neighboring village of St. Michael, and we even purchased food from Nome, which is 116 miles away. Can you imagine living in a community where there's only one store and it burns down? So relying on the land and sea animals is a crucial part in our way of life. A few years ago, our beach used to be filled with families working on fish, filling up their fish racks. Nowadays, I don't see that anymore. Families that have all the equipment to work on fish and to work on and put away fish would have the help of families and relatives that don't have it. Now, just the families themselves can do it. So the ones who don't have the equipment are struggling even more because the families who do don't need the help anymore due to the decrease in salmon. Without salmon, our way of life is being lost. We can't always depend on the store to feed our families. This is why we need the land and sea animals. And this concludes my testimony. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Ms. Foxy. Really appreciate it. Okay, next up will be Louisa Pinipchuk. There will be no questions for Ms. Pinipchuk. Good morning.
Good morning. Distinguished council members. My name is Louisa Pinipchuk, born and raised in Unalakleet all of my nearly 50 years of life. My testifying today is directly from my heart, mind, and soul. My whole life is totally 100% subsistence, day in and day out. We eat totally off the land, being it fish, moose, and birds, everything consistent with the land, sea, and air. Without the opportunity to harvest our traditional foods, our families would become extinct. Nothing for our children, grandchildren, and so on down the line. When I was growing up summertime, we had to process fish from sunup to sundown, 7 days a week in between picking berries, greens, and the like. Fishing in the 80s and 90s in Unalakleet, fish was very plentiful, abundant and huge, as in 30 to 40 pounders. Nowadays, we barely see 10 to 15 pounders. Another added comment I may make is the ever-changing climate affecting our subsistence fishing. Lately, as in last year, we had the Typhoon Merbok come through, destroying all of our smokehouses, cabins, and every item used to process our fish catches. Summers with nearly all raining and river ocean temperatures changes that at one time brought down our river fish that were belly up due to lack of oxygen. Based on this testimony, I'm asking the council to consider establishing a cap on chum bycatch to the pollock industry, so our subsistence needs may be met each year, as in per household in Unalakleet and along the Unalakleet River or the Yukon River, where we are having the greatest disaster effects. Because our livelihood and life depends on your voting and or ruling to this very touchy issue. In conclusion, I hope each of you will give a careful consideration and keep in mind all the many, many families in our Alaskan communities and villages that depend on fish as a main staple for continuing to live and strive each day.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Knipchuk. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Next up is Ronald Pica Senior. And there will be no questions for Mr. Pica. Good morning. Mr. Pica, can you get your mic button? Oh, there we go.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ronald Pitka Senior. I was born and raised on the Yukon. I'm a full-blooded Athabascan Indian. I now reside in the community of Unalakleet. Both our communities are having salmon issues, but the Yukon has hit the hardest. In Celtic on the Yukon, king salmon was never our main source of food. It was either summer chum. It used to be no king, but now I say that now. So it's king, summer chum, and silvers. I want to ask why bother with fishing, with fish counting on the rivers? Our communities are seeing very little salmon. However, the Bering Sea, pollock fishing, and Area M catch large amounts of fish. And how is this allowed? Subsistence fishing is a profit for our winter storage, always sharing with people who don't have boats. We always help out people we can. We get enough salmon to last the whole winter, never overstock what we don't need, limiting ourselves to what we want and continue letting salmon escape and spawn. No part of salmon is ever wasted. In conclusion, I would like to see more subsistence and less commercial fishing.
Thank you, Mr. Pica. Appreciate your testimony. Next up is Jolene Analik. Good morning.
Ubalotak, good morning. Wanga itiga mayugaglu sagraminlu ungalaklik mungurunga. My name is Jolene Nanauk and I'm from the people of Unalakleet. I am speaking on behalf of myself. Although I personally benefit from both what the CDQ program provides for me, I am here to say this on behalf of my future offspring. I live on fish, as others in Alaska live and depend on fish. I want our future people and generations to be able to have fish as a part of their life to live on. Raising my children, my husband and I brought our children out, taught them the traditional ways of preserving fish for consumption. And I hope that they will be able to do the same for their children. The traditional ways of passing down as Indigenous people, it is who we are, our way of life. As we know not to overharvest, we only get what we need. We share with others, we don't waste, and we have respect for what is provided. We use this knowledge to ensure that there are resources available for future generations. As Alaska Natives, traditionally, we have that responsibility to take care of our resources, as we have for thousands of years. These resources have been a part of who we are. It sustains us, nourishes us, provides for our families, our communities, and our future. We need to use traditional knowledge to balance our resources because it provides for subsistence users and industries. We as Alaskans and Indigenous people have been privileged to be fish people. We as Alaskans need to be united as a people for the future generations. United in a way that you take all aspects of what is harming our salmon livestock. Sure, Alaska is the 8th worldwide provider in the fish industry. CDQs provide capital for communities that they serve, especially within my region. We adapted to what it provides for our people, almost to a point of depending on that income. But it doesn't include everyone in Alaska. There's Indigenous people in Alaska that it doesn't help. Capital can run out, just like salmon is running out. Which is more important, money or salmon that has sustained us forever? We need to find a way to make efforts needed to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch. This is to ensure that our salmon is somehow not impacted in a way that is detrimental for future generations and future salmon. Balance regarding all aspects. We have local regulations, opening and closures, and we have to deal with climate change adaptation of when and how we put our fish away. Rural areas are being regulated, and I feel that entities impacting our resources should be regulated as well. In conclusion, honestly, my family and region have benefited from CDQ programs, and at the same time, we rely on salmon, and there needs to be a balance and a unity to work together to ensure that our future generations remain fish people in the great state of Alaska. Finding a balance and being united with others for our future generations, along with good fish numbers, is vital to what our future generations will need in order to keep our traditional way of life to be carried on. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nanook. Really appreciate your testimony. Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might, Ms. Nanook, thank you so much for your time here and for testifying before the council. As a beneficiary of the CDQ program, and also here speaking on behalf of the salmon people, and I would like, you used the word unity in your comments several times. So how do you see the council's role in bringing some unity to the needs of the CDQ program, which depends on the pollock fishery, and the salmon people that depend on the salmon? So how do you see, is there anything that the council could do that you can see that would help to try to unify these sometimes polarizing opposite viewpoints?
To the chair, absolutely. I think of unity as including a tribal member on your council, because you're representing not just the industry, but you need to have somebody from our tribes, because we have 234 or 233 tribes in Alaska, and their voice matters. Also, when you think about aspects of climate change, adaptation, warming waters, just all that is that we're learning to adapt to. By working together and using these obstacles, so to say, and using the voice and traditional knowledge of our tribes would help us work together. That would be beneficial for everyone. It's like a give and take balance. I hope that answered your question.
It did. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nanook. I really appreciate your photos, and I was wondering if you could tell us what's on the plate.
Sure.
In your photo in the middle.
Yep. I could see the photo. Sorry. On the plate is angimok, and there's dried fish. Angimok is half dried fish. So I have 4 children, and one of them only likes angimok, which is half dried, half boiled fish. And so we have half dried, half boiled fish, herring eggs, dried fish, and I think strips should be under that, with seal oil as our go-to seasoning. And this, I'm the youngest of my family, and my mother had taught me how to put away the food. I have sisters and brothers older than me that are still learning, and I had to make sure that if my children love what they eat, they need to know how to put it away. So.
Thank you for bringing it to us.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate your testimony. I have a question similar to Mr. Down. And I just really appreciate the acknowledgement of the need to balance the interests of salmon dependent communities and the benefits provided by the CDQ program. Wondering if you had any specific, and that's something the council struggles with all the time, of course, in these types of actions, specific recommendations in regards to the potential action in front of us as far as what to look at that may achieve some of those balances.
So you know that the picture yesterday of there was like a camera showing the fish under the water. And I think only a limited amount of CDQ use that, you know, new technology where you could monitor what is being caught. And I would recommend that all other processors use that. I mean, that would be beneficial for understanding what is being caught, you know, and whether or not we're living in a time where we have this available technology and it could benefit programs like that. And I believe that using what is available and making an effort to change things that could burden our numbers in fish, you know, we just need to work together and look out for what's ahead of us, because the future of what our children will eat depends on what's happening right now.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned one thing that you're already trying to deal with climate adaptation, about how and when you can put fish away. And I wondered if you could expand on that a little bit.
When the fish arrive, usually, you know, everyone in town is anxious for the first taste of salmon. And usually when the salmon arrive, people would get ready, and they would already be ready, actually, because you're mending your nets and getting your subsistence nets ready to put in the water when you hear that someone saw a fish jump. But there's regulations. There has to be on our river, we have to wait until a certain amount of fish go up the river to pass that, how much is going up. And so we have to have regulations upon us of when we could go and set our commercial, our not only commercial, but subsistence nets, and then commercial after that. I'm also a commercial fisher, just saying. So thank you to what's provided for me. But you know, we are already taking and adapting to that. And it could be open like 36 hours. And sometimes the weather is too stormy to where we're unable to go out to get our fish. Or it might be rainy where it would ruin our fish. I had learned this past summer to adapt to drying my fish in a Connex using a fan when it started raining, you know, because I only had that time period to go and get my fish. And also, sorry, in our culture, I grew up where we had to give away our first salmon to our elders. And so that was something to consider. When we get our first salmon, I'm used to sharing that first salmon with my community first before I get what is put away for myself.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Ms. Nanalik? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Marilyn Stanislaus. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for providing this time for me to share my thoughts. My name is Marilyn Stanislaus. My Yupik name is Pasgada. My Tupik name is Nayaman. I am from Alaknak, which is on the mouth of the Yukon River. I grew up fishing with my dad. In those years, we had plenty of fish in our waters, and now there has been basically no fish to fill our smokehouse and put away for the winter. With that said, I'd just like to say that my hope is that there can be a realistic reason and more studies done for why there has been such a decline in the fish runs. Also, with that extensive research of why there has been such declines, I believe would help many of us have a better understanding of why the salmon run's been so low, and to hopefully save what we have left in the waters and allow our youth to experience harvesting to ensure that they too can pass on that traditional knowledge to the younger generations to come, and would be beneficial to our health as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Brendan Raymond Yacobian. Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Brendan Raymond Yacobian, testifying on behalf of COERC. COERC is the nonprofit tribal consortium for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. We urge the council to take action to initiate an analysis of alternatives to reduce bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon stocks, inclusive of a regulatory PSC hard cap. The goal must be to reduce bycatch of these chum stocks while also prioritizing avoiding bycatch of other species such as Chinook and herring. Salmon, including chum, are very important to the communities in our region, playing a central role in our identity, cultural traditions, food security, social cohesion, and well-being. Salmon stocks in our region have been experiencing problems for 30 to 40 years, a time period coincident with a number of challenges and problems, including bycatch in the offshore federal fishery. Addressing chum bycatch in the EBS pollock fishery is a key piece of the puzzle in tackling the salmon crisis. Bycatch and its effects are a significant part of the cumulative negative impacts on the salmon resource, as well as the cumulative negative impacts tribal subsistence communities are facing with regard to their food security and well-being. As we've noted previously, much of this problem can be understood in terms of actions in and affecting the marine ecosystem, which run contrary to key principles of indigenous stewardship, including sharing, not wasting, respect, and reciprocity. It's past time for the council and agency to address the shortcomings of management in this regard. The management of the pollock fishery does not currently meet the FMP groundfish management goals and objectives. For example, Goal 4, Objective 21 states that waste should be reduced to biologically and socially acceptable levels. That's clearly not happening. The tribes in our region are very aware of the complexity of the situation with regard to salmon, including the economic complexity of this particular issue and the importance of CDQ revenue to region communities, which is in part based on pollock fishing. However, for tribes, subsistence is the priority. With our testimony sign up, we've attached a resolution from our board asking for the council to take measures to reduce chum bycatch in the pollock fishery. COERC has been supportive of the council taking action on this issue. We encourage the council to initiate an analysis building off of the work at the SBC, which includes the perspectives brought forth in that process. We believe such an analysis should include examination of a PSC hard cap, as I mentioned earlier, on chum in the pollock fishery. We also encourage looking at other measures such as changes to IPAs, inclusive of a regulatory nature, particularly taking advantage of benefits which may accrue to such an approach. However, that should by no means be the only approach that's taken. Industry has clearly shown that we cannot simply rely on them to adequately address this problem, if for no other reason than the simple fact that they have not done so. We would like to see various options analyzed to arrive at the best approach to reducing bycatch of Western Alaska chum stocks, including a PSC cap based on historic bycatch numbers, a cap links to abundance-based indices or triggers, a cap and other measures based on time and area closures, and the use of spatiotemporal modeling and genetics work. Alternatives examined should look at zero bycatch and other low bycatch numbers as part of their ranges, including the context of a long time series, and with a goal for substantial reductions from that. Where relevant, analysis of abundance indices or triggers should also examine a long time series and aim for abundance levels much higher than where they have been. This problem is felt acutely in both the short and the long term. In Norton Sound, we've seen problems with salmon stocks for decades and have also had the state's only Tier 2 salmon fishery. We hope that among the suite of alternatives examined will be time and area closure measures, including focusing on genetic sampling areas 1 and 2 in the bee season, where and when a substantial amount of Western Alaska chum are taken as bycatch. We'd also like to see included in an analysis and evaluation of ways in which harvest and management thereof can rapidly evolve towards the use of real-time genetics. We expect to see in an analysis a transparent, robust, and diverse examination of values, the complex and multifaceted significance and value of salmon, and social impacts. As part of in addition to this, we hope to see a variety of things, including a broad conceptualization of the concept of economics and also the concept of benefits to the nation, which is inclusive of things like the value of cultural diversity, equity, sustainability of indigenous cultures and communities, and of being a nation that should not condone waste of resources, which people and cultures need to survive and thrive. Also an understanding of other values than those like commerce, which are commonly focused on with regard to federal fishery management, such as, for example, the value of salmon to cultural preservation, intergenerational learning, and social cohesion. Also an examination of the
We're going to give you a little extra time, Mr. Raymond Kobe and Torres.
I didn't know it was that good testimony, but
Please continue.
an apologies if I said this. Think I was at things that we would like to see in analysis. An examination of the cumulative impacts on salmon resources and on community food security, which is inclusive of bycatch, and a robust incorporation of traditional knowledge, including in diverse conceptualizations of fish biology, the relationships of elements of and actions within the environment, including pertaining to humans, complex understandings of the concept of significance, and consideration of tribal values and value systems, among other things. In conclusion, we'd also encourage the council not to forget the importance of Chinook and examining ways to further reduce Chinook bycatch. We additionally encourage the council and the agency to explore ways to address the large-scale inputs of hatchery fish into the marine ecosystem and their impacts. And finally, we'd encourage all parties from industry to the state to the council to NIMS to maintain a focus on gathering the data and developing the tools it needs to best tackle these issues, including with regard to real-time genetics. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Right. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Jensen.
Number one, I apologize for the interruption. You mentioned the Tier 2 fishery. That's not in effect anymore in Norton Sound.
Mr. Jensen, can you pull your mic towards you a little bit?
Is the Tier 2 fishery in Norton Sound is not ongoing now, right?
My understanding is that it's not in effect now, but that it is still part of, I believe they have a suite of, I believe it's still part of the suite of potential management tools. That's my understanding, but it's not in effect.
Yeah, it's always a suite of management tool, but I knew at one time it was in effect up there because of low chum runs, but okay, thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Jacobian, for your testimony. It was really good and definitely provided the council some good guidance on a path forward. And I appreciate your participation in the Salmon Bycatch Committee as well. It's always good to have people that represent broad interests actively participating. My question for you is really not about your testimony in regards to the action that we're considering. I think it was thorough and you showed a pretty good understanding of the whole issue. My question to you is more about the future, which I think everyone agrees the future of improving bycatch performance is going to be genetics. And my feeling in evaluating this is we're not quite there yet. And I'm just wondering if you think it would be appropriate for the council during this process to also provide some language that would assure the public that as this genetics, which is rapidly evolving to allow us to identify specific Western Alaska chum salmon, as this evolves to somehow assure the public that we're going to continue to work on using this technology as it becomes available so we can get real-time identification of salmon that are being caught and able to avoid them. I don't know what else we can do except to assure the public that we're supportive of this emerging science and that we realize that's really the key to avoiding as many as possible in the bycatch.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think that I hope this answers the question. I think that the council taking some sorts of steps that I can't speak to what they are, but hopefully, hopefully it can be incorporated either in some way in an analysis or in the management measures that are proposed or some sort of strategic plan for the future, that there is this plan to incorporate this rapidly approaching understanding and ability to implement real-time genetics into the fishery and the management of the fishery, because like you said, yes, it's a very promising idea and seems to be one of the ones that stands out as something that could really help address the problem in the future. So I don't know how that would be, given the limitations for the analysis, how that would occur. But I think that with the idea that we both want something that's implemented as quickly as possible, but also that has an enduring effect and is the best approach in the future, it would be really good to have this sort of cognizance of this promising approach that's sort of right on the horizon, especially given the fact that obviously the analytical and the regulatory process takes a long time. It wouldn't be sort of great to have to just reinvent the wheel all over again in a year or something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I was looking at the resolution itself, and I just wanted to confirm that you're supportive of the Salmon Bycatch Committee's purpose and need and its focus on reducing impacts on Western Alaska chum salmon.
Yes, we support the work that came out of the Bycatch Committee on Purpose and Need, and we support. I guess what I would say is that the distinction between different types of chum and prioritization of them is what I would say is a conflict that is not of our community's making. And it's something that we have to deal with as a reality of the current world that we live in. But tribes value all life of all fish. And so to say that we want the situation with regard to Western Alaska chum addressed is not to say that we do not value the life, for example, of hatchery fish, but it's a problem that has to be dealt with, and for this management action, we're hoping that, and we understand that it seems like the appropriate focus for this is on the reduction of Western Alaska chum, because that's what would address hopefully most directly subsistence needs. But that's definitely a challenge, but one that we don't, that's sort of not of our own making, I guess is what I would say again.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And it might not be of your making, but it is the situation at hand where we have the large majority is not in the chum, and the bycatch is not Western Alaska chum. So I'm just trying to understand your support for alternatives that would really help us focus or refine our actions on Western Alaska chum versus Russian hatchery chum or all chum. And I'm just confirming that that's a supportive direction from COERC's point of view.
Yeah, I would say that we're not, I guess another way of putting it is that in our statements, we're not making a sort of intrinsic statement about the valuation of one fish versus another, but we're saying that in your management action, we are supporting action which is directed at Western Alaska chum stocks, if that's a more concise way of saying it.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Raymond Yakubian, for your testimony on behalf of COERC. I thought I heard in the main body of your testimony suggestion that COERC thought that the presence of hatchery chum was an issue. And maybe I just didn't hear that correctly. There was certainly a reference to that. And then in your answers to Ms. Kimball's questions, I thought I was hearing something a little different. So maybe if you could just explain what COERC's concern is about hatchery fish, and also just what you think the council could maybe do about that, if there is a council role in addressing that.
Sure. In my comments, I guess to address both comments at once, we're not saying, for example, as we've heard before in discussions at the council, not necessarily from the council, but sort of in testimonies and things like that, that we've heard comments, for example, that, no one should care about what happens to hatchery fish. In testimony, we've heard something like that. We're not saying that is what we're not saying. And we are saying for your management action, we would like you to focus on Western Alaska chum stocks. That being said, we also do recognize that the inputs of massive amounts of hatchery fish into the ocean are creating a variety of challenges, potentially at the ecosystem level as well as at the management level. We recognize the complexity, for example, that it creates at the management level and at the fishery, the harvest level. In addressing a need to reduce salmon. So we're asking with the comment and towards the end of my testimony, we're asking the council, especially given that the council has a particular management authority, but also that we have a broad range of agencies and entities at the table to be able to do what the council and the council members and the agencies that are also sitting here can do, because this obviously involves international aspects as well, to take steps to address that, which is clearly complicating the issue, I guess is what I would say.
Any further questions? Thank you. Next up is Serena Vitka. I don't see Miss Vitka, so we will again circle back to those we miss later in the testimony process. Brooke Woods testifying remotely.
Hi, I'm here. Please give me a moment. I need to set my own timer.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. We hear your audio, but I didn't quite understand what you said.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, that's getting better. Good morning.
I'm setting my own timer because I will not be able to see yours.
Right.
My name is Brooke Woods. I'm a mother, fisheries student, and fisherwoman from Rampart, Alaska, one of over 50 salmon fishing communities on the Yukon. I've been a part of this process, working tirelessly to ensure the protection and continuation of Alaska Native hunting and fishing rights, and have not seen any action over the past 6 years of being a part of this process. I have to utilize the public process to ensure that my family and I have representation, and the composition of the council creates inequity. But I'm here on a Saturday because I have hope and I cannot give up. I want to start by honoring the Indigenous peoples of Alaska and the 15,000 years of stewardship. I want each of you council members to understand the incredible amount of real, true, traditional knowledge and lived way of life with the Alaska Native people in the room. They live our way of life every day. And now you know what salmon impacts salmon decline how it impacts our communities and families. I support the alternatives out of the CBC that came out of the CBC. The one that I support is alternative 2. It would identify the broken federal and subsistence priority and the need to protect our poor numbers of multiple salmon runs in AYK. The 2023 outlook for salmon is low. The forecast is 62,000 to 104,000. The summer chum point estimate is 557,000 with a high degree of uncertainty. The 2023 drainage-wide fall chum salmon forecast has a point estimate of 251,000. The forecast will be revised based on a summer to fall chum relationship. Escapement goals are not anticipated to be met. You're seeing low runs from 2020 to 2022, and this year we will likely not see an improvement. This impacts over 50 communities. Like I said, I attended the Yukon River panel last week, and I want to extend an acknowledgement to the Fish and Game Commissioner. In his opening remarks to the public session, he mentioned the implementation of a chum cap at North Pacific, and I interpreted his comments as supportive, as we are seeing low runs of chum, and First Nations have voluntarily stopped fishing for over 30 years because of concern over salmon declines. Yet again, I'm not done, but this is all the time I have with you, and it's very difficult to share what I need to with you.
Well, very much appreciate your testimony this morning, Ms. Woods. See if there's any questions for you. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Woods. It was a little hard to hear some of the numbers, and I think you were providing for 2023 the drainage wide outlook. I wondered if you could at least confirm what those numbers were that you provided.
Can you hear me? I can't see you and I can't check my audio, so it's just really hard to be a part of the process right now. Which outlook would you like to hear? The Chinook, the fall chum, or the summer chum? They're all very depressed at this time.
I apologize. I missed the fall chum outlook that you provided.
So the fall chum outlook, so the point estimate is 251,000. We have to see 300,000 for subsistence opportunity. And on average, this run size is close to 1 million. From 1974 to 2022. So 251,000 does not meet escapement goals, and it does not provide for subsistence opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Ms. Woods? I don't see any more. Thank you very much for your time today. Next up is Ernie Weiss. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I'm the Natural Resources Director for the Aleutians East Borough, speaking this morning briefly on behalf of the borough. The borough encompasses the communities of Acatan, False Pass, Nelson Lagoon, Cold Bay, Sand Point, King Cove, and the processing plant at Port Muller. Borough was formed in 1986 to sustain the health, education, and welfare of our residents. The borough levies a 2% tax on raw fish delivered to our ports. And this tax revenue supports schools, airport and marine infrastructure, and helps with bond payments for these and other projects. pollock is one species delivered to our ports and is a major contributor to the borough fish tax revenue that we depend on. Losing that revenue on pollock would be distressing, and the impacts to the borough and our communities are difficult to imagine. Our fishermen and communities are salmon fishermen and communities first. Commercial salmon fisheries and processing have occurred in the region for over 100 years, and the Aleut people there have been sustained by the salmon for millennia. So we are sympathetic and extremely troubled by the situation on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers and the impacts to the people and those communities by the lack of chum salmon. So we appreciate the council moving forward on an action to try to address the struggling chum stocks. I've been impressed by the new bycatch genetics reports and the advances being made. We're now getting the same year data and being able to differentiate Kotzebue Sound chum from the Western Alaska Reporting Group. And then the new spatial temporal reporting is impressive. We support the work of the Salmon Bycatch Committee. I am concerned with the option that would call for zero bycatch. I think the analysis would obviously show that that option would close the pollock fishery. But I'm concerned that including this option for analysis may set false expectations for an outcome that would eliminate the pollock fishery. It's not feasible and should not be included in our view. Thank you for your time hearing all of our concerns. We look forward to working with you to help address salmon bycatch moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Are there any questions? Mr. Abnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Sorry about that. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weiss. I was wondering if you mentioned the borough's revenues briefly at the beginning of your testimony. Are there, oh, that's what's happening. Sorry about that. Thank you. Do you know, as far as the percentage of revenue that the borough brings in, how much fisheries contributes to relative to other revenue generation?
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Drobnik. So direct raw fish tax is and then there are other, state business impact taxes that we get, but that's the major source of revenue for the borough. As far as a percentage, I'm not able to give you that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abnika. Further questions, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Does the borough also, you mentioned a specific option as potentially not moving forward for analysis. Does the borough have a position on the option that would close the entire fishing area for the catcher vessel fleet that delivers into your communities?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. We haven't developed a position on that. So again, the new genetics work is impressive. That's pretty scary to me that would shut down the inshore fleet is what they're asking for. And that would definitely hurt us. So we don't have official position, but it's certainly something we're watching. And I don't know, you're going to have to do what you can to try to slow down and decrease the chum bycatch. I guess I would agree with some of the comments that I've heard from Mr. Mesereau that you have to have a broader range of alternatives.
Further questions for Mr. Weiss? Thank you. Brian Ridley. Good morning.
Good morning. Should I start by asking to please silence your cell phones? Sorry. Couldn't help myself. Thank you, Chairman Kaneen and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on agenda item C2 on salmon bycatch. I'm Brian Ridley, and I'm from the village of Eagle on the Yukon River at the Canadian border. I'm the Chief Chairman, President, and CEO of the Tanana Chiefs Conference, representing 42 communities, including 37 federally recognized tribes and approximately 18,000 tribal members in interior Alaska, whose lives depend on the salmon stocks of the Yukon and Kuskokwim drainages. Though my comments are on behalf of TCC, I also have supporting resolutions from AFN and the 574 tribes of the National Congress of American Indians that were approved this past winter and included in my written testimony. Commercial harvests have been prioritized over subsistence and the livelihood of our people for too long. The council should take seriously its statutory obligations in 16 USC 1851 and enact conservation and management measures that take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities to provide for the sustained participation of such communities. The people on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers do not have sustained participation in salmon fisheries. It is estimated 105,000 Western Alaska chum were caught as bycatch in 21 and 22. In the same years, there were 0 subsistence fishing harvest opportunities on the Yukon River. These stocks are being commercially overfished, which violates Magnuson-Stevens Act National Standard Number 1 to avoid overfishing. The North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is only applying this national standard to avoid overfishing of pollock and not applying it to bycatch salmon, which are essential for escapement and subsistence priority fisheries in river. As the council knows, tribal members rely on hunting, fishing, and gathering for our physical, economic, cultural, and spiritual sustenance and well-being. 16 USC 1851 states that the council will minimize economic impacts on fishing communities. In lieu of fishing, our tribal members do not have the options that city residents have to ensure they have meat in their freezers to last through the winter. Our tribal members face ever-increasing hunting pressures on their traditional lands, making it hard to secure other resources. Store-bought meat is expensive and often not an option when most of the people we serve in the TCC region are below the poverty line. When salmon stocks do not meet escapement or sustainable yield on the Yukon River, it hurts our people more economically as their primary food source is on the line. TCC spends on average $500,000 a year to purchase and distribute salmon to the TCC region to ensure our tribal members have meat in the freezer. And when you add in what the tribes spend collectively, it's close to $1 million a year. Finally, the council has the statutory obligation to enact conservation and management measures that prevent overfishing while achieving the optimum yield from each fishery. It is your responsibility to ensure a sustainable yield on a continuing basis. The burden of conservation has been on the shoulders of our tribes, and we have exhausted our efforts. Escapement goals are not being met, even with 0 subsistence fishing. TCC is asking the council to take immediate regulatory action. Volunteer programs are not meaningful and do not create accountability. Don't make the same mistake the state made, thinking that fishermen just need more time to police themselves. Adopt the purpose and needs statement for chum salmon management action as passed yesterday by the AP committee, and initiate an analysis of alternatives for regulatory chum salmon management measures. Establish a prohibited species catch limit for chum that takes into account Western Alaska stock abundance, in-river stock assessments, escapement monitoring, and especially subsistence harvest. It is expected to be limited to no subsistence harvest on the rivers, then the PSC limit must be 0 for chum and Chinook salmon. Prioritize researching scientific alternatives and developing incentives to reduce chum and Chinook bycatch with the ultimate goal of 0 salmon bycatch. This includes developing stock-specific distribution models to aid in Western Alaska chum avoidance and run reconstructions derived abundance estimates for chum salmon. Establish the protocol for identifying, analyzing, and incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information into the council's decision-making process. Traditional and indigenous knowledge is the best scientific information available. We manage this resource for thousands of years with a basic traditional value of take only what you need. And when that changed, all of these problems started. The council must help us conserve the salmon stocks now, when there are a multitude of factors affecting our salmon stocks reaching their spawning grounds. How many salmon are caught is in your control. Every salmon counts, and the council must practice precautionary management. Current management practices will only lead to the extinction of our salmon stocks. With no action, TCC will be forced into litigation, pushing for our salmon as an endangered species, or requesting the Secretary of Interior to step in to do the right thing. All things that I think we can agree we would like to avoid, but we may have to do if you don't take drastic measures to help our fish return to our rivers. Masicho.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Ridley? Mr. Down.
Thank you respectfully, Mr. Ridley, and I appreciate the Tanana Chiefs Conference providing for you to be here and for your continued voice here at the council. My question is that in thinking about the Alaskan natives on the Kuskokwim and the Yukon River and their needs and the needs of the Alaskan natives that are represented by CDQ groups that have testified to us that they're being provided for through the pollock fishery and their ownership in the pollock fishery. Many of the benefits that they are able to have in their villages as well. So what discussions are currently underway and taking place between those two groups? Have you had discussions I think got two sets of voices, Alaskan Native voices that I've heard that have opposite views on how drastic of an action this council should take, from your view that we should take and move as close to zero as we possibly can, and their view that they need the amount of avoidance and terms that they can do, but they need to be able to harvest their pollock. So I'm curious, outside the council, if there's any discussions that you're aware of or discussions that you've taken place between those two various opinions and those two groups of peoples.
Thank you for the question. I don't know that there are conversations between the CDQs and our groups necessarily. As respectfully as I can say it, it's kind of a bit of the haves and the have-nots. I mean, when you compare us really to any commercial fishing, our people have zero. And so I want to emphasize that as much as I possibly can, that we haven't fished for 3 years. We haven't fished for the most part for 10 years. And then most of my Canadian family hasn't fished for 10 years or more over on the Canadian side of the border. And yet we hear thousands, millions of pounds of fish. And here, oopsie, we accidentally caught hundreds of thousands of pounds of your salmon. I mean, that's the part I can't emphasize enough, that we're at zero and then you guys are managing this resource. We need some kind of balance, because we've done absolutely everything we could do to not fish for so many years. And that's where I need you guys to take that into account when you're setting these, because we're at nothing. And I can't overemphasize that, I guess.
All right, thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions for Mr. Ridley? Don't see any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Charlie Wright. I don't see Mr. Wright. Okay, well, we will circle back to him. Okay, Keenan Sanderson. Good morning.
Excuse me while I turn my phone on silent. Sorry, I had to do that too. I've messed up on that as well in the past, but anyways, good morning. North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Mr. Chair, my name is Keenan Sanderson for the record. I come here as a representative for the Ketchikan Clinton Haida Community Council down in Ketchikan, of which I represent over 1,600 tribal citizens within the Ketchikan area. And I also hold a bachelor's of science in fisheries and ocean sciences from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I come to you today to advocate for you to pass for analysis what the Salmon Bycatch Committee and the advisory panel has passed before you. And more specifically to include alternative 2 within that analysis. A lot of my comments can be found in the record from the advisory panel, so I'll attempt to not say or restate everything I have said. But one thing that I will repeat, because it has come up in prior testimony, is that I feel very strongly that in this analysis that we do need to keep zero bycatch in there. And before I continue, I want to fully state for the record that I, as an individual, do not want to see the pollock fishery closed. As a person who is from a family on both sides of my family, commercial fishermen, seiners, power trollers, longliners, gill netters, I see the value of commercial fishing that has on families, whether you live inside of or out of Alaska. So to have a fishery fully closed without real justification, it would break my heart to see that. The reason why I want to keep the zero bycatch in there, though, to me, I feel that there needs to be some sort of baseline to compare everything else to. This is, in my mind, a control for everything else that you can compare to in the rest of the analysis. So that would be my urge, is to keep that alternative or sub option in alternative 2 in there, because that is how I see it. And I think it would be good to compare everything else to. One other thing that I would like to mention, based off of what I've heard from testimony and comments that were made during the advisory panel, is that I really encourage everybody to be fully aware of how data is presented. One of the very first things that I learned from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, from one of my favorite fisheries professors of all time, Peter Wesley, is to have a fully functioning BS meter. One of the things that was brought up a couple of times is that, and I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but something along the lines of like only 0.1 or 0.018 kings are caught per metric ton of pollock caught. And it sounds good, but you're still catching, untold amounts of king salmon, untold amounts of chum salmon. And the only analogy, I've tried to come up with a couple of different analogies to relate this to. One that I thought of is, you have an individual who does a lot of good for the community. Maybe they've given about 500 pints of blood over the course of their lifetime, which is a good thing. It's helping a lot of people. There's no doubt about that. But, that same person, is, maybe pushed over your grandmother for no reason at all. They may have done a lot of good for the community, but they still push over my grandmother. I'm not happy that they push over my grandmother. So it doesn't sound like a lot when the data is represented as 0.018 king salmon per metric ton, but that is still a lot of fish to these people that are struggling. The previous testifier said they are doing everything in their power. You can't do much more than catching nothing. So I just would like to be very cautious about how you take in data. It's a way that it can be presented, but I don't think it's very useful. one thing that I think is necessary to bring up is that this is the people on the Yukon and Kuskokwim are not the only tribes in Alaska that are doing everything in their power to save their traditional resources. I come from, maybe I've been born and raised in Ketchikan, but most of my family comes from Heidelberg. And what they've been doing the past 20 years has been incredible in trying to salvage their sockeye salmon stocks in the Eek and Hedda Lake systems. There's been a couple of years where they have a weir system, they do a lot of data analysis, and they actually have had self-imposed moratoriums on their stocks so that they can do everything in their power to rebuild that stock so that future generations can harvest. Another thing that I was really shocked but excited to see at last year's Board of Fish meeting is that the Board of Fish has started to recognize that subsistence areas are really important for people in small communities. And while it didn't necessarily pass for every single place, from my second home in Heidelberg, they established a commercial fishing closure in an area that is really important for Dungeness crab for the Haida people in Heidelberg. And I feel like something similar can be done for that with one of the alternatives like the cluster. Like even though that there is no subsistence fishing happening on cluster 1, those fish are still existing for the purpose of the subsistence fish around the Yukon and Kuskokwim River.
Mr. Sanderson, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
Yeah, I'll just leave with this, and this is actually the last thing I was going to say. And this goes with any fishery. If the fishery isn't sustainable for one person, I mean not one person, but if it's not sustainable for one group of people, it's not sustainable for the entire all the people that use it. So I would just encourage you to make the decision to move forward with the analysis, and do everything in your power to help these people like they are doing for themselves.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sanderson. Really appreciate it. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson, for your testimony. And I very much appreciate the caution and the clear example you gave about data being provided and how it's interpreted. And because I would not have thought of that at all. How do you propose, we will still in an analysis be required to look at rates, especially if we were looking at alternatives that would move the commercial fishery out of certain areas because of high rates. That kind of comparison would be normal for an analytical package. Do you have ideas for how to provide that is maybe more sensitive to your perspective, or maybe always providing that with the numbers associated? Any ideas there, so we can continue to get the information to analyze alternatives that might be really good alternatives, but be kind of respectful of that perspective?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. One thing I want to clarify too is that I don't necessarily think that data doesn't provide any value, but I just want to make sure that we are cautious about what that data actually means. Unfortunately, I mean, I love statistics, but I'm not, I don't have a PhD in statistics. I don't want to say barely, but I only have a bachelor's degree. So I don't know if I can fully answer that question other than making sure that you don't only have that one particular type of data available to you. Total numbers are also important. And then again, I don't know all the numbers off the top of my head, but even though there's a rate of 0.018 salmon per metric ton, when you add that all up, that is still 50,000 fish that are destined to go back to Western Alaska. And I understand that data is available to you, but just making sure that, you have your own, my professor is to have your own self-imposed BS meter. So I don't know if I can go anything past that. I very much welcome anybody to help me in answering that question, because that is a very important question. So I appreciate that, but I just don't know if I can provide a better answer for you on that.
No, thank you. That was a helpful response. Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. I just wanted to make sure that I got the right takeaway from your comments about including a zero bycatch alternative. And knowing that a limit of 0 would mean that the pollock fishery would not open. My takeaway from your comments was that it was purely for contrast reasons, not that it was a viable alternative at final action. Is that the correct takeaway?
Turn that off again. Through the chair, that is correct. I am fully aware that in any fishery, subsistence, sport, commercial, personal use, zero bycatch limit does effectively close the fishery. I'm fully aware of that, but I think having that in writing through full analysis, I mean, if it's not that, what's the baseline, right? And I can't sit here and tell you what that baseline is if it's not 0, but there has to be an effective baseline, and that's the one that comes to my mind. Which again, I will clarify that I am not for shutting down any fishery unless it is completely justified.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sanderson answered my question with his last comment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sanderson, thank you for your testimony. You referred to in your testimony untold numbers of Chinook and untold numbers of chum. And sounds like we're missing some data that you think are important. And I'm wondering what those data are that we're not providing you with estimates of.
So I guess I should clarify. I mean, so there is data, and there is a lot of data on this. And I guess that it was just more of a figure of speech. Again, my main area of focus is not within Western Alaska or the Bering Sea. It's most of the stuff that I research on a very consistent basis is related to Southeast Alaska, in particular near Ketchikan and Prince of Wales. But based off of the prior testimony and the data that is available to me, and it might be like I don't spend days upon days of reviewing this specific issue. It's a lot of fish for people, and maybe the untold numbers is probably what I should not have said in this particular scenario. But it just point of emphasis basically is that there's to the people that harvest 0 fish, it's a lot of fish a lot of fish are being bycaught in this fishery. So apologies for, I did not mean to be misleading in that statement.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sanderson, both in your testimony and in your response to comments, you're clear on your support for including alternative 2, the concepts there. You acknowledged in response to Ms. Vanderhoven, sort of the challenges about practicability with 0 bycatch. Minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable is the operative standard for us, as you're aware. So looking at alternative 2 and the range of the options discussed there, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on how to broaden that consideration of options to ensure that we're including in the analysis some options that are likely to be practicable.
So again, through the chair, I wish I could provide you more. I'm not the full expert on this issue. I'm very passionate about it, and I'm empathetic with my Indigenous brothers and sisters in Western Alaska and interior. In terms of what numbers to use, my only suggestion is to use as broad of range as you can to get as big of a picture as you possibly can, also being effective. A 0 bycatch, I'm sure the analysis is going to tell you that is not a viable option. I'm sure that a chum bycatch limit of 2 million chum is also not going to be viable. But in terms of what numbers we can use, unfortunately, I'm not the expert on that. So, yeah, that's about as best as I can answer that question. Apologies.
Any further questions? Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson, for your testimony. And I want to ask about a slightly different part of your testimony. I had the privilege of visiting Heidelberg many years ago, and so I thank you for describing your family relationship with Heidelberg and as your second home, I believe you called it. And so you described some measures that residents of Heidelberg were taking in terms of the weir. And I wondered first, can you please tell me a little bit about that? Just because I'm interested, because I have visited. And then are those the type of measures, switching to the action in front of us in Western and Interior Alaska? Like, I hope you'll tell me a little bit about in Heidelberg that you are hoping, or not more than hoping, recommending that this council include in the analyses that we move forward on related to this action in terms of the balance, in terms of reliance on salmon. And that's what I took away from your testimony. And can you just help me make sure that I'm taking the right message away?
Through the chair, thank you so much for answering that question, or asking that question, I should say. My father would be able to better explain the full history behind the Hedda Lake and Eek Lake weir systems that Heidelberg is operating to help with the sustainability of those two fisheries. My grandfather was an instrumental part in getting that done through grant writing, and my grandfather just passed away a couple weeks ago, and during his memorial, one of the big things that came out of all the stories that were shared was Hedda Lake. It was probably more of his home than Heidelberg was, but essentially the process there, it's like a standard weir system that you'll find pretty much anywhere else in the state of Alaska. Picket weir. They have a crew operating at all times, counting the number of fish that goes through, and they work with a consulting company called Kai Environmental to help with the data analysis and to determine whether or not the fishery should be open for residents or not of Heidelberg. Well, I mean, just in general, but specifically Heidelberg residents. And Heidelberg is, they're fully aware that they're not the only people harvesting the sockeye that go into that system. Sockeye are being intercepted by plenty of seiners and gillnetters on the outside of Prince of Wales before they even get back to the spawning areas. But they take it upon themselves as a community to, even though the over harvesting may or may not be their fault, they're taking responsibility of making sure that the fishery is as sustainable as it can be. And I brought up the example of there's one section within one of the alternatives where it, in alternative 2, where it would shut down cluster 1 or cluster 2 or something like that, for either like the whole season or for a part of the season when fish are going through that area at that particular time. But it's basically, I don't know what else to call it other than a subsistence protective area. But I think something similar to that effect can be really useful in this scenario. I had another thing I wanted to say, but I just can't quite remember right now. But yeah. I don't know if I answered your full question, but that's what has come to mind based off of what I heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sanderson. That was very helpful. That did answer my question.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions for Mr. Sanderson?
How a free time.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take our morning break, come back at 10:10, and we will resume testimony. Council, please come to order. All right, we are ready to continue with public comment. Next up is Rob Sanderson Jr. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the time being here to be able to testify or speak with the council, Mr. Chair. Rob Sanderson Jr. I serve as Vice President of Clinton Haida Central Council based out of Juneau, Alaska. We have an enrollment of 35,000 citizens. I am Haida. And before I get into my testimony, I just want to make it real clear that my son's getting to be a hard act to follow. So I'm a proud father, and I just wanted to put that out there. When I was his age, I was just a fisherman, and just that was it. So, but he's got all these good things going, and he's out there helping everybody on every issue almost. So I'm very proud of him. My native name is Gusawa, and that means talk too much in Haida. And my grandmother gave me that name when I was a little kid, too much. So anyway, going forward, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the Dena'ina people for allowing us to do business on their land, which is customary practice for Clinton Haida people to thank the tribes in which we are doing business on. So I thank them for that. Mr. Chair, TCC President Brian Ridley just spoke very eloquently on the issues that are going on around his homeland and the rivers up there. And for the record, I want to say that Clinton Haida Central Council supports his comments. And I'm not going to get that deep into the testimony that he had went through. There was a lot of numbers that were slung around, over the last few days, almost staggering amounts of numbers. And, the Native people in Alaska, we put, like my son said, we put moratoriums on ourselves, like we did down in Heidelberg, and they head on to Eek Lake, Kasuke Lake, river systems. Everybody's having to take a cut, and absolutely stop in some places. And why not big trawl? We're not, like my son said, he, supports balance is the way I'd put it. That's the way the Native people for thousands of years have practiced their lifestyle, isn't balance, and we don't have that out in a lot of our far-flung villages up in the interior. The difference between Native food, food security and Native food sovereignty is, in a very general way, is that food security is when you, Mr. Chair, can get in your car and drive to Safeway and pick up goods, go home. Native food sovereignty is our ability to exercise our sovereignty and go out and protect our native lands, rivers, and waters. And that's how I see our people doing that, even if it means going towards moratoriums in different places in which they survive fish. It was mentioned, that by one of the AP members, I'm not going to use names, that, what they're doing feeds, the trawl fleet feeds a lot of people in the lower 48, which, well, I'm all good for that. That's wonderful. But at the same time, a lot of our villages in the interior along the river systems can't even feed their children. And, it's heartbreaking. And, it was mentioned, Mr. Chair, at the AP meeting, even up at Representative Peltola's listening session, that one of our AP members stated that per 100 million tons of fish, only 1,000 bycatches reported. And then the very next day at the AP meeting, she stated it was only 500. Where can we access this data? That's a staggering number that I can't even compute for that much fish tonnage caught and to only produce a word of 1,000 or 500 salmon. So, I had a hard time with that. my father, he was an expert in fisheries. And like my son said, he recently passed, and you know, he told me this in the early 70s. Yes, I'm getting that old. I'm 58 now, but I feel 30 and grateful for that. But he mentioned to me that we were going to be here on this very day talking about this very issue because of what happened with the red king crab fishery in the 70s, the collapses, and he's seen it and he talked to me about it. And I remember years ago, maybe 15, 16 years ago, that I did an interview with one of the local TV stations here in Anchorage. I can't remember which one it was, about bycatch. And I was relatively inexperienced on a lot of the issues that were going on. I didn't know all the acronyms and still don't. But the bottom line is that I mentioned to them that, you know, that we're going to a dark place in the future if we don't start doing something now. And we are here now talking about this. And I will say that this current council is more approachable than any other council that I've ever sat with and testified before. And so with that, we're grateful for that. We have council members that are approaching us now. That's never happened before. You know, there are a lot of people, well, actually, when I first attended my first council meeting, there wasn't one of you sitting at this table. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I've been attending these meetings, not necessarily testifying, for 23 years now. And through my experience, Mr. Chair, I think it would be good for you and the rest of the council to continue to engage with our Native community and work with them. You know, there's a lot of things that could be said out of anger. But, you know, going back to my father's passing, that, you know, and what was told to us that the elders at the Yaklanas party, that means a double fin killer whale party that we send them off with, is that we have to work hand in hand in order to go forward. You know, I used to be a very militant person when I was younger, and with age, that, you know, you become more diplomatic and want to do better for people. You can't get things done acting with rage or anger. You got to sit across the table and talk directly, and you know, and do the very best you can for the people. This current council is in a logjam. I understand that in talking to Senator Murkowski in Seattle about possible 2 tribal seats on this council, you know, she mentioned it to me that it's almost an impossible ask unless we get Oregon and Washington to play ball, because maybe they're going to probably want 2 tribal seats as well. So that would be 6.
Mr. Sanderson, I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment, please?
Yeah. In closing, Mr. Chair, I'm speaking strictly for Tlingit and Haida Central Council. We're doing our part in Southeast Alaska, you know, to make sure that our salmon are being protected the best way we can. We're testing the rivers, and I mentioned this before at earlier meetings before this council, that you know, we're getting a baseline testings on the Uinta-Stikine, the Talk River. We're going to be going up towards the Elsack and the Chilkoot and the Chilkat, and you know, get all this baseline and you know, do the best we can, you know, in protecting our salmon runs there. And to the question on, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Sanderson, perhaps we can just cut it off there and see if there's any questions for you.
Okay, I was hoping to answer one question the lady had on HEDA. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson, for your testimony. And I will, in reference to a previous testifier, mentioned that you might have more information about some of your family connections in Heidelberg and some of the work that was done there in terms of residents voluntarily taking restrictions and those types of things that we could consider, that we should consider including in our analysis if we choose to go forward with one in the action in front of the council. So do you have any insight you can provide with?
I can, you know, first of all, my grandmother was born in HEDA, right? So there's my first tie there. And then my grandfather, he was born in Klinkwan in 1895, my great grandfather, which is close to Hunters Bay, which is a very big a sockeye system there. HEDA is a very small system, but a very deep lake. But we also all know that sockeye spawn in shallow waters. But prior to statehood, and even before that, before fish traps, Hedda used to have a run of sockeye up to 250,000 plus salmon. If you do your research, you'll find out that is very true. Statehood saved the salmon industry, and that goes along the lines of the rivers that we protect in Southeast Alaska. As far as Hedda, Kasuke, Hunters Bay, Clackass, I'm naming out salmon streams in Cordova Bay. Yes, the tribes have put moratoriums on themselves in hopes that things would return to normal. From 2 years ago, Hedda had only 800 sockeye salmon go through the weir, but this last year they had over 8,000 go through the weir. So we don't know what's going on. Something's happening. It's just the tribe's ability to exercise their sovereignty, even if that means, putting a moratorium on themselves. And while it's a hard thing to do, we are looking after the future of our children and our great grandchildren, and hopes that works out. And maybe that did work out. Maybe that's a success story of what the tribe did down in Southeast Alaska, was put a moratorium, see if we can get as much salmon past these weirs. A couple years later, 3-4 years later, we got a bigger return. So what I'm saying is that I believe that if we do take appropriate action, I think that we will see results. And I think that's a success story on my home tribe. That actually, and this is nobody else's opinion, ma'am, is that it showed results in my part, in my thoughts. People may differ, and I will say this in my closing comment, Mr. Chair. I know that I'm running late on time, but I think we just all need to work together. Do I have all the answers? No, but I know bycatch is a big issue, and it's part of the bigger problem as far as, as well as ocean acidification, global warming, the warming of the Gulf of Alaska, the Bering Sea. The list goes on and on. Hell, even some of our starfish in Southeast Alaska are starting to liquefy. We can't even find answers for that. Sitka Sound, had that problem a few years back, and they're still looking at what happened as to what's going on there. So looking down from the 30,000 foot level, I think that everybody involved on this issue of salmon, our way of life, whatever you want to call it, subsistence, the Haida people, we don't even have a word for that. So we just use our way of life. But I think it's going to have everybody having to come closer and to work together, because throwing stones at each other is not going to get us anywhere. And we just need to work together for the betterment of our people. So
thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Ms. Baker. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions for Mr. Sanderson? Thank you very much.
All right. Happy Easter, everybody.
Thank you. Next up, testifying remotely is Paul Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
A little quiet. We're going to work on that on our end.
Okay, yeah, it's probably on your end. Shall I go
Okay.
ahead? Pardon?
Yep. All good now. Good morning.
Awesome. Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Paul Olson here on behalf of the Boat Company, a conservation, eco tour and sport fishing operation out of mostly Southeast Alaska. And I'd like to express support for the council moving forward with an analysis that includes alternative to bycatch limits. As Mr. Meserow explained at the Salmon Bycatch Committee meeting to folks, think about the concepts that people want to move forward, and we would support looking at historical bycatch rate. It's familiar, easily understandable. We'd like to see abundance-based bycatch limits. We have escapements and fishery closures to consider, even if we don't have perfect ways to reconstruct run sizes, and Spatial and temporal closures also merit further analysis. In Southeast Alaska, as a way of explaining, we have 7 Chinook stocks of concern that have missed escapement goals for most of the past decade. The boat company's sport fishing clients and our commercial and subsistence fishing colleagues do not get to fish in an area the size of genetic cluster 1 for a 3-month period. Gulf of Alaska, other stocks of concern, there's 7 of them, are also experiencing similar closures. And the purpose of those closures is to protect Chinook salmon in migratory corridors to ensure escapements. So we would like to see an analysis that kind of looks at the areas and times when the chum go through, and different ways to see if we can ensure more fish pass through. I'd note that one of the largest salmon producing systems in the world, the Columbia River, bottomed out about 30 years ago. And because fishermen throughout the coast sacrificed harvest to support weaker stocks, industrial users of the Chinook resource, hydropower certainly absorbed some costs. We have recovery, so there's hope. As Mr. Sanderson just said, they've got more sockeye back to Hedda Lake last year. So it is possible to recover some of our runs. Yukon River is really troubling. Those Chinook have been a stock of concern for 20 years, but they're probably adapting to climate change more rapidly than any other species, which may be why they're struggling the most. But again, we need escapements to recover these fishery resources. The Western Alaska chum fisheries, I actually think in a changing climate might have a very bright future because of the nature of how chum spawn, where they spawn, the length of Yukon River habitat, Kuskokwim River habitat. But again, we need escapements. So I'd like to thank the council for struggling with this issue and request that you move forward with analysis. And I'm happy to entertain any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Let's see if there are any. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, next up is Megan Williams. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Megan Williams, and I am a scientist with Ocean Conservancy. Salmon are an important indicator species for the health of terrestrial, pelagic, and coastal ecosystems. Salmon are essential to food security, to culture, and to the economic sustainability, especially in Western Alaska. Salmon and the communities that depend on them are in crisis. I've listened to the IPA presentations, and I appreciate the value of industry-led measures. However, it is very clear based on chum bycatch numbers from 2012 to 2021 that they have increased significantly. And we need to do more in regulation to reduce chum bycatch through a hard cap and/or time area closures. Per previous testifiers, these management measures should link to abundance of chum and/or to genetic information, the best genetic information that we have available. Over 1 in 5 chum salmon caught in 2022 were Western Alaska origin fish, which is consistent with the longer term time series and confirms that Western Alaska comprised a significant portion of overall chum bycatch over time, especially in genetic sampling areas, clusters 1 and 2. I therefore support the AP motion and the Salmon Bycatch Committee recommendations and urge the council to initiate an analysis at this meeting. Importantly, the council should communicate a clear direction for council staff by providing a range of PSC limit values and alternatives and options to analyze. This will make for a robust and meaningful analysis that is responsive to tribal requests and broader stakeholder requests. We've had 3 Salmon Bycatch Committee meetings, and I really thank the council for their attention to this issue. We've also had multiple chum reports, a really comprehensive chum discussion paper that looks at some of these numbers. We have the information at hand to move forward with an impactful analysis. This analysis, as you've heard, is so important to so many people. And so it needs to be comprehensive and address the value of salmon, and not just pollock, of course, specifically the value of salmon regarding impacts to community, food security, mental health, depression, poverty, cultural identity, etc. All right, bear with me, changing gears just a bit. While our current attention is focused on chum salmon, I would also like to flag that it's really important that we continue to look at Chinook. And I do support the notion that the council could task the Salmon Bycatch Committee with exploring Chinook bycatch reductions. And so to close, I fully appreciate that research suggests there are multiple stressors driving salmon, Chinook, and chum, and in some cases, coho declines. Many of these are likely to be exacerbated by climate change. But as I've said at this table before, and I'll keep saying, because I think it's really important, bycatch is one of the known primary anthropogenic stressors that we can control, and we can make decisions to do so today and in the future. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Appreciate your testimony always. I've read your letter as well. You testified to, and it's in your letter that you testified that you support a range of alternatives. Your letter specifically identifies the range of alternatives that came out of the committee. But being that this council is likely could need to meet our obligations under Magnuson-Stevens to do a reasonable range, that we may look at ranges much greater than what the committee recommended, which are everything there's fairly low range. So do you have a specific range that you would suggest for the council? You use that several times in the letter, but you never got specific about what range it is that Oceans Conservancy is looking at. Thank you.
Through the chair, and thank you for that question. I think that is a really important question here today. And what I can say, I understand that for this to move forward meaningfully, we do need a larger range to evaluate under NEPA guidelines. And I think that is understood by tribal representatives as well, that we want a meaningful analysis. So that said, I absolutely support looking at zero. I support looking at the SBC recommended values. And then I also hope that the council can take historic bycatch information, potentially look to Amendment 91, look to precedents of where we've also can think about what a more comprehensive range looks like. I don't feel like I'm the person that can say what that is, but I hope that the council can be. And when they're doing that, take into account the voices from tribal members, from other stakeholders, and to do this so that we can meaningfully analyze numbers at this point and keep this moving forward, because there is urgency in the situation that we're dealing with today, and it's not going anywhere. That's what we do know.
Further questions, Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Williams. I'm struggling a little bit with how to phrase my question. There was a lot of emphasis in your letter and your comments today on a hard cap. And I'm a little unclear your position on the other alternatives that came forward from the industry groups. Because you also in your comments today seem to emphasize the increase in the percentage of Western Alaska chum in 2022, despite the number of fish for Western Alaska being pretty consistent, which to me indicates that the efforts industry has done voluntarily to try to reduce their impact are meaningful. And we saw the successes of those measures through the IPA program for Chinook and keeping those numbers lower. So I guess I'm asking if you can kind of clarify your position on the other alternatives besides the hard cap going forward. Sorry, that was a long-winded way to get there.
Through the chair, sure, to clarify that, in alignment with my letter, I would like to see an analysis that explores regulatory measures such as a hard cap, time area closures that may be able to better address Western Alaska salmon and cluster area 1. However, I think there is much value, and as I did say this in my testimony, in improving the performance of IPAs. And I appreciate that industry seems quite interested in doing so and recognizes that there was a problem in the trend 2012 to 2021 when these numbers went up so significantly for overall chum bycatch. I think industry-led measures have great value and flexibility. But I think what can be most powerful is a very strong hybrid approach that includes some of the more regulatory measures. When I say regulatory, I'm speaking to, I know there's nuances there. I'm speaking to hard caps or area closures, as well as enhancing IPAs. And I will, just to back this up a bit and also echo Rob Sanderson's comments. It's really encouraging at this meeting, at least my take, to hear the number of people that are coming up and saying, let's work together on this. And so this is one of these examples where we have some alternatives that, if done in tandem, could be quite effective at helping to reduce bycatch, thereby increasing chum salmon resilience and thereby increasing community resilience in Western Alaska. Second to it.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Williams, for testimony. So in regards to ranges, there's a specific set of years that the in-river fishermen and the bycatch committee recommended for analysis in regards to evaluating the impacts of a hard cap. And it's a very long time series. There are several events that have occurred within that time series. One of them was the development of AFA, which is essentially the rationalization of the fishery in the area. And the other one began in 2012, which was the marine heat wave, which was the environmental stressor that may have led to poor performance in river, worse performance in river. Do you think there's merit when we have this analysis for evaluating several different ranges of dates based on those historical events that may have impacted bycatch performance?
Through the chair. So in first part, yes, when you spoke to the long-term time series, it is my understanding that that was put forward initially based on conversations with the Salmon Bycatch Committee meeting, and then again at the AP, that was an intent to capture long-term ecosystem variability, to capture some fluctuations in chum salmon returns and abundance over time. And is also consistent with the way we manage some species, groundfish stock assessments, for instance. We use the maximum amount of data available. But yes, I understand from a management standpoint and some environmental standpoints like the heat waves that a shorter time series is also relevant. So I think what we are hoping for is the best analysis that can possibly come forward. And so it would be possible that you would look at some of the impacts over the longer term. You could look at what some of the impacts and run the analysis on the shorter time period as well. I don't want to say that like the council staff's resources are unlimited though, so we need to be very clear about why we're doing that and what the benefits of looking at the different time series. But in the way that we manage fisheries, and that seems like a relevant thing to do to see what would be most effective at reducing bycatch overall. And as long as, again, we're considering what council staff can and can't do. And I appreciate that it's a big, either way, this is going to be a big analysis if it's done well.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Williams. In your response to Ms. Vanderhoven's question, you talked about trying to sort of pair up industry measures and regulations. And I think it'd be useful to take a look at sort of some of the pros and cons of each, to think about how to optimally pair them. And as I'm thinking about that sort of thing, I'm thinking about things like industry measures can be changed even in season. Regulatory measures take a minimum of a year, often longer. And so when a weakness is identified, for instance, a program can be modified quickly. If it's an industry measure, it can be modified very slowly if it's a regulation. So those are the kinds of things I sort of think about as pros and cons. And I'm wondering if you wanted to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about what you see as some of the strengths of each and how to optimally pair those.
Through the chair, thank you. That's a thought-provoking question, but I'll start actually with what I think could be an interesting pairing for the IPA work and the flexibility inherent in that. As we've discussed and heard in presentations, we're close and working to achieve real-time genetic sampling on the fishing grounds. And so when I think about how IPAs could quickly be poised to pivot to that information as it comes online, that would be highly advantageous. And that's something that I'm hearing calls for from both sides of the aisle. So that, in my mind, that ability to respond quickly to real-time genetics could be quite powerful, especially because this action and this analysis will be geared at reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch. So that immediately comes to mind when I think about some of the advantages of the sort of flexibility in IPAs. When I think about some of the advantages of something more regulatory that might be slower moving, one thing that I can see quite directly that we've heard in previous testimony, there's interest in linking to an abundance index of chum. So I think it's really important, and as a biologist and scientist, we need to pay special attention to the abundance of chum as we do this. So when chum numbers, by regulation, when chum numbers drop really dramatically, it seems to me that a firm hard cap that impactfully reduces the PSC limit on chum would be needed. And yes, this is in the scary punitive zone, and I appreciate that, but we need management measures, history shows that we need management measures that have teeth sometime. And there are so many people that care about this issue that I think that's, for instance, is where a regulation that can tear down a limit according to the abundance would be very, very impactful. I also think that given the environmental and variability that we are likely to see in the next 20 to 30 years, which hope we're lucky to be around still and thinking about this, having these management reference points is, that's one of your jobs, one of my jobs as a scientist to think about. We need to put these buffers, these boundaries, these thresholds in place to frame, to keep operations sustainable long-term. So I think about, in the face of variability, some fixed management is okay. And I think also, like you said, coupled with some flexibility in the IPAs, that sounds like a sort of borderline climate ready approach.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Dr. Williams, thank you. That helps me think about it a little bit more. And it does sound like, to some extent, a path we've trod down already with Chinook. One of the, as you spoke about it, it reminded me, though, of another question that I've really had about the tools that we have available to us now. Our best understanding of chum abundance is actually escapement after the fact. And we know enough about salmon to know that last year's escapement does not predict the next year's return very well. It can be a couple bad years in a row, or it can be a bad year followed by a very good year. When we recognized that weakness when we adopted the Chinook abundance trigger as the escapement, and ended up deciding we didn't have anything better, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are about that for Chum, which show even less year-to-year consistency in run strength than Chinook as a general rule. Isn't it that in a lot of ways just closing the barn door after the horses are already out, or whatever other tired metaphor I can drag up?
Through the chair, thank you. That is a great question. And I've been thinking about that with Chinook quite a bit, because we do know with Chinook that they're now finding there's a really strong correlation to juvenile Chinook abundance, such that you can forecast pretty darn well what's going to return to the rivers. And yes, we do not have that yet for Chum, but what I do know is that they're working on that and thinking about that. I would argue though, like, to repeat sort of what occurred with Chinook, doing our best to index it is better than doing nothing. So I think we want to be responsive in management. And yes, 1 year delay is not ideal, but at this point we have no PSC limit for Chum. And I think when you get into sort of longer trends, there's still that previous year's information is still useful and the best information that we have at this time. I could see us well, I'll leave it there.
Any further questions for Dr. Williams?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Next up is Christopher Tran. Okay, again, we will circle back to folks after we run. Oh, he's online. All right. Mr. Tran, if you're there, try *6 if you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Through the chair and members of the council, for the record, my name is Christopher Tran. I work as a scientist for the LU Community of St. Paul Island Tribal Government Ecosystem Conservation Office, and I'll speak on behalf of LU Community of St. Paul. I'll try to keep this brief. I testified to the AP, and we have also provided written comments to the agenda item. We appreciate the work by the Salmon Bycatch Committee and the work that the council staff have done to develop actions to minimize Western Alaska chum bycatch, and taking the time just to consider all these testimonies. I guess in short, we support our Indigenous peoples, relatives that are facing declining salmon fishing and closures. We support that the council should initiate an analysis of the alternatives, to support the recommendations that was put forward by the Salmon Bycatch Committee and passed by the AP through motion. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Tran. Are there any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Frank Ketchatag and Steve Ivanoff. There'll be no questions. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Frank Ketchatag, Chairman of the Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. I am a subsistence hunter and fisher and live in Unalakleet. NSCDC is the Community Development Quota organization for the Norton Sound region, representing 15 member communities.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for giving us the opportunity to be here. For the record, my name is Steve Ivanoff, also from Unalakleet. I am a lifelong resident of the Norton Sound region and an advocate for and beneficiary of NSCDC and the many programs it provides for our communities. I've also been an advocate and watchdog of NSCDC through various roles and currently sit on NSCD's owned subsidiary CU Alaska Corporation. I have fished every fishery, herring, salmon, and crab in Norton Sound since 1976. So if you do the math, you'll realize I'm still pretty young. But thanks again for having us here.
Salmon is an important resource for our communities, providing a prized food source and much needed income. As many other testifiers have and will speak to, salmon is fundamentally part of our way of life, and the loss of fishing opportunity has much larger impact than just to our dinner plates or pockets. But as residents of the Norton Sound region who rely heavily on the substantial benefits provided by the CDQ program, it is important to note the immense positive impacts of pollock fishing to our communities to help provide balance to the North Pacific Council's consideration of management actions. We are not here to say that the pollock fishery does not have an impact on salmon returning to Western Alaska. We recognize that there is an incremental effect from any activity that removes salmon from their life cycle. As owners of multiple pollock harvesting companies, we also know the industry is continually making significant efforts to limit this effect. It is well established that there are other fisheries and factors that have much greater impact than pollock fishing, like Area M, chum fishery, and of course, climate change. This doesn't mean that we do not support the pollock industry doing its share to protect salmon resources, but we believe it would be a mistake to severely limit or shut down the pollock fishery and thus eliminate the vast benefits of the CDQ program in our communities. The best available science tells us that we could close the pollock fishing entirely, and it would not have a meaningful effect on salmon stocks in Western Alaska. Eliminating the benefits of the CDQ program on top of our poor salmon returns just doesn't make sense. NSCDC is a pollock trawling company. By far our most valuable source of income is pollock. We started with an allocation of CDQ pollock in 1992, thanks to this council, and we have grown to become a vital financial resource for the Norton Sound region as a result. In addition to our allocation of CDQ, we are partners with Coastal Villages Region Fund as majority owners of 2 shoreside pollock companies, whose fleets deliver fish to our partners with Western Seafoods in Dutch Harbor. Further, we recently purchased additional ownership of our longline partner, Glacier Fish Company. We are now the proud majority and controlling owner of Glacier and its pollock harvesting and processing vessel, the Alaska Ocean. Many people label the pollock fishery as a Seattle industry, but we are here to say that isn't the case. In the 30 years since the CDQ program was created, NSCDC alone has grown to own about 10% of the entire fishery in the Bering Sea. And without it, we could not deliver the benefits we do to our region or meet our important mission. The pollock fishery is a Western Alaska industry. What we don't hear at these meetings, and I emphasize purse-seining, we don't hear that here. So thank you.
And the CDC through the Community Development Quota Program has made a substantial difference in the quality of life in our 15 communities. Since the inception of the program, NSCD has prioritized the development of our people and its resources. The focus has led to continuous development and improvement to the fishery infrastructure serving Norton Sound residents. This includes seafood plants in Nome and Unalakli, land-based salmon buying station in Shaktoolik, Elam, Koyuk, and Golovin, a fleet of tender vessels, loan and gear programs for resident fishers in strong and consistent markets for the catches delivered by Norton Sound residents. It is concerning to me that these programs and critical support, which inject millions of dollars into our communities, could be in jeopardy. Make no mistake, these years of salmon failures have had tremendous negative impact on my community and fellow residents of Western Alaska. I have also experienced this firsthand myself as a subsistence and commercial fisherman. We don't know the true impact of restrictions on pollock fishing would have on the returns of salmon. But what we do know is that restrictions would negatively impact the future of our residents, young and old alike, curtailing this primary economic engine for NSCD's programs and benefits.
Mr. Ivanoff, I apologize, your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment, please?
Okay, the pollock fishery is to Western Alaska what oil is to the state of Alaska. That's how we view it. It's important for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to both of you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, next up is Amber Vasca. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman and the council members, thank you for the time to testify this morning. My name is Amber Vasca. My family comes from Aniak on the Kuskokwim River, and I work for the Tanana Chiefs Conference that serves the tribes on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Salmon stocks are significant to the people of the interior Alaska rivers. It provides sustenance, a way to pass tradition and skills that have deep roots in our history and culture. What is hard to explain is what no salmon means. Our people are facing loss and grief. When Alaska finally gets our beautiful summer days that we all know, we get so many mosquito bites from being outside doing chores. We all stay up too late with the midnight sun. And when the cottonwood starts to blow, our people know deep down it's time to fish. But there are no fish. Escapement goals are not being met. Salmon are not returning to their spawning grounds. The responsibility to conserve salmon continues to be on the shoulders of the people of the interior Alaska rivers. We understand that every salmon counts when our salmon are facing ever-changing challenges caused by climate change. Yet you know, as the stewards of our fish in the ocean, are continuing to be those stewards. You're failing to address the cumulative effects of commercial fishing on salmon stocks. You're failing to take precautionary management approach to ensure the sustainable yields of salmon stocks and ensure their perpetuity for our children's children, consistent with National Standard 1. When there's a low abundance of salmon stock, it only takes a few bycatch salmon to be considered overfishing, and the overfishing principle must be applied to salmon stocks. So please take your responsibility as stewards of salmon seriously. Adopt the purpose, need statement, and alternatives developed and passed by the Salmon Bycatch Committee and Advisory Panel. And most importantly, take action. Our people need action, and our salmon need action. Initiate an analysis at this meeting on alternatives to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch and task the Salmon Bycatch Committee to identify new ways to reduce Chinook bycatch. The council should provide a range of PSC limit values for alternatives and options to analyze. Chum bycatch measures must be comprehensive and consider what is happening on the rivers, including salmon run forecasts, as you've heard, stock abundance, escapement goals, and subsistence harvests. We want zero bycatch of Chinook and chum salmon, and that should be the ultimate goal of the council to strive for as there's improvements in technology. The last point I want to make is that PSC limits work. Before Amendment 91, the average bycatch of salmon was 41,000, and afterwards it was 18,000. And so it meant it effectively cut bycatch in half, and the fleets appear to be more careful fishing. So that ends. I just wanted to say thank you for the time today.
Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Twite.
Thanks.
Ms. Vasca, we have a question.
I apologize, Ms. Vesca. It was taking me a moment to think through your testimony and think about a question. Your point about the reduction in Chinook bycatch is something that I think we all feel really good about. We also, are you aware that when we modified the PSC limits, we did that as a context for sort of setting an outer boundary, but that actually the real program that was adopted was the industry led program that they report back to us every year through IPAs. And that the objective of that is based on the idea that there is no right number of PSC, that the right number is only 0. And so that we wanted skippers to be as concerned about bycatch on the first day of fishing as they are on the last day of fishing and every day in between. And do you think that that program has more impact, or do you think the PSC limit change has more impact?
I think the PSC limit, having a hard cap, has the impact, and it forces our fleets to be conscientious and careful in their practices. As you've heard, we're thankful that there are voluntary programs, and they've shared the efforts in the past yesterday with us. But I think to have true and effective impact on salmon bycatch, it does need to be an action of this council. I don't know if that answered your question.
It did. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Vasca. I think I heard you state support of the AP motion and also added that that the council tasked the salmon bycatch committee with finding further ways to reduce bycatch. So wondering if you could expand on any ideas that other scenarios, alternatives that might not be captured in the motion as presented.
I will first start that I am not the expert, but I think if you task and continue the salmon bycatch committee, where the experts are coming together with tribes and having those discussions together, that to continually look at how we can improve on salmon bycatch every year, and to have that discussion each year. I don't think having a one and done and then the discussion should be left. I think we should always look and see how we did this year and what things can change for the following year to improve bycatch. But unfortunately, I'm not the expert, so I don't have ideas.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Vasca, I understood your testimony to be interested in having the bycatch committee continue for purposes of looking at Chinook in addition to chum. And I understand that there is, there are timing considerations that if the committee were to get into that might perhaps prolong getting to a resolution on chum. There may be some trade-offs there. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think our highest priority is right now the chum and addressing a chum bycatch measure. And like I referred to in my answer prior, that to be looking at these measures for both chum and Chinook and continuing to assess if improvements can be made, if there's different ways to approach these alternatives, that it's not a one and done thing. But right now, our highest priority is the chum crash because we're having a multi-species salmon stock crash on the Yukon River and our people can't fish. So.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. Next up, testifying remotely is Carrie Stevens.
Yes, good morning. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you to the chair and to the council for this opportunity. My name is Carrie Stevens, and I am calling from the lands of the Chinahutani in Fairbanks, Alaska. And my husband and his family are traditional fishermen of the Upper Yukon. So thank you for this opportunity. I call in gratitude for how far we have come, for the establishment of the Salmon Bycatch Committee, the establishment of the AP tribal seat, the establishment of a NOAA and NIMFS tribal liaison, and increased tribal engagement and consultation by NOAA and NIMFS, and the SSC's recognition and consideration of the importance of the inclusion of local and traditional knowledge. So I want to thank you all for that we are moving in the right direction for the long-term sustainability and viability of fisheries for all of us, for everyone. But now is the time to take action. As you've heard all day, we are in crisis and we need you to take action so that we can achieve, quote, biologically and socially acceptable levels, end quote, of chum and Chinook bycatch. So I do implore you to take up the recommendations of the SBC and the AP to initiate and conduct a full analysis of options to reduce chum bycatch, including alternative 2 and windows. As you've already heard throughout the day, our concerns are that this analysis be thorough and complete. Many times we see federal analysis such as 810 and EIS that are incomplete, requiring tribes to sue until a complete analysis is conducted. I just implore you to encourage cumulative impacts in multiple salmon life cycles. As I quote Jim Balsiger, who served as NOAA's top Alaska fisheries official for 20 years, it should have been more obvious 2 decades ago. Removing 3 to 4 billion pounds of fish from the Bering Sea every year for 4 decades is not a benign activity. Every salmon counts, all habitats count, all portions of the salmon life cycle count, and you are in charge of a vast majority of that life cycle. I suggest that where we are is completely unsustainable, and that industry consider investing its $5.7 billion of profits in solutions, in shifting to a more regenerative and sustainable economy. Your children and your grandchildren will not be able to continue trawling and this level of fisheries because it's completely unsustainable. And we need sustainability for all of us. And I just ask for your action and analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Thank you for joining us this morning and providing testimony. Looking for any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again. Next up is Stephanie Madsen.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Stephanie Matson, Executive Director of the At-Sea Processors Association. Before I begin my testimony, I would like to acknowledge the passionate and very effective testimony that you've gotten over the last several months, maybe years at the Salmon Bycatch Committee. As you know, I was a member of Governor Dunleavy's Bycatch Review Task Force, and we heard similar testimony. As a 50-year resident of Alaska and coastal communities, my heart breaks. But I'm here today to try to work together and find solutions. So my testimony today, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, is to support the work from the Salmon Bycatch Committee. As you know, I was a member of that committee. We brought forward the, I think, which the alternative 4 that was presented. I appreciate the co-chair's appreciation of the work that we did there and might not have gotten exactly all expectations met, but I think we did a good start. We worked together as a team on the Salmon Bycatch Committee, and we came up with many consensus recommendations. May not be perfect at this point, but I also reflect back on my career and understanding NEPA. And I understand that we're at the very beginning of this process, and we need to have a reasonable range of alternatives to move forward with analysis so that as we go through this process, we can compare and contrast the results of the analysis to craft an alternative that really does meet the purpose and need statement that you will be adopting. So, Mr. Chairman, again, briefly, my support is for the Salmon Bycatch Committee report. That was also picked up at the advisory panel, although maybe not quite as clear. And that's my testimony for you today.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Madsen, for your testimony. It's clear. And you mentioned you brought alternative 4 to the committee, and you might have heard questions to staff when we got the presentation about, you know, how we would analyze something or how we would build this out to be analyzable, I guess, if for lack of a better word. And I wondered what you saw that process looking like. Are you looking for the council to show support for pursuing that kind of an alternative and then expect over time that becomes something with some details, you know, regulatory requirements, the details that we would need to in order to seriously consider it as an alternative?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I see it as similar to when we went through Amendment 110, where we had regulatory requirements and we had the industry come forward with ideas that they would implement through the, at that point, the IPAs that were being considered. And so I think Dr. Stram had mentioned a couple items that were discussed at the Salmon Bycatch Committee. It would be base rates. Would you change the base rates in season, early, late? Would you identify larger closure areas? Would you identify closure areas that were closed longer than what we do right now for the week notice? I think that it's very possible, like we did under Amendment 110, to work with the analyst to give them examples that they could look at and look back at the data to determine what the potential impacts would be. I do think that Alternative 4 does have a regulatory component to it, just similar to 110, where it was very clear in regulations what the incentive plan agreements had to contain, and the requirement that we need to come back and talk to you about the efficacy of those programs. And I see that as a similar way. I think you'll notice that in Alternative 4, we talk about those measures in a low abundance year. So I think that it would be very clear that the council identify what that trigger is, when those additional mitigation measures would be necessary in the salmon avoidance plans. But I think that's how I would see that alternative being built out over the next months for the analyst.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And then some of the wording in that alternative is to utilize the most refined genetics information available. And I didn't know if the intent there is to be specific about using genetic information in season or to continue to look at trend information and apply it like for time and area that we might see a higher proportion of Western Alaska salmon stocks in the bycatch to the following year. And if that's too early of a time to ask this question, I just didn't have an opportunity to listen to that portion of the committee discussion. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think we are already doing our best at this point when we look at closure areas and base rates, the genetics information and the proportion of Western Alaska salmon. That continues to be refined in the cluster areas. We've even taken it down to fishing areas. So I think we're trying to get more precise about the use of those genetics. I'm hoping that the public isn't getting too excited about real in-season reporting, because that still has some barriers. I understand there's going to be maybe a pilot project. That pilot project will be probably more beneficial for the shoreside fleet than it will before offshore. Our genetic samples wouldn't be coming into port for 3-4 weeks when we offload. So I don't know that we're going to be in that situation, but I also think that we need to recognize and move forward with technology, identify and use all the tools that are necessary, and continue to track. We know that, and you've heard that sometimes with the changing climate, we can't look back to predict the future. So I think we're very sensitive to the fact that we can use the historic trends in proportion and distribution of chum in those clusters, but we also have to recognize that that may not hold true, and we need to be moving forward with better approaches to the genetic work. And I am very excited and pleased with the OCBE lab have made great improvements. They're very willing to work with industry on what would be useful for us. So we're working with them, C-State, to identify how we can use these genetics in a more refined, more immediate way. And then, of course, you know, we mentioned yesterday that we're funding some distributional predictive models, and we hope that those are also a new tool.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Madsen, for your testimony. We've had some discussion with other folks during public testimony about what might constitute a good mix of regulatory and industry managed measures. And I'm wondering if you have some thoughts about what the optimal balance of those is based on your experience working within, particularly within the Chinook, but also the chum measures to date.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I kind of feel like if I answered that question right now, I would be jumping ahead of the NEPA process. I mean, first of all, I'm not quite sure what alternatives the council is going to put forward and how we build those, how we use those alternatives to craft an alternative at the end that really may identify exactly what you said. But sitting here today, because I don't have all the information, I think it's very possible. But today I would be a little hesitant in putting something on the table without understanding where you're going to go and what the analysis would show preliminary on a lot of those alternatives. But it's possible.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Ms. Madsen. That's a very fair answer. And I think I did a poor job of asking. I think maybe another way to look at it is, as you look at the purpose and need statement that's in front of us now, do you think that we can get there without industry, with strictly regulatory tools alone?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, no. I think that industry, as you are well aware, can adapt quickly with the framework structure on how we do that. Obviously, if we change the IPA, we need to get that approved by the National Marine Fisheries Service. I think we demonstrated last year that we are responsive. We want to address the critical nature of the declines in Western Alaska. So I think it's very possible on a mix of regulatory that would set out the goals in regulation similar to 110 or 191 and 110. I think it's possible. And I think that's what you're referring to, where we have a mix of regulatory. I think the word voluntary is misleading, because once we change our IPA and it's approved by National Marine Fisheries Service, those are no longer voluntary. Everyone in the incentive plan group has to sign that and comply with it. We have an agreement, as you know, in the incentive plan agreement that requires all of those companies and vessels to comply with those rules. So I think we're using the term voluntary, and maybe people are misunderstanding that it's not really voluntary. It's not regulatory in the sense that you'll find a regulation in the book, but once it's established in an incentive plan and approved by NIMS, it's no longer voluntary.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Madsen, for your testimony. You mentioned that some of the challenges to real-time genetic sampling and getting that information. One of the things that has been mentioned to me that is a bit of a hindrance is some of this lab capacity is limited to be able to handle all the samples that are available. Have you had any discussions or talked with anyone about how We might increase the capacity of some of these labs to be able to handle more samples and help us with some of that real-time information.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Williams, I have been involved in some discussions with the proponents of that have developed that mechanism for the Port Molar Index. I think some of the difficulties that we've identified is how you get the sample size. You know, for example, and other people behind me can better speak to it, but in Unalaska Dutch Harbor, you have 3 plants, primarily 3 plants in Unalaska, and you have a plant in Nakatan. If you're sampling the whole inshore fishery, you need to have samples from all of those plants. So how do you bring those together in one place? What is the number of samples that you need to statistically understand that that's a valid result? And then, of course, it's the timing of getting those samples turned around. So I think you've identified one potential problem in capacity, but I think really some of the other barriers are logistical, just how you get those samples. And as I mentioned, for the offshore sector, it'll be even more difficult because we don't come in every 3 or 4 days. We're talking about weeks. So hope that answers your question.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Madsen, following up on your exchange with Mr. Twite, not recognizing none of us are in a position to indicate what a preferred alternative might look like at this point, but assuming that the analysis would need to include some type of PSC limit mixed with some type of industry measures through IPAs. I wonder if you have any thoughts on how the council should approach the range of alternatives, recognizing that what's currently in alternative 2 focused on PSC limits is kind of on one end of the spectrum. And you certainly have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. So wondering if you have any thoughts to guide us in laying out a good range of alternatives there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kurland, thank you for that. I did not offer any, we don't support a cap. We support a cap being analyzed because it's a reasonable range of alternatives to compare and contrast. Our concern on an overall PSC cap is that in our view, it's not going to meet a potential purpose and need statement that focuses on Western Alaska, saving Alaska fish and voiding Western Alaska fish, because it's an overall cap and we don't know in season whether we're catching Asian hatchery fish or Western Alaska fish. So I'm concerned that an overall PSC cap is not going to achieve all of our goals on avoiding Western Alaska salmon. I think that when I think of a cap, I'm thinking more of a more discrete cap, similar to what the catcher vessels had proposed, a time and area, move along, a look at bycatch rates that may include a limit in that area. So I think that I think once we get the full range of alternatives, we can kind of see what an overall cap might mean and the ability for that overall cap to achieve the goal of avoiding Western Alaska salmon. But in my gut, knowing what I do, I really think that the real driving impact will be understanding the caps relative to the proportion of Western Alaska salmon in those areas. And I think that without jumping ahead to the end result for NEPA, may be where we will find in the analysis that is the most productive way for industry to avoid Western Alaska salmon.
Further questions for Ms. Madsen? Thank you. Next up is Caitlin Yeager. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Caitlin Yeager. I'm the general manager for Alaska Boat Company and also served as the manager for the Unalaska Fleet Cooperative for the better part of a decade. We operate 5 AFA inshore CVs primarily owned by 2 CDQ groups. I previously submitted a comment letter that touches base on a variety of concerns surrounding this issue, but I'd like to take the time to provide my context on the more nuanced aspects regarding our operations. As many of you have heard through the IPA reports, we strive to reduce our bycatch through a variety of methods. The SIP and RHS agreements are working, and we're making strides to continue their evolution to meet growing concern. In my letter, I listed I apologize. I'd also like to highlight some of the key operational differences between the inshore fleet and the CP and mothership fleets. We have an imaginary leash tied to our back every time we leave the dock, limiting us both in time and distance upon where we can fish. Our captains are working on their fishing plan, their task to assess, to figure out where they're going to go for an entire trip rather than where to make their next tow. While we do assess bycatch on a tow-by-tow basis, we're severely limited to our movement options on the grounds once the clock starts. Next up is our ability to get real-time feedback on our bycatch tow-by-tow. Oftentimes, we're hauling back large bags and looking for salmon on deck while maintaining the safety of our crew. We struggle to see salmon while dumping and oftentimes don't know the real count until 2 to 4 days later once the offload is complete. Furthermore, the lag between offload completion and data hitting the catch accounting system, given that our IPAs rely on this data moving through catch accounting, we implemented voluntary avoidance areas last bee season as a way to issue this preliminary data on a more immediate basis so that other vessels don't have to suffer the same mistake as the first one did. As stated in my letter, please bear in mind the difference between bycatch rates and bycatch numbers. While bycatch numbers are a very useful tool, they only show half of the picture. It's not capturing fishing effort. Our IPAs and sea state announcements are based upon these rates that put this bycatch into perspective. When assessing our options, 1 salmon in 10 tons is much worse than 1 per 100. This is key when looking at behavior modification in the fleet. Earlier this week, I heard a question asking if our limits are too high. There's a vessel in our cooperative whose limit is 9. There's another one whose is 14. We cannot ratchet them back any further without stopping them from fishing completely. By making these limits prohibitively low, it eliminates the incentive for our captains to look for better places. At some point, someone has to venture out and make an educated decision on where to go. Oftentimes, this works much to the benefit of the rest of the fleet. Sometimes it doesn't, which is still a benefit to the rest of the fleet because they now have that knowledge. This is the essence of our cooperative management. In sum, we support the consensus recommendations from the Salmon Bycatch Committee. We'll continue to employ any means possible to further reduce our bycatch. And given the operational complexities between the different fleets, I'd urge you to consider a more catered approach rather than one size fits all. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Yeager. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Yeager, both for your testimony and your letter. I think you were smiling during an earlier interchange between a testifier and the council about how to sort of balance the use of rates and the display of rates as one kind of data and the total number is another, because your letter tries to do that. And I'm wondering if that was a pretty simple version. I'm just wondering if you have some further thoughts for us as a council about how to sort of weigh both those. You briefly mentioned in your testimony, you know, again, that fairly simple thing, but it's I think one that may bedevil us for a while. So if you wouldn't mind delving a little further into it, since you've clearly thought about it some.
Thank you. Through the chair. One of the things in reviewing the genetics reports that jumped out at me, as well as another one of our cooperative managers, was cluster 2 and how that cluster, I believe, had some lower numbers by comparison to cluster number 1. And from my time working with the fleet, I can recall that oftentimes every once in a while, someone would venture into that area in cluster 2, get a bad tow or a bad trip, and immediately go back to cluster 1. That sort of would lead you to believe that by the decreased effort in cluster 2, it would lead you to believe, well, it's better there, but actually it's worse because we just aren't participating in that area as heavily. So I think in a future analysis, I would particularly enjoy seeing that information coupled together with CPUE or pollock catch rates to give that more holistic picture.
Further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I I think I heard you say you supported moving forward and looking at a range of alternatives for analysis. I wondered if your company had a specific position on the approach to have a fixed closure of all of cluster one, and essentially for the entire bee season, and closing the catcher vessel fishery in entirety.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that would decimate our fishing opportunities for the majority of our season. As I mentioned before, we're limited both by time and by distance upon where we can fish. As Brent Payne had mentioned earlier this week, Fish Have Tails, they move to just close out a single area rather than providing a more catered approach. When Sea State issues our closure announcements, they're largely based on depth curves, not ADF&G stat areas. I mean, that is the degree to which we make our fishing plans and our delivery plans. We look at every single aspect. So to shut down one single area, I think is more of a blunt tool rather than a precision instrument.
Further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Yeager, for being here. It's good to see you, Caitlin, and I really appreciated your letter. I appreciated especially the comparison of the different tows with the Alaska Rose, and that's was formatted in a really nice way. I appreciate that very much. That's not my question. My question is on the technology side. I'd asked earlier in this discussion about the lights or the cameras, excuse me, you've got that, but I'm not familiar with the safety net technology lights and how that might be going. I don't know if you're the right person to answer that, but I'm interested in what that is and how that's being used for salmon avoidance, and if that's something that I know I recognize from your letter that's in a pilot format, so I don't expect too much, but I'm interested in that, so I thought I'd ask you.
Sure, through the chair, Mr. Down. What I was trying to illustrate there is that we are willing to look into any and every single avenue that might help reduce our bycatch further. I'm not a salmon biologist, but there has been data to indicate that lights do have a potential impact on their movement patterns. And so we've tried a variety of different lights, whether they've been issued through a Westmar or a safety net technologies to encourage their escapement through our excluders. The intent of this was to show that we don't just look to our IPAs and the regulatory structure to reduce our bycatch. We're doing everything we can, whether that's technology, employment of individuals to assist furthermore.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Shannon Carroll. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Shannon Carroll, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Trident Seafoods. And I'll start by saying that Trident is committed to minimizing our impact on Western Alaska chum salmon and support moving forward with an analysis today that evaluates regulatory and voluntary management measures to achieve this goal. If you'd asked me last June in Sitka whether I'd be here today supporting an analysis, I probably would have said no. I would have said no because Western Alaska chum bycatch and the pollock fleet accounted for only 11% of the total commercial harvest last year, and because Western Alaska chum bycatch consistently represents a small amount of chum salmon returns. But the testimony of Western Alaska representatives has helped me appreciate that there's a concern of equity and a need to look more closely at our management. With respect to next steps, I support the purpose and needs statement that was developed through the Salmon Bycatch Committee. It's critical that the focus of this action be on minimizing the incidental catch of Western Alaska chum salmon, and I appreciate the consensus from the committee on this point. I think the focus on avoiding Western Alaska chum salmon on the pollock grounds is important, not only to help frame and direct the development and selection of alternatives, but also to guide the council and stakeholders in terms of how we measure success from this action. Regarding alternatives, I support beginning an analytical process that evaluates the efficacy and functionality of a hard cap along with IPA and RPA provisions, recognizing that I don't think a hard cap will ultimately be the most effective tool to achieve the desired outcome of reducing interactions with Western Alaska chum. This issue is very complex, given the large component of Asian and Russian hatchery fish and the high number of variables that affect the pollock fleet interactions with Western Alaska chum, including Chinook salmon avoidance. The last 2 years are good examples of that complexity. In 2022, we effectively cut our bycatch in half, but the Western Alaska component of that bycatch remained the same. This, along with historical data, seems to indicate that at times, total catch rates do not correspond with Western Alaska chum catch rates, and that an overly restrictive hard cap may not lead to significant reduction in Western Alaska chum. So given the complexity and the proven responsiveness of IPAs on the Chinook side, I think it's critical that we find some way to work together towards a solution that is responsive and durable, and one that also balances the magnitude of conservation benefits with the importance of the pollock fishery to Alaska and the communities that depend on the pollock fishery. So I'll just quickly close by reiterating that we're taking this issue seriously and understand that we have a continuing responsibility to minimize our impact to the extent that we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Any questions? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. We've asked a number of presenters here today their thoughts on the breadth of the alternatives being evaluated under consideration. And I just thought I'd get maybe your opinion about there's some suggestion that maybe we need to be looking at a broader range than is shown there, and at least the alternative two we've looked at so far. What are your thoughts on broadening, narrowing that range?
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Williams. I think how those alternatives and those ranges are selected is important, and I think it's important that everyone sort of understand the process through which the numbers are sort of originated at. So I do think that there needs to be a broad range considered. I don't think the numbers in the bycatch committee are necessarily the range that should be considered. I think you have to look at a number of different sort of options. So yes, I would support broadening the range there.
Ms. Drabnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carroll. I think at the beginning of your testimony, you were trying to provide some context for the amount of Western Alaska chum removals from the pollock fishery. You used an 11% number. It's not a number I'm familiar with. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit more on that? Thanks.
Sure. Thanks. Through the chair, Mr. Drabnika, I just trying to understand, the context of pollock bycatch and with respect to other removals. So I was looking at the NPFMC website and confirmed with staff that there's about a 500,000 total removals looking at from Norton Sound through Bristol Bay and Area M. So just trying to put that number in the context. I think it's important for setting expectations in terms of benefits from a proposed action. So,
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on your response to Mr. Williams' question. I had the same question, but now I have a second one based on your response. And Mr. Carroll, you directly referred to in terms of the question about narrowing a range of alternatives the council might move forward with. I interpreted that exchange to be largely about a PSC limit or a hard cap in that context, because that's what I want to focus on. And you mentioned it's important to understand the process that we would need to go through to identify those numbers in a range for analysis, for an adequate analysis. And I was wondering if you could just describe to me your understanding of what that process would be, and that's my question.
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, certainly not an exhaustive answer to your question, but I think just looking at, for example, different time spans of historic bycatch numbers, looking at other factors that might be influencing those, and trying to I guess understand what a reasonable range would be. So I think having all the information in front of the council and the public would be a helpful exercise in getting to that ultimate sort of range that you narrow down into when you select the alternatives.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Carroll. Next up is Shante Kachutin. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Shante Kachutin, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Aleutian Pribilof Island Community Development Association, which is one of the 6 CDQ groups. As I mentioned earlier in the council meetings, I've been working for APICTA for almost 10 years and have held numerous positions during this time. I started as a scholarship recipient, then got an internship with APICTA during college, and I now help manage their programs department, which affords me the opportunity to work with the leadership from tribal governments, municipalities, and Native corporations in each of our 6 CDQ communities on a regular basis. I was born and raised in False Pass and grew up subsistence and commercial fishing with my family. Both sides of my family are from the Aleut region and have relied on coastal resources for millennia. The CDQ program and APICTA just had their 30th anniversary. So they have been a presence and partner in my community my entire life. As you are aware, the mission of the CDQ program is to help build local economies, increase fisheries access and participation for its member communities, and help alleviate poverty. APICTA did a very successful job fulfilling its mission in my home community, and they are arguably the reason why False Pass currently has any form of economy. They invested a significant amount of resources building shoreside infrastructure to provide a tax base and local market for our fishermen. In 2014, when our local fuel company gave notice that they would be retiring their aging infrastructure and ceasing operations, APICTA stepped up and began building a fuel farm within a few short months to ensure that residents would have access to fuel to heat their homes and run their boats, maintaining their participation in subsistence activities. They have also helped to address our housing shortage by funding the construction of a duplex. APICTA has also provided annual school grants, scholarships to our youth. They built a community greenhouse and helped fund feasibility studies for a run-of-river hydro project and tidal energy investigation. And they've recently committed to $1.3 million to help construct a harbor house. And this is all just in False Pass. I'm not sure that many people understand how remarkable the CDQ program is and all the amazing work CDQ groups do in Western Alaska. This is a unique and nimble program that is able to adapt and address some very essential community needs, and I'm really not sure what would happen to my community without the support from CDQ. As you are aware, the program is only able to provide these benefits through its participation and investments in groundfish and crab fisheries in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Of these investments, between 70 and 90% of individual groups' annual revenues is estimated to come from pollock. So CDQ groups are hugely dependent on this fishery, and the benefits and programs that they operate in Western Alaska communities rely on these revenues to continue being able to provide them. Many of our residents are also dependent on access to local small boat fisheries and subsistence fisheries, so we've always taken great care to balance the dual interests of the federal fisheries that fuel our mandate and nonprofit mission with those of our community fisheries. We're deeply concerned about the salmon stock collapses in Western Alaska and the devastating impact this is having on families, food security, and culture. We support the council moving forward to investigate ways to further minimize chum bycatch during these challenging times and include looking at a potential cap and changes to incentive plan agreements focused on avoiding Western Alaska chum. We also understand that we're dealing with a lot of complexities and limitations, including rapidly changing environment, large interactions of hatchery chum, and management of other important bycatch species. As you move forward, we simply ask that you carefully consider the importance of the CDQ program when assessing the trade-offs of potential future action. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to be here in front of you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I just have a quick one. You supported moving forward with looking at ways, and the action before the council, is really, do we establish a purpose and need and actually put forward and initiate alternatives for analysis? Do I understand your testimony to be supportive of taking those steps or some step prior to that?
Sorry, thank you through the chair. Thank you for that question, Ms. Kimball. APICTA supports the looking into or moving forward with investigation to look at alternatives.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Heather Bauscher, testifying remotely. Ms. Bauscher, we're not picking you up. You might try *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you, Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for your service and all of your work on these critical and often difficult fisheries issues. For the record, my name is Heather Bauscher. I am the chair of the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee. The Sitka Advisory Committee is a collection of 17 publicly elected representatives of fisheries, wildlife, subsistence, sport, commercial, and conservation interests in the Sitka area. We are made up of a diverse collection of stakeholders with strong representatives in all of our respective seats. All of our committee members' livelihoods and way of life are directly connected to the health of our salmon runs, halibut, shellfish, sable fish stocks, and our fisheries resources as a whole. The individuals represented on this committee feel that responsible management of fisheries resources in both our state and federal waters are of paramount importance to our community and communities across Southeast Alaska, as fisheries and tourism are some of the main economic drivers across this region. These stocks are also tremendously important for community resilience, cultural and subsistence practices and traditional way of life, and for food security across the state. I will add that the word subsistence, while we are lucky to have that written into policy in Alaska, does not fully describe what it is to live such a way of life with such a deep connection to lands and waters, and no form of analysis and no specific collection of numbers could ever fully capture what that means to rural Indigenous people. The Fish and Game Advisory Committee has a long record of supporting resource conservation. Trawling in Southeast Alaska was banned back in the early 90s. We supported that prohibition in both federal and state waters off of Southeast Alaska because of bycatch problems and concerns for seafloor habitat destruction. We feel that is part of why we still have a fair amount of abundance in our Southeast fisheries, because of those actions of conservation decades ago. We collectively felt it was important to weigh in on this yet again in an official capacity, as we have many times before and will continue to do so. The Fish and Game Advisory Committee met Thursday, October 21st, 2021, and unanimously approved the following motion. Back then, we were talking about halibut. So we said, we favor reducing trawl halibut bycatch as much as possible, as soon as possible, and additionally feel bycatch of other species such as salmon, shellfish, and sablefish need to be reduced as much as possible, as soon as possible. And then again at our meeting on Wednesday, November 30th, we reaffirmed that position, making an additional unanimous motion. We favor reducing trawl bycatch of all species as much as possible, as soon as possible. Additionally, we feel trawl bycatch of species such as halibut, salmon, shellfish, and sablefish need to be reduced as much as possible, as soon as possible. We unanimously support the most significant possible reductions of allowable bycatch of all species in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. We were grateful to see the actions taken to support coastal rural Alaskans in the fall of 2021 with the decision to reduce halibut bycatch. But given that it is 2023 and that action still has not come close to being implemented, many of us feel that any similar level of action or the choice of the smallest possible reduction is still not enough to act quickly enough to prevent the further decline of our fisheries populations that are already being witnessed firsthand. We have even greater concerns over our salmon stocks, particularly Chinook salmon. Even if action was taken by the council when we talked about this in Sitka in June of last year, and yes, I know that's not how this works, we still wouldn't get to a place of implementation of that for many years, and by then we could be looking at a completely different picture of the ocean. Given how quickly things are changing, which has been acknowledged by industry and the state and almost all of the public testimony regarding the impacts of climate change, similar minimal reductions with the timelines we are potentially dealing with are not going to be enough to help these runs and the people that depend on them. We need action that is more on the side of conservation of these species, and we need action to address all species taken as bycatch. And we also feel that there needs to be greater consideration of the impacts to the ecosystem as a whole. We also acknowledge the compounding impacts of all the stressors of the various combined issues and pressures on our salmon resources as a whole. We have all heard about what's going on out west and the disaster and the complete failure of the runs in the Yukon Kuskokwim. We know the failure of the King Run on the Nishigak. We, the Sitka Advisory Committee, stand with all the coastal rural communities from the Pribilof to Southeast who have expressed similar concerns over the declines of Chinook salmon and chum salmon, along with all other species taken as bycatch. Between the impacts of this interception issue and the Gulf and the Bering Sea and the ongoing explosion in Canadian mining development at the headwaters of all of our major mainland salmon systems, our salmon and our small boat fishermen, along with the communities across Southeast, are under threat from all sides. We continue to lose fishing time due to stocks of concern listings, while the trawl fleet continues to take more than 30,000 Chinook and more than 300,000 chums annually. We are impressed that these numbers are smaller than they were before and by all the innovations that are being made, and that proves that it's possible for industry to operate at a lower rate. We're all giving up fish right now, and there's people out west with zero fish right now. Part of working through these problems together is finding compromise. And if these runs continue to decline, we are all going to have to give something up. I'm just echoing the concerns for equity that have already been previously mentioned. The Sitka AC would like to see meaningful restrictions placed on the trawl fleet to reduce their interception of so many species. We would like to see a strong cap placed on chum salmon and see a lower cap placed on Chinook salmon than we currently have. At the very least, we would like to see the process initiated to begin to establish these caps for chums and a reduction in the Chinook cap, and the support for the establishment of regulations that allow for the lowest levels of allowable bycatch possible. We would also like to see our public representatives supporting motions that move this process along in the direction of action and implementation sooner rather than later, while considering the amount of environmental changes that could continue to occur during that period of limbo. Please use your power that has been given to you to support the public and coastal rural people. Thank you for your time and consideration and for your service on this panel.
Thank you, Ms. Bauscher. Are there any questions? Don't see any questions. Thank you for joining us this morning and providing testimony.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we are coming right up on noon. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break, come back at 1 o'clock and resume public comment. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with public comment on agenda item C2. We have about 15 members left to go. Again, we're going to run through the rest of the list, and then we'll start back at the beginning to catch those that we missed. So up first after lunch here, testifying remotely is Frank Kelty.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Frank Kelty. I'm providing testimony on behalf of the city of Unalaska at the direction of Mayor Tudikoff on C2 salmon bycatch. Unalaska is a native village that is home to the Unung and Aleut people that have lived in the Aleutian Islands for over 10,000 years. Many of our residents value their subsistence activities and lifestyles and share the concern for the people that live in the Western Alaska River system that are facing these terrible impacts. The city of Unalaska would like to express our great concern on many of the options included in alternative 2 that would greatly reduce or totally close the Eastern Bering Sea pollock fishery, such as option 1, zero chump bycatch, and other restrictive cap options that could devastate the city of Unalaska and other fishery dependent communities in Southwest Alaska. The Eastern Bering Sea pollock fishery is the nation's largest, with annual harvests of close to 3 billion pounds. It's the nation's most valuable fishery. This fishery provides revenues to Southwest Alaska's communities, harvesters, processors, support sector businesses, and to the state of Alaska. This fishery provides hundreds of millions of pounds of high-value protein food that feeds this nation and the world. How could this important fishery be replaced? I don't believe it can. The fishery in Unalaska is our fishing industry in Unalaska is our only industry. Specifically, the seafood industry that processes pollock in Unalaska is the economic engine for the entire community. The pollock fishery not only supports the harvesters and processors that have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in their operations, and in other fishery communities in the region, but also to a whole host of support sector businesses who depend on the fishing industry for their livelihoods and unemployment. All fisheries have some amount of bycatch. We would agree with Councilmember Mesereau that a wider range of alternative options needs to be analyzed that will keep the pollock fishery viable and work to address reduced bycatch in the chum salmon fishery, or chum salmon bycatch. I would now address the impacts that Unalaska would face if the fishery were to be closed or greatly reduced. The city of Unalaska would face a 65% reduction in the local and state shared fishery taxes that would be close to $8 million from the pollock fishery. The city's general fund revenues of $32 million annually would be reduced by 26% or more. In addition, Unalaska has a 3% sales tax driven by the sale of fuel to fishing fleets, large processing plant operations. This revenue stream is our largest source of revenue in the $7 to $8 million range, would also be greatly reduced. I would estimate if the pollock fishery wasn't viable, that we'd probably lose 50% of sales tax revenues. Now I'm going to go off topic for a bit. I bring up revenues now because Unalaska has used the dollars from the pollock, crab, and groundfish fisheries to remake this community. We have upgraded the quality of life over the past 40 years. We've improved our schools, clinics, other facilities, and have given $1 million or more annually to assist nonprofit groups in the community that work with our local residents. Please remember, Unalaska is an island in the middle of the Bering Sea. It is expensive to live and work there and do projects there. Unalaska has millions of dollars of capital projects on the drawing board. We need to keep this pollock fishery viable. Unalaska is already having to address the impacts from total closures of the Bristol Bay red crab fishery, the Bering Sea snow crab fishery, and reduced tanner crab allocations. These impacts do not even begin to quantify the community-wide impacts that we would see if the fishery is closed or greatly reduced. It would mirror the impacts we saw in the 1980s when the Bristol Bay red crab fishery collapsed. At that time in history, the Bristol Bay red crab fishery was the primary source of revenue for the community, just like the pollock fishery is today. I, along with many other longtime Unalaska residents, witnessed firsthand the impacts to the community. We faced with all major seafood plants closed, unemployment in all sectors of the community, mass exodus of residents from the island, and we certainly don't want to live through that again. There's no guarantee that supporting the more restrictive options that could potentially close the nation's most important fishery would increase chum salmon returns to the river systems in Western Alaska. It is uncertain how much of a decline is based on climate and ecosystem changes. A bycatch is also part of the puzzle. This is an area that needs to be addressed with additional research and funding. The pollock fishery bycatch and discard percentage in the Bering Sea is less than 1% of a fishery that harvests 3 billion pounds annually. The fishing industry in the Bering Sea, the fleet is 100% observed, as are the processing operations on shore. For years, the fishing industry and the Pollock Cooperative has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on gear changes, real-time monitoring programs, research to reduce bycatch, and we believe that they will continue to do so. In closing, the city of Unalaska understands at the time we're discussing options to move forward for analysis, and we support the work of the Salmon Bycatch Committee and support a wide range of alternatives and options to be analyzed. We understand the Salmon Bycatch Committee only had consensus on the purpose and needs statement and no consensus on alternatives and options. We hope that the analysis, that not a lot of time is spent on the overly restrictive options in alternative 2, such as zero bycatch and small restricted bycatch caps, what would cause the
Mr.
closure
Kelty?
of the pollock fishery.
Mr. Kelty, your time's been up for a little bit here.
Oh, okay. I think that's all I had. I just hope the future analysis is fair to all parties involved in this critical issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Are there questions? Not seeing any questions. Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Marissa Wilson. Good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. For the record, my name is Marissa Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. AMCC has provided a written comment, which I invite council members to ask questions about, but my testimony today is differently focused. First, I want to extend gratitude to the members of the public who have brought and offered such a fullness of presence to this space through testimony. I wish good health to you and your families and the beings you advocate for, and I wish everyone here safe travels home. Guideline 1 recommended by the LKTKS task force promotes the recognition and respect of different worldviews. This is fundamental. Today, I emphasize just one concept with different interpretations, and that's that of economy. The American Economic Association defines economy as the study of scarcity, the study of how people use resources and respond to incentives. The brilliant Indigenous PhD botanist Robin Wall Kimmerer offers something else in her essay about the gift economy inherent in Earth. She shares, the words ecology and economy come from the same root, the Greek ecos, meaning home or household. The systems of relationship, the goods and services that keep us alive. The system of market economies that were given as a default is hardly the only model out there. Anthropologists have observed and shared multiple cultural frameworks colored by very different worldviews on how we provide for ourselves, including gift economies. Ecos, home. Ecological economics is an established and growing economic theory. It's older than the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The field expands the conventional definition by working to integrate Earth's natural systems and human values. The council is being asked to balance things that appear to be at odds with each other, but there are tools which are friendly to Western science and local and traditional knowledge systems, which can better bridge and tell stories of the relationships that comprise Earth's interconnectedness. I urge the council to navigate the tumultuous times ahead with an open invitation to intersectionality and emergent strategy. Wendell Berry concisely states, without prosperous local economies, the people have no power and the land no voice. National Standard 1 describes optimum yield is prescribed on the basis of MSY as reduced by any relevant economic, social, or ecological factor. I've heard in testimony from Alaska Native peoples to the advisory panel and here today that the decline of salmon to their natal streams is a crisis of all three. The absence of salmon affects the economies of salmon people, the social relationships nourished by salmon, and all other beings that comprise a salmon ecosystem, such as the moose calves more likely to be taken by bear in absence of salmon. All of these impacts can be captured in quantitative and qualitative analysis. Additionally, National Standard 9 states that the council should adhere to the precautionary approach found in the Food and Agriculture Organization, the UN's Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries, when faced with uncertainty concerning any of the factors listed in National Standard 9. Code of Conduct describes precautionary principle of ensuring, quote, that fishing pressure from other, such as industrial segments of the fishery, does not deplete the resource to the point where severe corrective action is needed. Severe corrective action is needed after decades of unfettered take of chum salmon. We also support the recommendation that the council task the Salmon Bycatch Committee with looking at Chinook PSC, which was proposed at the AP and discussed by Salmon Bycatch Committee members. The council should propose an analysis of alternatives that is responsive to the wishes of its advisory bodies and public comment, and also use its knowledge and authority to ensure that the alternatives and options are inclusive of everything needed to task staff with analysis that will address the proposed purpose and need statement. And though I articulated support in written comment, I believe that the proposed purpose and need statement should be clarified. While focus on Western Interior Alaska salmon is of utmost importance, last year, 56% of bycaught chum were destined for North America more broadly. Reduction of chum bycatch destined to return to all river systems, and perhaps even those destined for hatcheries overseas, will result in important impacts. An analysis should include benefits of bycatch reductions to ecosystems and economies beyond the Western Interior Alaska region. I also wanted to speak briefly to the listening session many of us attended 2 days ago, where it was stated that people aren't literally starving. I am sorry to report that that is not true. Just last month, 3 elders in the community of Stebbins were hospitalized due to malnutrition. Salmon declines, devastation from Typhoon Merbok, and the state of Alaska's ongoing 6-month backlog in processing food stamp applications are all rooted in issues of structural inequities that can and should be addressed. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples confirms the right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination, recognizing subsistence rights and rights to resources, and recognizes that Indigenous peoples deprived of their means of subsistence and development are entitled to just and fair redress. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Appreciate your testimony. Are there questions? Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I'm impressed with the Wendell Berry quote in particular. I really appreciate that. Wouldn't mind having that in writing. I hadn't seen that in his writings, but that's not my question. My question is that you referred to the chum take of the last several decades as unfettered. And I see it differently. So I wondered if you could explain why you view it as unfettered.
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, I recognize there are some behavioral changes that have resulted in differing rates of bycatch interceptions. I do recognize that. What I'm speaking to is more broadly that there has not been, I believe, due analysis of what those removals have been over decades. We look at different time series, and for different reasons, you know, it might make sense to look at things in a very narrow window, but that statement was meant to enforce the component of I think it was the FAO's code of conduct about ensuring that there's a precautionary approach taken. And that's what I'm speaking to there.
Mr. Dwight.
Thank you. That helps. So when you're suggesting that we probably need to take a look at the effect of those removals over decades, am I to hear that just in terms of the impacts of bycatch and groundfish fisheries, or am I to hear that in terms of the impacts of all fishery-related removals?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, that's a good question. I would say I'm not necessarily asking for detailed analysis. I know that would be quite an undertaking. What I'm asking the council body to do is just to recognize that that has occurred and to act with appropriate urgency in this moment.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your eloquent and well thought out comments here today. I appreciate those very much. They caught my attention on several things, but first I wanted to ask you, I've got two questions. First, I want to ask you about the Western Alaska focus of the problem statement and any suggestions you might have that we correct that, being from Washington State. I'm interested in that myself, as the effects that some of this bycatch may have on things like southern resident killer whale and access to fish for people in my area where I live. So what do you think would need to be added to the problem statement so that we don't get too far down the road and in focusing only on Western Alaska?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. I'm afraid I didn't do enough of my homework to arrive with language for you that I think would be appropriate. I do hope and encourage this body discusses that further. Clearly, there are concerns in the Pacific Northwest of salmon returns. When I was looking at the genetic breakout, it demonstrated the Eastern Gulf of Alaska. I was curious about how chum destined for Canada were considered, and I just had a lot of questions about the implications of that, and felt that it was, while it's clearly very important to focus on Western Alaska, it's also important to consider those other regions when we look at what benefits might come of reductions in bycatch as per National Standard 9.
The second question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. So my next question is on your letter, which I've read, and there's a piece in here pointing us to the squid ecosystem component and squid as a food source for chum salmon. And so I'm just curious, because you didn't expand on it too much, but it seriously stands out because it's the only comment of its kind in all the comments letters that we got. It's the only one that has this component to squid. So what was your point in adding the fact that salmon eat squid? So
through the chair, thank you again, Mr. Down, for the question. What got me thinking about squid, I guess, was this conversation around a shifting carrying capacity in the Bering Sea, and conversation around food availability for salmon. I understand young juvenile chum in particular are struggling. They leave the river systems right away, go straight into the ocean. They eat some critters, I can't remember what they're called, like diatoms and something else, but they're small. And in those juvenile stages, there's a lot of competition for those foods, especially as the Bering Sea ice shelf is changing. Benthic pelagic coupling is reducing what's available in diatoms. But I started looking into the foods that are important to them as they get older too, because chum and chinook, they're getting smaller, they're skinnier, their eggs are smaller. And it turned out I was surprised to learn that squid are very important to them. I regret in my letter, I didn't include side-by-side graphs of the timing also of when squid are intercepted by the pollock sector as bycatch, and the timing of when chum salmon are intersected by the pollock sector as bycatch. Because what I realized is that what it looks like, and the heat maps show this, and certainly those like the weak ranges where these interactions are happening, to me indicates, and I'd love to see further analysis of this, that the squid are moving up onto the Bering Sea shelf through those deep subsea canyons, the Bering Canyon that's furthest closest to the Alaska or the Aleutian Range. And I think it's the Pribilof Canyon. And so the squid are moving up and it looks like the chum salmon follow. And so I think when we talk about dynamic management, you know, there's so many indicators that we could be using to look at, you know, how to be managing these very interconnected species more comprehensively. And I think, you know, I was excited to look at squids, like, my gosh, you know, these areas, which turned out to be very much related to those genetic cluster areas, one that hotspot in the Bering Canyon region, or just more shallow there. And the Pribilof, I think the Pribilof Canyon. So I'm excited by those options here. Anyway, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions for Ms. Wilson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Heather Mann. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC has 32 trawl vessels, 17 of which participate in Bering Sea pollock. First, I want to thank the council for providing the cultural awareness training for the AP the beginning of this week. I found it very valuable. Learned a lot, things that maybe seem basic, but were foreign to me. But I've utilized throughout the week things like instead of saying Native Alaskan, it's Alaskan Native. And I hadn't realized that before. Things like being a sovereign identity or entity. The tribes don't consider themselves stakeholders in the way that we do. So I really learned a lot, and I want to thank you for providing that opportunity for us. It's been hard to hear the testimony we've heard in the AP and here this week and in the past. As a mom, you know, my heart breaks when I hear these testimonies. I mean, I guess as a human, you can't not feel something when you hear these stories, the pain that people are describing really poignantly. And I've been listening. MTC does support initiating a analysis focused on tools to reduce the pollock industry's interaction with Western Alaskan chum. I do want to clarify earlier testimony that was given. My name wasn't used, but it was about me. And I just wanted to make sure that the council understood some of the nuances. I was talking about Chinook in the AP. This year for the A season, the MTC fleet has caught 79 million pounds of pollock, and we've taken just over 1,000 Chinook incidentally. And then up at the Congresswoman Peltola's roundtable, I spoke about last year's salmon season or pollock season. And, you know, we had over 100 million pounds of pollock and we had 500 some odd Chinook. Yes, that's less last year than this year, but I would note that this year's actually the second lowest bycatch rate of Chinook for the pollock fishery for the last 20 years. And last year was the lowest. I did go find the gentleman in the hallway and clarified what I was talking about. He is going to provide me with his card and I'm going to provide him with the reports. He still said it sounds incredulous. I explained it's just my 17 boats and we're 100% observed and we use Sea State, and I would love to talk to him and others about what we do to minimize our interaction with salmon. Even just this last week, I have captains that have paid on their own dime to go up to Newfoundland and work in the flume tank. They're working on an excluder, which you can actually manipulate in real time based on what you're seeing in your net by your live feed camera. We're continually, trying to evolve. And so I hope I can continue that conversation with him and anybody else who is willing to do that, because I think it's really important as we learn together. So in closing, I do support starting the analysis. As I said, I support the Salmon Bycatch Committee report. I applaud Andy Mesereau and Rachel Baker as co-chairs of that committee. I listened for 2 days. It was a really interesting, thoughtful conversation. I support the AP report, and I think these are good platforms for you to use as you decide how to move forward with the analysis. And with that, I will yield and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. I also appreciate you describing the number of Chinook you encountered with the number of pounds of pollock. I think for most small boat fishermen, they don't think about what a metric ton is, or I think a pound is something that everybody that's a regular harvester of smaller amounts of fish uses, and it's helpful for people to understand that. My question is regarding the AP motion, and I just wanted to ask you if it was your anticipation that the council would expand the ranges of the caps and alternative 2 to include a broader range of alternatives, even though it didn't happen at the AP. Was it just understood that that was likely something that the council would probably tackle to meet the NEPA requirements, or were those ranges sufficient in your opinion to meet those requirements?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau, thanks for the question. So to answer that, I just want to give a little bit of context in that through the last several council meetings, I've been hearing from Alaskan Native voices that they don't feel like they're being heard, that they don't feel like their comments are valued. And what we heard in public comment at the AP was that they wanted to see alternative move forward as it was written. And to be respectful to public comment, I did a lot of soul searching and said, let's move forward what came out of the Salmon Bycatch Committee. When thinking about NEPA, I think from my perspective, there was an understanding that likely there would have to be, for contrast and comparing, a broader range, but I wasn't sure, honestly, where the council was going to go with it. I also didn't feel that I was prepared based on how chum behave and what we know about chum to try to come up with some kind of number in the AP. And it felt frankly disrespectful to some of the stakeholders there. So yes, I assumed that at some point, knowing that zero bycatch will shut down the pollock fishery, that something broader would be considered. I don't support a hard cap, but I know it needs to be analyzed for the package. So I'm leaving it to the people that make the big bucks to decide.
I appreciate your response, and it helps clarify a rather lengthy discussion yesterday. And that's what I figured, that's the kind of decision that we can do at this table and have to live with whatever we do with that. So appreciate it.
Further questions for Ms. Mann? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Hooper. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dear Chairman Canine and council members, my name is Jennifer Hooper, and I am here today speaking on behalf of the Association of Village Council Presidents. We are here to provide comments regarding salmon bycatch as part of agenda item C2. Western Alaska is in a full-scale crisis, and the council's immediate and deliberate action is required to help reverse the devastation of our salmon stocks. I would like to thank first Jolene from Unilaclete, who shared beautiful pictures this morning, gave some great illustration onto a lot of the aspects that people are testifying before you. The colors, the imagery, I just think it's a wonderful depiction of why we're all here. And while I speak now, imagine those pictures losing the color, losing the activity, losing the fish, losing the culture. It's a dramatic contrast to what many families and households and communities are facing in the AYK region. AVCP is the consortium of 56 federally recognized Alaska Native tribes spread across 48 communities in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta region of Western Alaska, an area of approximately 58,000 square miles. AVCP provides human development, social services, and other culturally relevant programs to promote self-determination, protection, and enhancement of our culture and traditions through a working partnership with the tribes. Western Alaska salmon crash is unprecedented. For the last 3 years, Chinook and chum salmon runs have been at their lowest in more than 3 decades. Subsistence fishing with our tribes, communities, and families rely on, for nourishment and the continuation of our way of life is severely restricted or non-existent. Fish racks, smokehouses, freezers in the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim region have grown increasingly empty. Meanwhile, thousands of salmon are caught as bycatch and wasted. On behalf of our tribes, AVCP respectfully urges the council to do the following. Take immediate action to minimize and limit Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. We cannot solely rely on the self-policing, self-regulation by industry. Support and adopt the Salmon Bycatch Committee's purpose and need statement. Initiate an analysis of alternatives recommended by the Salmon Bycatch Committee and passed by the AP here and now. Do not delay that process. It must include a range of PSC limits and options, including 0. It must also consider the value of salmon and the myriad of impacts to communities and our families. Partner with tribes as the most heavily impacted communities and the first users of salmon to analyze alternatives and develop solutions while also incorporating Indigenous knowledge into the decision-making process. And finally, retain the Salmon Bycatch Committee and task them with reviewing Chinook salmon management measures. We are at the point yet again where every single fish counts. Our families, our communities, our culture, and well-being are being threatened. Not being able to fish or having salmon to eat may seem trivial to some, but that fish and that whole traditional curriculum of teaching and learning are the backbone of our people. We are past the point where the council must fulfill its obligation to take regulatory action to control what it can, salmon bycatch. We have shared this message with you before. Specifically, an elder from our region reminded us, the fish are our inheritance. We have to do something to conserve. Otherwise, we are going to be the ones to tell stories to our grandchildren about the beautiful salmon we used to catch. Thank you for considering our recommendations and taking action to address this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hooper. Really appreciate your testimony. Are there questions? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hooper, thanks for your testimony. So you've probably heard a lot of questions from two other testifiers to help us sort of wrap our arms around how to develop a set of alternatives to go forward. The prior testifier in response to Mr. Mesro noted a view of trying to respect what was in alternative 2 and just sort of pass that forward as a package. I guess I'm wondering what your thoughts are on potentially broadening the range of PSC limits included there for purposes of our analysis going forward.
Thanks for the question through the chair, Mr. Kurland. I guess I just have to say it would be unrealistic to expect that that would not be the case, that the parameters around what would be included in the analysis would be narrow, to the low end. And so with including the request to include zero, I think the expectation is that the council would come back and include the other end of the spectrum to be to provide a full picture of what that analysis would look like.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Hooper, for your participation in the Salmon Bycatch Committee and your eloquent testimony. My question is similar to Mr. Kurland's. The Salmon Bycatch Committee and the AP passed the Salmon Bycatch Committee motion that it included an index that could be used perhaps to identify Western Alaska chum. But the directions for that index were 3 specific rivers. And would you feel like if the council were to adjust that to be looking at different indices, different river systems, so that if we only look at those 3 and they don't work, then the analysis might say that we can't do it. But if we broaden that in a motion to look at different indices to get an abundance index of Western Alaska chum so that we can fully explore the possibility of doing that, do you feel like that would still be respectful to the spirit of that part of the Salmon Bycatch Committee motion?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. I think we all want whatever the outcome is to be scientifically defensible. And so if those need to be adjusted to bring in, science and data that is more solid and concrete, then I think that would be acceptable.
Further questions for Ms. Hooper? Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hooper. During your testimony, you made a comment about hoping to continue the Salmon Bycatch Committee and tasking the group with further review. I was wondering if you could, for the council, kind of explain or describe what your vision would be on future role with the Salmon Bycatch Committee in the process moving forward.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Martin. I think with any new and new being a relative term here, with any new management systems brought in, there should be whatever time series passing before reviews are conducted, especially when they're kind of new to the management system and industry, and just to do an evaluation and determine whether there should be adjustments made or changes, amendments to how that management system is carried out and implemented. And so I think providing the opportunity to do an initial analysis of the current management systems that are in place would be a very easy place to start, and then look at whether there should be consideration for changes to those management systems.
Thank you for.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Hooper. All right. Next up, testifying remotely are Ruth Christensen and Brent Payne. Oh, hybrid. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the council and members of the council. My name is Brent Payne, the executive director of United Catch Boats. Ruth is in Seattle this week, and so she's going to early on. We've asked Ruth to kind of take the lead for United Catch Boats on this salmon issue, so she's going to give the bulk of the presentation. I'm just going to introduce who we are. United Catch Boats has 72 vessel members. We fish primarily pollock in the Eastern Bering Sea in the mothership sector and in the shoreside sector. All of our vessels are AFA qualified. I was just looking at the harvest amounts from last year, 2022. My members caught about 1 billion pounds of pollock last year. The inshore sector caught 1.04 billion pounds. The mothership sector caught 118 million pounds. So it's a big fishery. And that's a typical year with about a TAC of 1 point some million metric tons. So that's who we are. Longstanding participants in the Eastern Bering Sea polyp fishery. We were very actively involved in the development of Amendment 91 and Amendment 110. Appreciated the partnership we had with primarily with ADF&G at the time when we developed those innovative type management measures. And we're here at the table saying that we're all in on this issue as well. We want to be able to do what we can as informed participants in the polyp fishery to see if we can meet the problem statement here that you've developed at the committee level. So Ruth, go ahead if you wouldn't mind letting the council know what our positions are on this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Brent. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Am I coming in clear?
Yes, you are. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry I can't be there in person with you this week, but I'm going to keep our testimony fairly simple. A lot of what I'm going to say aligns very well with the comments that were made previously by Ms. Madsen and Ms. Mann. I'm going to start off just by saying that UCB greatly appreciates all the passionate and heartfelt testimony that has been and will continue to be provided on this agenda item. We acknowledge the salmon crisis that is occurring in Western Alaska and understand the desire of the council to look at potential management measures to better address the incidental catch of chum salmon in the pollock fishery. So recognizing that we are at the very initial stages in this process, if the council chooses to initiate an action at this meeting, UCB would like to see as robust analysis as possible. So as such, UCB supports each of the consensus recommendations for both the purpose and need statement and the analytical alternatives that were made by the Council Salmon Bycatch Committee. Of critical importance to UCB is for the council to focus on management actions that will benefit Western Alaska chum salmon populations, and for the council to continue to place priority on the goals and objectives of Amendments 91 and 110. These programs have been extremely successful, and we certainly do not want to see them eroded in any way by any potential new management action. And I believe UCB believes that these 2 points were well captured in the proposed purpose and need statement that was recommended by the committee. And while there was no consensus amongst committee members regarding a proposed chum salmon PSC limit, UCB believes that inclusion of a hard cap alternative, along with the other alternatives provided, is appropriate for analysis, and it would benefit, the council by providing pros and cons amongst the full range of alternatives for consideration. Along this line, I want to make a point about what I think is a very important nuance. And that is to say that 0 is not a cap. And I think it's a bit of a misnomer to refer to it that way, as the pollock fishery wouldn't even be open given the risk of taking just one single chum salmon under this scenario. In my view, a cap is an actual number of fish or chum salmon in this case that is greater than 0. That can be taken before the pollock fishery would be closed if that limit is reached. So if the council desires to include this type of specific proposal in its suite of management alternatives, I think it should be structured as 2 separate alternatives. One would be to call for the closure of the pollock fishery, and another would be for an actual hard cap of X number of chum salmon. So I think it's an important nuance that we have to keep in mind when we're thinking about structuring alternatives. So I think I'm just going to wrap up by stating what I think is very obvious to most of us. And Mr. Carroll spoke to it very well in his testimony. This issue is extremely complex, and the analysis associated with it is also going to be complex. But UCB believes that each of the 3 conceptual action alternatives brought forward by the Salmon Bycatch Committee provide a good starting foundation for an initial analysis. Over the course of the next several months, UCB is committed to working with staff analysts to refine the conceptual RPA alternative if the council chooses to pursue that alternative. And additionally, you know, UCB and our catcher vessel inter-co-op, we are committed to our continuing work on reducing chum salmon incidental take in our fishery over the next, you know, several years that this process will likely take, given its complexity. So I'll conclude with that. I will turn over to Brent to see if he has any final words, but thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Perfect timing. Looks like there are questions. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ruth and Brent, for your testimony. I know that you were trying to speak broadly to the committee's recommendations, or I know that, and I would like to thank Ruth for her participation on the committee. And there's one particular recommendation that you brought forward for specific area avoidance in, I believe, clusters 1 and 2, based on an incidental rate and historical genetic composition of Western Alaska chum. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the components that specifically that we could bring forward for analysis on that particular alternative. But I guess the second part of my question is whether or not you could speak to another alternative and how that overlays potentially with what you brought forward. So the committee also recommended option 4, which would have been a static area or fixed area closure of cluster 1. So I know that there's some interplay between those two, but wanted to get your opinion on first what we should bring forward as far as the components for specific analysis on what you're suggesting, as well as your initial thoughts or impressions on how we should approach the other alternative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Those are two really important questions. And you might have to remind me if I miss one of the components. But to answer your first question, you know, our proposed, from the catcher vessel sector, our proposed, we're calling it the RPA. It has, as we envision it, it has those 2 triggers, right? One of the first trigger being an incidental catch rate, and that's something that we use now, and we work with Sea State on, you know, to establish those incidental catch rates and the move along rules related to those incidental catch rates. And then the second component would be the genetic proportion of Western Alaska salmon, chum salmon, to non-Western Alaska chum salmon. And so this, we're always striving to use, you know, the genetic information in the best way we can. And so this kind of second trigger is a reflection of our desire to use that genetic information in a better and more steady way, I guess maybe is a way to put it. And you know, we were asked for this kind of to bring forward this conceptual alternative. And so the way we are envisioning, if the council is to pick up on this RPA alternative, we would work absolutely with the council staff to further refine this RPA alternative. And that is both in you know, an IPA setting and also in a more traditional time area closure setting that would be, you know, managed by the agency. So we don't, you know, when we were developing this alternative, we definitely went down a rabbit hole with details and working this all out. But taking the step back, leaving it more conceptual in nature, we recognize that we would need to work with both the analysts and Sea State, because they would be key in the success of this alternative, whether or not it's managed by the fleet itself or the agency. So hopefully that answered your first question.
I could take a stab at the second question, I think, if you wouldn't mind, Ruth. So time area closures, you know, large closure areas were where we evolved out of when we developed Amendment 91 and even the rolling hotspot program for Chinook. You might recall that the previous measure that was on the books 15, 20 years ago was these large area closures that we would be pushed out of when we reached a certain cap. Didn't close the pollock fishery. This is talking about Chinook. And we when we had the American Fisheries Act passed, we said, and we were close with Carl Haflinger and John Gruber and myself for the catchboat sector, we could develop a better type of a closure mechanism that evolved into the rolling hotspot closure program, where, like I always keep saying, fish have tails. When you close a static area, you might be wrong. That might not be the area where there's high amounts of occurrence. You have historic data, but you're trying to use your best available information to develop areas where you want to close, where you think there's a high probability of salmon being above average on the catch rates. So that was kind of the second iteration of our management tool, moving from static closures to rolling hotspot closures that we do through our co-op structure. And then the third iteration was Amendment 91, where you added the incentive program on top of that. That's where we are today. And that has evolved for Chinook. And chum also, if you look at what happened with Amendment 110, we didn't want to, take away from that ability to manage Chinook. So now we're faced with chum. Can we come up with closure zones like we do with Chinook that move the fleet away from areas of known high amounts, higher than average rates of chum relative to pollock? So my answer would be, if you just have a very large closure, you got to know that large closure area has going to have historically a large amount of chum salmon in it year after year after year. And that the analysis has to tease that out. For example, with our Chinook conservation zone that we have on the books right now, we leave that on there. I mean, that's a static area. We keep that there because we know that there's going to be a high amount of Chinook there. So we need the best available information to make the best closure zones. And we think we can do a better job with working with Sea State to develop the trapezoidal closures where we think we know that the rates are going to be higher than average, and we're going to move boats away. So don't go backwards and just say we're going to close a great big huge area. And the other thing is, to make good closures, you need legacy data. You need data that occurs week after week after week to make those accurate and precise closures. So that's why we, in our alternative, are suggesting, I know there's not a lot of meat on the bones, but to give us a chance to see if we can figure out a type of closure mechanism that really works for the pollock fleet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up. So basically one of the primary distinctions, I know that there are a couple here, but if an RPA was applied similar to what you're suggesting, it would be more discrete areas within clusters 1 and 2, not necessarily the full cluster. Okay, thanks.
Further questions? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, and happy Easter.
Thank you.
Next up is Glenn Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you got me?
Yes, we do.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Glenn Merrill, testifying on behalf of Glacier Fish Company. And I'd like to apologize for not being there in person. This is an important issue for us, but I'm unable to leave Juneau at the moment. Glacier Fish Company operates one vessel in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, but our vessel provides critical revenue to our CDQ owners and 15 communities in the Norton Sound region. Bycatch management is central to our vessel's fishing plan. Every season, we strive to fish with minimal chum salmon bycatch. We communicate constantly with the fleet, move grounds, use salmon excluders in our gear, and have consistently supported research and regulations to reduce our impact. Our catch is fully monitored by independent observers. I've been listening carefully to the testimony, and as this proceeds, I hope to improve our communications, our mutual understanding as we consider this issue. Our company supports initiating the analytic process. We support the consensus purpose and need statement that was developed through the Salmon Bycatch Committee with a focus on Western Alaska chum salmon. In terms of the alternatives, I suggest that the council begin with a higher level conceptual analysis of management alternatives as recommended by the Salmon Bycatch Committee. At this point, I don't believe we have a clear basis or approach to define a specific range or years or data, but you can still make substantial progress without getting into the details of defining these years, limits, and ranges at this meeting. Finding the right fishery management approach is complex, and I'd like to provide a brief example. Our vessel typically fishes in areas where we encounter a higher proportion of Asian and Russian hatchery chum salmon. We're concerned that a hard cap may cause vessels like ours to move into areas with a higher proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon, but lower overall chum salmon bycatch in order to avoid exceeding a cap. That can result in a net increase in total Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, and that's clearly not our goal. Managing a cap among the different fishery sectors with different fishing patterns also adds another unexamined complexity to this issue. And I think is another reason why trying to fix a specific cap range at this meeting may be premature. Ultimately, we believe revisions to our incentive plan agreement may be more successful and responsive to the conditions on the fishing grounds. We'll learn more about all of these dynamics through the analytic process. And at the end of the day, I hope we end up with an action that we take that is broadly supported, viable, and effective. I'd just like to reiterate our commitment to working with the council, salmon harvesters, and communities in Western Alaska throughout this process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Are there questions? Don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Tommy Kriska. Yes, after you start speaking. Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, Chair and the board. Kind of feel almost like I'm in front of the Board of Fish again. Anyway, you know, it's hard to even sit here, and I had a lot of things written, and it seemed like every time you come here, you forget it all because there's so many things to talk about, and I don't know how you guys do it. And you know, I'm the believer in the Lord, and I hope you are too. You know, in the first place, before any of you guys or any of this committees or such, you know, all this stuff that's been put together in place of commercial fishing, he put us on that land, he let the fish flow by, and now I don't know how people figured it out, but now you know, you got more power than him, and for some odd reason that, you know, the fish are still there, but now it's being divvied up out there in where it's going, and you know, I don't know how you overrule for what he's doing, you know, but kind of interesting for me. You know, there's some areas out there, I guess, from what I'm hearing, there's hot spots in area M that possibly be closed and let some windows open up for our fishing. Not asking to shut down fishing. There's things called bike or caps for bycatch that can be addressed. There's a lot that you could do. There is, you guys have the power here to do and let us get our fish up there in Alaska. Seems like to me, Alaska is not even being recognized as the state. I'm not trying to say anything about you people. I don't know where you're from, and it's Northern Pacific Fisheries Association, the Board of Fish out of Alaska. Seem like we're always talking on deaf ears, and I don't want to be on anybody's case for any odd reason. I just want to look at you, and as you're looking at me, and you know, take this in consideration that my people back there, I can't even teach my kid how to go fishing. My grandsons, no one. You guys have things and wishes for your grandsons, your kids. Why can't we? It's in your control to do something about this stuff. I don't want to get loud to anybody, but you know, it's kind of hard to take and hard to swallow. Even have to go home and look at those elders and put my head down because I come back with nothing. That is pretty bad. And I'm a pretty well-known person in the state of Alaska, in the interior, for helping all my people. And that's why I'm here. And to go back and like there's nothing I could do at all, like I'm a failure, That is not acceptable in any way. You know, our needs are not being met, and you know, you have to do something. Otherwise, it's just gonna come down to some things that you don't want, and that's got to step up the ladder to get some of this stuff done. And to go around your back to do stuff, we don't have to do that. If you got the way to do it yourselves right now today in your decisions. Don't let it happen. All they're gonna do is suffer us more and suffer yourselves more.
Mr. Kriska, your time has been up for a little bit. Can you provide a concluding comment?
Anyway, it's just I just want something done. I don't want to go back with nothing, okay?
Thank you for your testimony and for being here today. Are there questions?
That's what I thought.
Okay, next up is Sharon Hildebrand, and there will be no questions.
Good afternoon. It's Atlan Sauza Nulado Hudson Sedan Slit Fairbanks Lista. I'm Sharon Hildebrand. I'm from Nulado, where I was raised by my grandmother, and I live in Fairbanks. And I was recently elected by the Tanana Chiefs Conference tribes within the interior to represent them last year as vice president. I recognize all the important work that you're doing here today, and I hope that you also consider the testimony that was provided by everyone today. What Tommy Kriska just shared is something that we as the leadership are hearing in every tribal community that we visit, that we're not doing anything for our people because our people are suffering. In growing up in the village of Nulado, I was provided an opportunity to go to the fish camp every summer with my grandma and fish. And from there, I was able to travel downriver to Caltag and surrounding communities with my grandmother to visit. Because the lack of fish that is occurring, it is causing communities to have the lack of community that has been provided for millennia. And now going forward, our people are suffering. There's a lot of social issues that are occurring, more drinking, actually a lot more health problems. And we heard that the area down in the northwest area, they are nervous about being impacted with less fishing because their economies will be impacted. However, as Brian shared earlier yesterday in his testimony, that we've provided close to $1 million for our communities just to try to survive and stay above the water. And we're urging you to please do something with regards to the salmon, because the Yukon and Kuskokwim areas are suffering at the moment. As you've heard our tribe state that every salmon counts. And we ask the council that you make immediate action at this meeting, that it must be regulatory to make it mandatory. And we understand the importance of what you're doing, and we ask that the impacts of commercial fishing are one of many cumulative impacts on our salmon stocks that our communities are uniquely feeling. We also encourage the council to look at what tribes want and to work with tribes to analyze any alternatives, as we are the sector most heavily impacted by the lack of fish. Please have continued inaction by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to protect Western Alaska chum stocks puts an entire resource at risk of collapse, as well as the food security, culture, and traditions of tens of thousands of Alaskans. Masi.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hildebrand. Next up is Shannon Earhart. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's good to see you folks again. For the record, my name is Shannon Earhart. I am from Fairbanks, Alaska, and a Nulato tribal member, and I work for Tanana Chiefs Conference. As I've been attending meetings for the past year, educating myself on our salmon issues to represent our people with the concerns, I have heard a few things and I was connecting dots. So I presented a series of maps with some help of a friend for GIS. So this first map that you're looking at is the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim area. It represents 118 tribes that are being affected currently with no salmon allowed. So I just want to make sure all those little black dots you see there are communities on our river systems. Next slide, please. Or do I do that? Oh, thank you. So now I want to zoom in on my mindset that we're going to focus on this area that you're seeing here, the Bering Sea and part of the Gulf of Alaska. Next slide. That's okay. And what I recently learned as I'm educating myself is that those gray areas you're seeing on the map are closed to trawling and other types of commercial fishing. And we just had this blue area. Next slide. And then we just put on the dotted line to show area M because that's a concern of a lot of ours. And as they're educating our people, I wanted to show that. So we could go to the next slide. In this one, I saw a presentation a couple of years ago by Dr. Katie Howard of Alaska Department of Fish and Game on the life cycles of salmon. And then the blue circle that you see at the top half is where our Chinook salmon go to mature for their 5 to 7 years out. They leave our rivers. And the red oval that you see there is where our chum salmon go to mature before they come back to their home streams. Next slide. Then I saw a presentation on trawling. And these are heat sources of where their heavy uses are of trawling. And from here, as you see on the side, it says it's a potential levels of bycatch, but it could also be a proxy for habitat disturbance. And so what I wanted to note when I saw this was, I also heard a presentation a while back about our chum salmon and our Chinook salmon are not eating as healthy as they used to. They're eating a lot of empty calories, examples of jellyfish. And so maybe that's another reason why they're not returning to their home streams. And when you build something, you always have to start at the foundation. And if the foundation is disturbed, everything else above it's going to crumble. So this was my connection of habitat disturbance. Next slide. In this slide, I've had the overlays of everything that we just looked at into one picture. And for common sense, for somebody who's not a scientist, and just as I said, connecting the dots, you can see where our chum salmon are maturing. There's some overlap with our Chinook salmon. And the heat maps that you're seeing is where trawlers, bottom trawling has an effect in their heavy areas. And to me, this is just common sense about what's happening. And we have to do something to make effect change. We need our salmon to be able to go through and come to their home rivers.
Is there hurt?
I got my tooth. So our asks is that we need to support the recommendations that have been put forth by the bycatch committee. We really look forward to initiate an analysis because as you've heard prior to us, we need action. Our people are asking for action now. And the second one is as an alternative to option 4, which was put out there, and I'm learning again. I've heard windows. I just recently learned about windows, or can be known as time and area. And that's something that I would also like to be considered in your analysis, because we need our salmon to have time to be able to get through those red areas or those tight areas to be able to get to their home streams. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Earhart. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Earhart. You were rushed through the very last statements, and I wonder if you'd expand a little bit on your ideas for an approach to do that. It does not need to be in detail, but it seemed connected to more being responsive to when you see chum on the grounds as opposed to a fixed closure and regulation at all times. And if there's any detail you could provide on those last statements, that'd be helpful.
So in talking with what I've seen growing up, what happens on our rivers, we're shut down to allow fish to go through. And you've heard that Native people only take what they need. And talking to people, we know when salmon are coming. I used at the AP an example that When the cotton starts flying in the air, that's the cottonwood trees, or the yellow monarch butterflies are starting to fly. That is telling us that it's time for us to go to the rivers to get ready to fish. Our fish are coming, our salmon are coming. So we go there to get ready. It's no different with traditional knowledge. If you talk to the people in the Bering Sea off the coasts, they know when the salmon are going through. So I don't see how come with all the science that we have, the flocks, the fleets cannot avoid an area to allow 3 days, 4 days for salmon to just get through and they could fish, whether they're in an area different or not. I didn't have time with my map person to put cluster 1 on there. I wanted to, and that would show where that heavy red and yellow area are. And that to me is just, we just need some time to allow fish to get through there.
Thank you for that explanation.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Earhart, and your maps helped your testimony. Appreciate that. What I'm wondering is, we've heard repeatedly from in-river users that we need to do something now. And do you feel like if this council initiates an analysis, that's what we can do now? That's the one thing that we can do now, and then we have to wait for it to come back? Is that taking action right now? Is that what your expectation would be to meet that ask?
Thank you through the chair. I'll get through my formal, Mr. Mesereau. Yes, our people are asking for action, and you can show us that you're doing something and that we can see it happening now. And one of our asks is analysis. And if you guys can start that, that's showing one of our asks is being met. You know, and then hopefully you guys will come up with more things. And I think there's little things that can be done, whether voluntary or through regulations like windows, to do testing. You know, they can be pilots. In any type of science, you have to prove something, you have to try it, make it show up or down, right? And then move on and try it again or not. So I think there are things you guys can do at these tables.
Any further questions for Ms. Earhart?
I don't know, just real quick, the last slide. I'm sorry, I just wanted to show it. It's real quick. Did it show up?
Ms. Earhart, I have a question for you. Can you show us the last slide?
Thank you. I wanted to show this. I dug it out and I forget about it. This is my nephew. I would have been 9 or 10 years old. He's a year and a half younger than me. He had never been to Nolado before. We went fishing with my family, my dad, my mom, and him. And I want to show that 1976 or 77, how big the king salmon were on the Yukon River. And we're not getting near that to this day. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Landry Price. And Tiffany Andrew. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. For the record, my name is Landry Price, and with me here is Tiffany Andrew. We're here testifying in regard to agenda item C2, salmon bycatch, on behalf of YDFDA, Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association. YDFDA is one of the 6 CDQ groups. We have 6 member communities on the lower Yukon River. We represent the villages of Nunamikwa, Kotlik, Emonic, Aluknuk, Mountain Village, and Grayling. In addition to YDFDA's pollock CDQ allocations, which are fished in the catcher processor sector, we also have been longtime investors in the mothership fleet. Before we dive into our testimony, we'd first like to just acknowledge the crisis that is happening with the Western Alaska salmon stocks. There is no replacement nor substitute for the loss of food security and the subsistence way of lifestyle for all those that are affected. YDFDA would like to commend the Salmon Bycatch Committee for all their hard work and the results they put forth in the council process this week. After careful consideration, YDFDA supports the purpose and needs statement as passed by the AP. with the potential management alternatives set forth in alternative 3, option 1. We believe that alternative 3, option 1 will provide the best chance of meaningful reduction to bycatch of Western Alaska chum while still allowing the pollock fleet to execute its fishery. By focusing on the eastern clusters 1 and 2 and using the triggers and the historical chum compositions to react to bycatch in as close to real time as possible, the fleet will be able to make meaningful, impactful differences to Western Alaska chum origin bycatch. We also appreciate the AP and bycatch committee's hard work that went into alternative number 2. However, we do not believe that hard caps on non-Chinook salmon are the immediate solution for several reasons. First, with a high proportion of known non-domestic hatchery origin, there could be a real possibility that the fleet may exacerbate the bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon in a race for fishing if hard caps were to be adopted. Second, we believe we have a lot more to gain from working cooperatively within the fleet through incentive plan agreements, as was shown this past year. And I'll now hand it over to Tiffany.
We also want to let you know that YDFDA is run by a 13-member board of directors, all of whom are residents of our communities and all of whom are Alaska natives. Our executive director, Ragnar Alstrom, lives full-time in Aluknuk, Alaska, consistent with MSA's requirements. Our board are all commercial or subsistence fishermen. We all take the salmon crash very seriously. We also know that our primary job here is to find out the causes of why almost 4 million Yukon chums are missing from our river, while also addressing bycatch reduction, and urge the council to do everything it can to help us return our runs. Back to Landry.
Thank you, Tiffany. So in conclusion, as both residents of Western Alaska communities who live to fish salmon on the lower Yukon River, and as CDQ owners of Bering Sea pollock catcher vessels, we think the best way forward is for all sides to work collaboratively on ways to meaningfully reduce bycatch and to determine and address the causes of the salmon decline. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we'll try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate the testimony. Are there questions? Ms. Strebnicka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both so much for your clear and thoughtful testimony. Appreciate it. I think you made clear that you believe a salmon reduction plan is could be the most impactful immediate pathway forward. We've heard a lot of testimony, as I'm sure you've heard as well, about the interest in looking at a cap. And I guess I'm wondering if you have, and this goes to an earlier question Mr. Down asked a testifier, any thoughts or perspectives on how to begin a dialogue, if you haven't done so already, with some communities within your region about the discrepancies between your thinking and others on what you believe can really make a meaningful difference on an operational basis in this fishery. If that makes sense. Thanks.
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Strebnicka. I think firstly, with the Salmon Bycatch Committee was the start to that. I know within our own organization, we work very closely with our captains of our catcher vessels to reduce bycatch to the extent practical. Furthermore, we haven't vetted or made any plans yet to meet with the other CDQ groups to potentially engage with tribal and other NGOs to start a dialogue, but I think that'd be a good place to start. Potentially, maybe even at the Salmon Bycatch Committee. I also think that from there you could bring in the pollock fishing members. They know about salmon bycatch and their pollock fishing in the Bering Sea the most. And I think that'd just be a good start to creating a meaningful dialogue.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mike Williams, Sr., and then we'll go back through the list. Okay, I don't see Dr. Williams. So let's see. Back to Stanislaus Shepherd. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Stanislaus Shepherd. I'm a lifelong resident of Mountain Village. It's on the lower Yukon. I'm born and raised subsistence. I would like to bring to the council's attention back in 2016 or 17, when there was a board meeting up there in Nome. Mr. Chair, if you could recall with the chairman before you, we were speaking in the Egan Center. I brought up the issue that the months, pollock fishery is a year-round operation, and the only one that does the year-round operation. Why is it so important for the pollock industry to have a year-round fishing? And would the easiest way to address this, and like Ms. Earhart said, the people on the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and other communities that depend on the salmon are seeing something. You guys are taking action. October, at the time I gave the testimony, they told me that October, November, or November, December were the most incident where the hotspot for bycatch. And my suggestion was that during those 2 months with the bycatch at a high rate, to try and reduce the fishing hours or the days they fish out there. And I think they did that the following year. With them taking that action, we've seen a little spike the following year come back into the Yukon and Kuskokwim. So if that would be addressed again, I think we'd see some kind of return on the both rivers. People up and down the Yukon are suffering. Everybody is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for your testimony. I wanted to ask the example that you just gave in terms of the suggestion to reduce fishing during the time of high bycatch, and then what you portrayed as a bump in returns in following. Was that Chinook salmon or chum salmon? I just was wondering which you were referring to.
Thank you. Through the chair, acre. It was a little bit of more Chinook and the Chinook. If during the prior season, they're at the same level. And after they took that reduction in October, November, the return came up, king salmon, and then the chums were a little bit higher than the thing. But sad to say, this past summer, with the escapement in with obligations with the Yukon River Panel or what organizations deal with the escapement into Canada, first of all, 13 villages from Russian Mission down to Catholic over to Chivac and Hooper. That there is 13 villages, and it's called the Unit 18 for Fish and Wildlife. The annual historical harvest for those 13 villages was 12,000, no more. That study was done 2010 maybe, and this past summer, this fall, Eagle sonar up there, escapement came down to 12,000, same as our annual historical harvest. We don't know what's going to be the escapement this coming summer, unless we take some action to allow fish to go back into the Yukon. And we haven't fished for a long time. Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for coming. I really appreciate your comments. Over the course of the last several years, it's become very apparent to me that people who are regularly in this process and people who are newer to the process don't always communicate well. And I think we are working on finding ways to improve that communication and understand each other better. For example, I heard you say the pollock fleet fishing year round, and we haven't legally been able to do that for decades. And so my question is, do you have ideas how we can get together and better communicate and understand each other better?
Through the chair, Matt, I can't pronounce your last name. How I came to that thought was A and B season. Is there, my understanding, a month or 2 months break between A and B season?
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So while the A season is technically mid-January to June 10 and B season is technically June 10 to November 1, the entire period is not fished. So there is a closure period between November and the middle of January. But for example, most of the pollock fleet has already finished their A season fishing for this year. So those kinds of misunderstandings and miscommunications, I'm trying to figure out how can industry better relate those things to in-river users, and how can in-river users better help communicate their concerns to the pollock industry.
Through the chair, thanks. It's maybe having flyers go out to the tribal office, council office, and from there, each community has a tribal office council. They would, I would, take that information and try to make it known to the community. It's really planted in there, almost all the natives you talk to on the Yukon, that number one killer for our salmon is the pollock fishery, you know, and we're trying, the past 2 months, we've been trying to reduce the Area M Falls Pass fishing to give them windows so that some of the Kuskokwim and Yukon fish come in. The lower Yukon, since I know it was starting commercial fishing, they used to buy the kings 25 cents a whole king. And within 2 years after that, they start buying them by the pound. Now, with that commercial fishing on the go, the interior and the Canadians were starting to say they're taking our fish. So we in that area, that time, we started getting restrictions. Now it's restricted down to 4 inch, 60 feet long, no longer than this table here. And sorry to say, but my parents passed away recently without having to eat their native food, salmon. We have a lot of younger generations, because of not eating that nutritious salmon oil, they're having light strokes. So I'm starting to turn diabetic. I'm on the borderline. If I start eating that salmon oil, maybe it'll drop. They try to give me salmon pills. I refuse them. No, the Yukon River salmon oil will fix my health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any further questions for Mr. Shepherd? Right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next up is Andres Javier Camacho, testifying remotely. It looks like he's not online. I believe next up is Serena Ficta.
Hi,
There'll be no questions. Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, thank you. My name is Serena Fitka. Thank you, Chairman and Council, for taking my testimony today. My Yupik name is Juchitjo. I am a subsistence fisherman from St. Mary's on the Lower Yukon River. I'm also the Executive Director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. The Yukon River is home to more than 50 tribal communities spanning the state with 9 distinct native cultures. With the abrupt decline in chum salmon in 2019, the commercial fisheries were closed for chum and the subsistence needs were not met, which was followed by complete closures in 2021 and 2022. Our 100% loss of harvest of our salmon for the past 3 years is affecting every single person on the Yukon River. From the young children who are not being taught our traditional ways of living, to the elders who cannot pass on their knowledge. For the last 3 years, the council has heard our testimonies, and we are still requesting action. This is developing into a humanitarian issue. The lack of salmon fishing on the Yukon River is affecting our health and our well-being as Indigenous people. I cannot stress the urgency to those who do not understand our ways of living. It is something you cannot get from reading a book. You need to go and see for yourself. So I encourage the council to visit rural Alaska when the opportunity presents itself. Back in October 2021, during my very first testimony to the council, I'm going to reread a part of my testimony. We are not here to push our issues onto you. We are here to ask for your help. This is the issue of all fishermen in river and in the ocean. Our ecosystem is in a fragile state and the ocean you fish in should be your utmost priority. The council cannot ignore what is happening in other river systems. The repercussions of the council's actions on bycatch are felt throughout the North Pacific by the failing ecosystems we are experiencing. We must remove ourselves from the management silos that we have created, thinking one has nothing to do with the other, and come to understand that difficult decisions must be made in order to sustain this valuable resource, our salmon. That was back in 2021. I just returned from Whitehorse after attending the Yukon River panel meeting, and there I provided testimony as well. I informed that body that our elders used to make the decisions with their hearts and not their minds. Today, instead of our hearts telling the mind what to do, the mind is telling our heart what to do. That is just part of the way our living has been backwards. I hear through the testimonies there is a lot of sympathy for our people who can't live the traditional lifestyles by harvesting the foods we once did. And this platform will demonstrate where we subsistence users sit on this grand scale that is often tipped by commercialization. So I recommend to you, the council, that the analysis must be comprehensive and therefore must consider the value of salmon and not just pollock, and specifically the value of salmon regarding impacts to the community, food security, mental health, depression, poverty, cultural identity. We support the recommendations put forth by the Salmon Bycatch Committee, which I served on, as well as the advisory panel motion. Chinook salmon bycatch is still a huge problem, and the council should task the Salmon Bycatch Committee to identify new ways to reduce Chinook bycatch. When we say salmon matters, it is true. One Chinook salmon that makes it to the spawning grounds lays thousands of eggs. So over time, those numbers shall increase. So I wish the best of luck to our people, that we move forward in hopes our salmon will return to our spawning streams. Bayana Jaknak for your time.
Thank you for your time and your testimony, Ms. Fitka, and for your work on the Salmon Bycatch Committee. Really appreciate it. Okay, next up is Charlie Wright. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. Good afternoon to you. Thank you. My name is Charlie Wright. I am from Rampart, Alaska, on the Middle Yukon River. I wear many hats and I'm on many boards and commissions. The main one is I'm the Secretary Treasurer for the Executive Board for the Tana Chiefs Conference, where I represent 37 tribes. We'll have all gone without salmon for the last 3 years and have been limited for many more years. This affects our culture, physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. The whole ecosystem is being affected, birds, animals, right down to the blue fly. This includes the Barren Sea floor and all the things that live there. It's clear we have a problem with the chum and the Chinook salmon. I'm asking this council to initiate an analysis at this meeting of alternatives to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch in the Barren Sea pollock fishery. Please support the recommendations put forward by the Salmon Bycatch Committee, as well as advisory panel motions. I support motion 4, cluster 1 and 3. Could do a test fishery. In my mind, that's what it would be. Since the chum and king are close to the western side there, that maybe some windows or something there would help get some more fish to the AYK. I keep hearing people say, let's work together and find a solution. That's very true in my mind. I don't want to take nothing from no one, especially out of the mouths of your people. We can do better as human beings. We can work together to get salmon back on the spawning grounds in the AYK rivers. Help us make escapement on the Yukon River so that people can eat salmon again. Without escapement, due to the comprehensive plan of the Yukon, we can't enhance or do anything with our salmon, let alone eat. If you look at the bycatch numbers for Chinook as of now for 2023, they already exceed the Chinook bycatch numbers for the whole year of 2022. To keep the people from their main staple in my mind is a human rights violation. So I'm asking this council, please do your best to get salmon back into the rivers of the AYK. Please work hard to protect the ecosystem we all rely on. In my mind, I think about the past and look at all the other trawling systems that have failed. The boats that have come into the Barren Sea, the gear is too big, the boats are too big. We are fishing too hard on the resource. It can't sustain at this rate. It might for a while, but it's a delicate thing and we really got to be careful. I don't think that the same management that's been used in the rest of the world where the fisheries have failed is going to continue to work. We really need to pay attention to the numbers. McDowell Seafood Analysis for Alaska says that 60% of the nation's fish comes from Alaska in a typical year. Alaska pollock is second largest fishery in the world, according to the McDowell analysis. So it's something that's very dear and near to a lot of our hearts. So I think I'd like to follow the recommendations of the bycatch committee and do the analysis, please. Let's try to do the best we can to help the people of the AYK region and other areas near there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Let's see if there's any questions for you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, last up then is Michael Williams Sr. I believe he's online. Mr. Williams, can you try pressing *6 to unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but the connection sounds like might be a bit strained. Please go ahead and good afternoon.
Tribal member from the Akiak Native community in Buffalo of the Squam River Intertribal Fish. I also tonight on behalf of my family and my olive rights, the Custom River, the council need to take regulatory actions at this meeting. Today, Western Alaska regulatory actions are with alternative and committee and AP. We support turn 2 for regular action for salmon cap. I ask the council to initiate an analysis at this meeting. You have heard from over 40 people about why we need action now to protect our salmon. There is enough information and deliberation more to this meeting. On Squam,
Mr. Williams? Mr.
in
Williams?
the last 3 years.
Mr. Williams?
And Can you hear me?
We're having a really difficult time, and so staff is going to work to, are you able to call in by the phone, by telephone, rather than through your computer?
I'll try that.
Okay, that would be great. We're missing a lot of what you're saying.
Okay, I'm still not.
Oh, okay. I believe staff is going to call you.
Okay.
Okay. We'll talk to you soon.
Mr. Williams, this is Sarah LaBelle. I just tried calling the number that you have online. Is that still a good number for you to call?
Okay, Mr. Williams.
Okay. Hello. Can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yes, we can. That's much better,
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Okay, I will not take any questions after this call. I'm in a tight schedule right now. My name is Mike Williams Senior, and I'm the tribal member of the Akiak Native Community and Vice Chair of the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission. I also sit on the Council Salmon Bycatch Committee. Today, I am speaking on behalf of my tribe and the people on the Kuskokwim River. The council needs to take regulatory action at this meeting to protect Western Alaska chum salmon. This regulatory action starts with adopting the purpose and needs statement and the alternatives and options passed by the Salmon Bycatch Committee and the advisory panel. We support alternative 2 for regulatory action for chum salmon cap. I ask the council to initiate an analysis at this meeting. You have heard from over 40 people about why we need action now to protect our salmon. The Salmon Bycatch Committee has also met 3 times to discuss this chum salmon issue. There is enough information and deliberation to move forward with analysis at this meeting. On the Kuskokwim, chum salmon stocks have declined up to 97% in the last 3 years. The low end of our amounts necessary for subsistence for chum salmon is 41,200 fish. We have not met these harvest goals in 3 years. We have not met a single chum salmon escapement goal on the Karagluk Weir in 3 years, threatening our chances to rebuild the run. Managers from the federal, tribes, and states have also closed our chum salmon fisheries with short fishing windows for the past 2 years to protect these stocks. We are making enormous sacrifice for conservation, and it is hurting our food security, our culture, our children and elders. There is nothing else that we can give. My tribe does not see the council or the Pollock fleet making similar equitable sacrifices to protect Western Alaska chum. We need the council to do everything in its power to limit Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. We cannot control climate change. You cannot control changing food webs. You cannot control predation or foreign hatcheries. You can control chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. The council can also control Chinook salmon bycatch. Chinook salmon are in severe decline, recovery on the Kuskokwim for over a decade. Again, subsistence users have sacrificed all we can to meet escaping goals to rebuild these stocks. We do not prioritize Chinook over chum. We need both to meet our food security needs and teach our children our way of life. Chinook salmon bycatch continues to be a problem in pollock fishery. We need every fish to return to our rivers. Every salmon of every species counts to us and our children and our elders and our ecosystems. Again, I ask the council to adopt the purpose and the need statement from the Bycatch Committee and AP. I ask you to initiate the analysis for chum salmon bycatch management at this meeting. I also ask the council to task the Salmon Bycatch Committee with reviewing Chinook salmon bycatch management and finding new ways to reduce Chinook salmon bycatch. I thank you for the time and sorry for these connection problems that we frequently experience in rural Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Williams. Really appreciate it and your persistence and your comments today. Thanks again. And I
Thank you.
understand. I understood Mr. Williams to say at the outset that he had to make another meeting, so there will be no questions. So that I believe that concludes public comment. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can tell you're trying to break, but I wondered if it was the right time to ask staff a couple questions before the break or after, whatever is appropriate.
Sure, yeah, and I'm thinking we'll take an extended break before considering action. So now might be a good time to ask any questions.
Okay. And apologize in advance, Dr. Stram. I could have tried to talk to you on the break and I did not. And but I feel like I need to ask about one of the committee recommendations was for the weighted step down PSC limit triggered by a Three River Chum index. And we've had experience working with the Chinook Three River Index for some time now. I didn't know if staff had the ability to comment at all about maybe the ability to have consistent data to source an index as proposed by the committee, or if that is something that if the council picked that up as an alternative to press forward with, staff could provide some background information on whether that was an appropriate index to then reflect coastal Western Alaska abundance and provide the council additional information to know whether we should do something slightly different or stick with this. I just hadn't had a chance to hear staff's take on what might be appropriate for our Three River Index, but it seems like something that's been mentioned in testimony several times.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. We've spoken as staff internally a little bit about this. We haven't, as you well know, how we did the analyses for the Three River Index. We haven't done any sort of statistical analyses or really even looked at comparative trends. The three rivers that are indicated in the salmon bycatch recommendations are the only ones for which we have the data that you might be able to consider them. So that's why the Yukon, the Kuskokwim, and the Quinnipiac for Norton Sound are the ones that were listed there. Those are the ones that ADF&G indicated to us are the only ones for which they have that sort of data. And even given that, the Kuskokwim is a combination of the Bethel Test Fishery and the Kungurluk River Weir. So we need to work in order to, we would like to, if that goes forward, we'd like the chance to work with ADF&G staff to evaluate whether or not those are appropriate river systems. Some of the things that we've talked about, we're looking at other things to look at, such as escapement over different river systems. We haven't looked at whether or not the trends in those three river systems are well reflective of the trends across Western Alaska, which is of course something that we looked at when we were doing the Three River Index. We were looking at both the quality of the data as well as if you recall the different river systems that we looked at combining, whether or not we were trying to pick candidate ones, and there we had a lot to choose from, but we were trying to pick the candidate ones that well reflected general declines. And so I think we'd want to have the opportunity to look at that. And if these three rivers don't seem to be a good candidate, are there, and the council is still interested in the index, are there other things that we could look at indexing or using as an indication of high or low abundance of chum across Western Alaska? I don't know if that gets at your question.
Ms. Kimball.
It does. It does. Thank you. I appreciate the ability to have looked at it a little bit even ahead of time, I guess, since the committee's had this recommendation out for a while, but I can appreciate the response, and it sounds like it is something that could be evaluated, and staff would be able to come back and say there may need to be modifications in order to make it robust enough to use, in our process. But that answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, Ms. Kimball, that's exactly what we would do if we were directed by the council to look into that and then come back and give you an indication of whether that was an appropriate index, or if we had other ideas. And I know that we have had some internal discussions of other things that maybe could be used as an indication of either decline or something to index to.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Stram. The other thing that had come up in previous discussion papers to the council was the For Chinook, we were able to do the adult equivalent analysis to show the impact rate. So we could look really clearly at the impact of pollock bycatch on run returns. And I'm not sure quite where we landed on that for the ability to do that for chum. But I haven't heard about that for a while from staff as something that we would consider trying to accommodate for this analysis. So maybe just, and maybe you're not the appropriate person to ask, but if you had any update on whether that's possible, whether it's helpful, whether we should avoid that analysis. I know it was a big lift for staff to do it for chum in the absence of run reconstructions. But if you had any update on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, through the chair. Again, we've had those discussions internally. We also back in June provided an overview to the council on sort of the data limitations for chum and where it differs from our ability to do that for Chinook. We did do that in 2012, but that was an enormous effort to get those an estimate of all of the runs. So it's not recommended that we try to do that again, which means that I guess there's two different aspects to it. So we can do an AEQ, just the AEQ part. So just the adult equivalent part, we don't have the runs to be able to do an impact rate. So, and then the data that we have to estimate for the AEQ in terms of maturation, we have the age data, but there's other assumptions that we would have to make that would be more assumptions than we had for Chinook. We had to make assumptions for Chinook AEQ anyways, also for oceanic mortality. We had a broad estimate for maturation by age. We would make those assumptions, but with less data. So I guess the question, and then we would only be able to do the AEQ. So the question that we've pondered is that an effective communication tool for an impact, or are there other ways that we could estimate what the impact of management measures would be on chum? And so we haven't gone past that. That's still a discussion that we're having internally and with the state of Alaska. But there was some hesitation of doing just the AEQ without the impact rate associated with it and how informative that would be.
Thank you for that response and that indulgence. I don't mean to get ahead of the council, but lots of folks are asking for an analysis, and I just wanted to see what we might be capable of if the council was going in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Good questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stram, I also apologize for not checking with you ahead of time to let you know I would be asking about this. But since we're here, along the similar lines as Ms. Kimball's question, there's been, I'm trying to reconcile all of the testimony that we heard today in terms of support, pretty strong support from a lot of commenters for essentially the alternatives put forward to the Salmon Bycatch Committee, particularly related to a cap on chum salmon PSE. And along with some those alternatives that included specific cap values, there was a time series associated with that to essentially provide some rationale for the cap numbers that were proposed. And there was a little discussion at the Salmon Bycatch Committee about the time period that was proposed, which, as I recall, was 1991 through 2022. And there was rationale provided for why that was proposed, and a little bit of discussion among committee members about pros and cons of looking at that kind of time series. I'm wondering, along the same lines as Ms. Kimball, about the data that we have to go forward with an analysis, should the council do that. I'm recalling from past analyses that when we're looking at really groundfish fisheries data, both directed and PSE, like we'd be looking at here, I'm recalling some challenges really with getting those data prior to 2003 is the number that sticks in my mind, but we've also heard some concerns from salmon bycatch committee members about looking at any years prior to 1998 when the AFA was implemented, and then other years, including 2011, and anything before that being concerning because that's the year we started. That's the first year in the time series for the genetics composition data that we have for chum salmon in this particular case. Have staff, and I hate to put you on the spot, but I guess if the council's considering, the recommendations from the Salmon Bycatch Committee, the advisory panel, what we received in public comment today, are there any concerns from an analytical perspective, data availability, that sort of thing, with considering years prior to, say, 2011 or 1998 when the AFA went in place, that you could generally share with us?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. I think the answer to that kind of depends on what you intend to use the data for. If you're using the data to characterize bycatch performance by the fleet, I think that it doesn't make sense to go back before 2011 because the current program for bycatch management has been in place since 2011. With respect to going backwards further with genetics, before 2011, we had some opportunistic data. We have in the past back calculated. We just make assumptions about what the genetic composition was and to characterize earlier years. In terms of impact analysis that we'd consider in an analysis of impacts, I don't think that there's any concern with going back before 2011. It just depends upon what impact you're trying to estimate. I think anything that would be looking at fleet behavior or using the data to characterize bycatch performance, it seems to make the most sense to use the most recent 2011 on. If we're looking at genetics and we want to be consistent, then we would want to use 2011 on because there are issues with the opportunistic data that was collected in 2007 through 2006, 5, 6, and 7, I believe, is what we had the opportunistic data on. I'm not sure if that gets at your question. I think if we were looking at environmental conditions, those sort of things, we'd of course go back further to try to characterize regimes and environmental conditions. I just think when it relates to bycatch performance and impacts to the fleet, we would want to be using the current data set with the current program in place.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Dr. Stram. Are there additional questions for staff before we break? Okay, thank you, Dr. Stram. All right, let's go ahead and break until 4 o'clock, and then we'll see what the council would like to do. Council, please come to order. Okay, we have heard our staff presentations, our AP report, Salmon Bycatch Committee report, and a tremendous amount of great testimony today on agenda item C2. Is the council ready for action? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. I'll wait for it to post. The motion reads, the council adopts the following purpose and need statement and alternatives for analysis. Purpose and need. Salmon are an important fishery resource throughout Alaska, and chum salmon that rear in the Bering Sea support subsistence, commercial, sport, and recreational fisheries throughout Western and interior Alaska. Western and interior Alaska salmon stocks are undergoing extreme crises and collapses with long-running stock problems and consecutive years failures to achieve escapement goals, U.S.-Canada Fish Passage Treaty requirements, and subsistence harvest needs in the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Norton Sound regions. These multi-salmon species declines have created adverse impacts to culture and food security and have resulted in reduced access to traditional foods and commercial salmon fisheries. The best available science suggests that ecosystem and climate changes are the leading causes of recent chum salmon run failures. However, non-Chinook, primarily chum, salmon are taken in the eastern Bering Sea pollock trawl fishery, which reduces the amount of salmon that return to western and interior Alaska rivers and subsistence fisheries. It is important to acknowledge and understand all sources of chum mortality and the cumulative impact of various fishing activities. In light of the critical importance of chum salmon to Western Alaska communities and ecosystems, the council is considering additional measures to further minimize Western Alaska chum bycatch in the pollock fishery. The purpose of this proposed action is to develop actions to minimize bycatch of Western Alaska origin chum salmon in the eastern Bering Sea pollock fishery, consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, national standards, and other applicable law. Consistent annual genetic stock composition information indicates that the majority of non-Chinook bycatch in the pollock fishery is of Russian and Asian hatchery origin. Therefore, alternatives should structure non-Chinook bycatch management measures around improving performance and avoiding Western Alaska chum salmon specifically. The council intends to consider establishing additional regulatory non-Chinook bycatch management measures that reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch, provide additional opportunities for the pollock trawl fleet to improve performance in avoiding non-Chinook salmon while maintaining the priority of the objectives of the Amendment 91 and Amendment 110 Chinook salmon bycatch avoidance programs, meet and balance the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, particularly to minimize salmon bycatch to the extent practicable under National Standard 9, include the best scientific information available, including local knowledge and traditional knowledge as required by National Standard 2. Take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities, including those that are dependent on Bering Sea pollock and subsistence salmon fisheries as required under National Standard 8. And to achieve optimum yield in the BSAI groundfish fisheries on a continuing basis in the groundfish fisheries as required under National Standard 1. Alternative 1, status quo. All action alternatives apply to the entire Bering Sea pollock B season, the season in which chum salmon are taken as bycatch, prohibited species catch, or PSC. Alternative 2, overall bycatch PSC limit for chum salmon. Option 1, chum salmon PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers. PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors based on historical total bycatch by sector. The inshore limit is further apportioned among the inshore cooperatives. The CDQ limit is further apportioned among the CDQ groups. Reaching a limit closes the pollock fishery to which the limit applies. Option 2, weighted step down PSC limit triggered by a Three River Chum Index, Quiniac, or index developed for Norton Sound area, Yukon, and Kuskokwim that is linked to prior year's chum abundance, ANS, or escapement, and weighted to account for variance in stock sizes across river systems. PSC limits would be triggered and in effect when one or more Western Alaska chum index areas fails to meet index thresholds. As more areas fail to meet index thresholds, chum PSC limits would step down and become more restrictive. PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors. The inshore limit is further apportioned among inshore cooperatives. The CDQ limit is further apportioned among the CDQ groups. Reaching a limit closes the pollock fishery to which the limit applies. Alternative 3, bycatch or PSC limit for Western Alaska chum salmon. Option 1, Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers. PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors based on historical total bycatch by sector. The inshore limit is further apportioned among the inshore cooperatives. The CDQ limit is further apportioned among the CDQ groups. Reaching a limit closes the pollock fishery to which the limit applies. Option 2, weighted step down Western Alaska chum PSC limit triggered by a Three River Chum Index, Quiniac, or an index developed for Norton Sound area, Yukon, or Kuskokwim that is linked to prior year's chum abundance, ANS, or escapement, and weighted to account for variance in stock sizes across river systems. PSC limits would be triggered and in effect when one or more Western Alaska chum index areas fails to meet index thresholds. As more areas fail to meet index thresholds, chum PSC limits would step down and become more restrictive. PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors. The inshore limit is further apportioned among the inshore cooperatives. The CDQ limit is further apportioned among the CDQ groups. Reaching a limit closes the pollock fishery to which the limit applies. Alternative 4, additional regulatory requirements for incentive plan agreements or IPAs to be managed by either NIMS or within the IPAs. Option 1, require a chum salmon reduction plan agreement to prioritize avoidance in genetic cluster areas 1 and 2 for a specified amount of time based on 2 triggers being met. 1, an established chum salmon incidental catch rate, and 2, historical genetic composition or proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon to non-Western Alaska chum salmon. Option 2, additional regulatory provisions requiring incentive plan agreements to utilize the most refined genetics information available to further prioritize avoidance of areas and times of highest proportion of Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon chum stocks. The analysis should provide information to inform a reasonable range of PSC limits and an index under the action alternatives, including chum PSC data by year from 2011 through 2022, 3, 5, and 10-year average PSC levels from 2011 through 2022, and potential ranges for average PSC levels during warm and cold years from 2011 through 2022. Are the identified areas, Quiniac or Norton Sound area, Kuskokwim, and Yukon appropriate as indices? Are there data to support consistent use of each area in an index? Which criteria should be used to define low index abundance? That is a number of chum defining poor abundance for each area. Examples could include abundance as a percentile of historical abundance, for example, subsistence harvest performance, for example, subsistence harvest in relation to historical subsistence harvest and or amounts necessary for subsistence, achievement of escapement goals, for example, a percentage of total escapement goals met or exceeded. Determine the feasibility of NIMS implementation of a Western Alaska chum cap under alternative 3. For example, could we apply a Western Alaska stock proportion available in the spring of 2025 to total chum PSC at the end of the year 2024, as an example, to trigger management measures in B season 2025? Or another potential approach to consider if a Western Alaska chum cap is reduced if exceeded for a maximum number of consecutive years, for example, 2 out of 5 years or 3 out of 7 years. And finally, additional information necessary to analyze IPAs, such as the base rate for triggering action, proportion of Western Alaska and non-Western Alaska chum salmon for the second trigger in option 1. Mr. Chair, that's the motion with a second. I can speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau. And I would note that the motion is posted online in our e-agenda, available for those online. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll try not to talk too much more. That was a long motion, and I just want to start by providing the framework for it. And the sense of what I intended it to be. In essence, this motion is intended to move forward with the conceptual alternatives that were moved forward by the Council Salmon Bycatch Committee and the advisory panel that I believe are consistent with the proposed purpose and need. And so I have really focused on the concepts that were put forward because I feel like that was very important to recognize and appreciate the work that went into those. And I'm picking up the ones that I thought were most relevant to the consensus purpose and need provided by the committee, which I've also adopted with a few minor changes for clarification. And so focusing on the alternatives, Mr. Chair, I've picked up all of the conceptual alternatives moved or proposed to the Salmon Bycatch Committee in terms of a cap concept under alternative 2, the weighted step down PSC limit triggered by a 3 river index concept under option 3, alternative 2, option 3 to the committee. I've also picked up what's labeled by the Salmon Bycatch Committee report, the time area closures in alternative 3 and the additional regulatory requirements for IPAs. And what I was intending to do, Mr. Chair, is include in this analysis that I'm proposing go forward should this motion be adopted by the council, is to have a combination of regulatory and industry implemented, more flexible, more timely management measures that can work in tandem, as we heard in public testimony, to really achieve the council's objectives for this action. Is to look at establishing non-Chinook bycatch management measures that reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. So walking through the alternatives themselves, I'll first move to proposed action alternative 2. Make sure I get the right document here. Which is an overall PSC or bycatch limit for chum salmon. This is very clearly a recommendation from the Salmon Bycatch Committee, the AP, and strong support and public testimony that we have heard consistently, not just today. And so I have moved forward that total chum salmon PSC limit as a concept. I have added under that concept of a total limit, the 2 options put forward that I mentioned earlier, a chum salmon PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers, and then a total chum salmon PSC limit that also works in conjunction with a 3 river chum index that is linked to either prior year's chum abundance or some other kind of measure like amounts necessary for subsistence or escapement. That was proposed and moved forward by the committee and the advisory panel. I've added some language that you don't see from the Salmon Bycatch Committee in the sense to try and move us forward on this analysis in reference to, we can't have a total chum salmon PSC limit, for example, for the pollock fishery, because the pollock fishery has been managed by the sector, by different sectors and different groups. And therefore, for example, our Chinook salmon bycatch management program, the Chinook salmon PSC limits and performance standards are allocated to the different sectors that participate within that fishery. And to help staff out, should this proposal move forward, I am proposing that PSC limits are apportioned under alternative 2 among those sectors based on historical total bycatch by sector, and that and just providing staff with a little bit of direction how the PSC limit would be apportioned among the sectors. And I've essentially included the same language under alternative 2 option 2 to provide that same direction in terms of the council's intent for how a PSC limit, either on its own or in conjunction with a 3 river index linked to abundance, would be allocated among the the pollock fishery sectors. Moving along to alternative 3, it is essentially duplicate language to alternative 2, except for I felt it was important to have a separate alternative for a PSC limit for Western Alaska chum salmon. We've heard quite consistently through the Salmon Bycatch Committee, through the consensus purpose and need statement, that the focus of the council action should be on reducing the impacts of the pollock fishery, and reducing pollock fishery chum salmon PSC should be focused on Western Alaska chum salmon, recognizing that the majority of chum salmon PSC in the pollock fishery is not of Western Alaska origin, but understanding that that is really where the concern is for this council in terms of reducing impacts on Western Alaska chum salmon. And so I think there are some questions, quite frankly, Mr. Chair, in my mind about our ability to establish a PSC limit for Western Alaska chum salmon, given the lag in genetic information that we have in determining the proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon. But I felt it was very important at this stage to include this as a specific option to explore, and ask staff to help us determine what information is available to see if this is a feasible option to put forward. The options are the same as you see under alternative 2, in the sense that alternative 3 option 1 is for a Western Alaska chum PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers. And option 2 is for a weighted step down Western Alaska PSC chum limit triggered by a 3 river index that's linked to those same abundance measures that we're looking at under alternative 2. It also contains the same language as to how the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit would be apportioned among the pollock fishery sectors. Alternative 4, I've combined the concepts from the Salmon Bycatch Committee that were 2 separate concepts, alternative 3 and alternative 4, in the Salmon Bycatch Committee recommendations. In essence, these were the proposals put forward by the inshore pollock fishery sector and the offshore or catcher processor sector. Option 1 is the inshore sector proposal to require a chum salmon reduction plan agreement to prioritize avoidance in genetic cluster areas 1 and 2 for a specified amount of time based on the 2 triggers being met. We heard about that today in public testimony. The first trigger is an established chum salmon incidental catch rate. And the second trigger would be a historical genetic composition or proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon to non-Western Alaska chum salmon. Option 2 are the additional regulatory provisions requiring incentive plan agreements to utilize the most refined genetics information to trigger actions to further prioritize avoidance of Western Alaska and upper, middle, and Yukon chum salmon stocks. And essentially, I as we discussed a little bit at the Salmon Bycatch Committee, and I believe also at the AP and here in public testimony, these two options under alternative 4 are truly conceptual at this point. And it's my sense that staff would need additional information to flesh out an analysis in these. And it would be my expectation, as we heard in testimony, that industry would work with staff and contribute to development of these alternatives should they move forward. And the final part of the motion, Mr. Chair, requests of staff the information that I believe would help this council inform a reasonable range of PSC limits and an index under the action alternatives, which I feel as one council member, I was not ready to do yet at this point. I didn't feel the information was available to me to pick specific ranges of PSC limits. And so I think I'm proposing that we ask for specific information from staff informed by recommendations from the Salmon Bycatch Committee, the advisory panel, information we received from staff. And those are the detailed requests that I have in the bullets here. I'll just briefly walk through them. Speaking specifically to a reasonable range of PSC limits and an index under the cap options that I've put forward in this motion. I'm suggesting that we request staff to provide in the analysis chum PSC data in the pollock fishery from 2011 through 2022. I'm also requesting some averages within that time period, which is consistent with what the council typically considers when establishing ranges of alternatives and options to consider. And I've also requested staff to potentially evaluate some potential ranges of average PSC levels during warm and cold years from 2011 through 2022. The Salmon Bycatch Committee heard during its most recent meeting that there does seem to be some correlation between chum salmon PSC and water temperatures. And so I think it would be worthwhile to ask staff to see if there are ranges of years within that time period that could help us perhaps determine some appropriate ranges of reasonable PSC limits. I will speak to the time period that I've established here, 2011 through 2022. I recognize that is a shorter time period than the proposal recommended to the Salmon Bycatch Committee. I did think a lot about the appropriate range of years to request staff to bring back PSC information on for us to consider. And I think that the information that staff provided today in terms of the availability of the genetics data from 2011, we've been very clear, and this motion I think is very clear based on advice from the Salmon Bycatch Committee and the advisory panel, that our action here that we would be evaluating in this analysis should be focused on reducing bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon. And I think it's necessary based on what I heard today from staff to focus on the 2011 through 2022 time period, both because the genetics information is available for that time period. And as staff mentioned, the current management structure of the fishery has been in place since 2011 that would be reasonable to consider PSC limits for an analysis of this type. The next bullet identifies the areas that were included for, as I'm suggesting, in the Three River Index approach. I have added the Salmon Bycatch Committee received suggestions for the Three River indices to be the Quinnipiac, Kuskokwim, and Yukon River. Initial discussions with Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff noted that the Quinnipiac is a rather small river system, and that there could be potential, we haven't looked into this yet, but there may be potential to develop a standardized index for the Norton Sound area instead of just the Quinnipiac. So I've asked for that to be explored in this motion should it move forward. The next bullet, I'm asking for the criteria in the abundance-based alternatives that we're looking at for a PSC limit to define low index of abundance. It's obviously a very important threshold that the council would need to consider establishing in any cap alternative. And I'm suggesting that staff at least start with the criteria used to define low abundance index that were included in the Salmon Bycatch Committee recommended alternatives. The last two bullets, Mr. Chair, are really, again, just providing some suggestions to staff in terms of moving forward with the analysis. I mentioned the challenges that I feel we might have with implementing a Western Alaska chum cap, given the information that we have under alternative 3. However, a couple of ideas have come forth in conversation since the Salmon Bycatch Committee in terms of ways perhaps to address the delayed genetic information that we have in terms of what proportion of chum PSC is Western Alaska, and asking staff to evaluate those for discussion in the next version of the analysis as perhaps ways that we could look to implement a Western Alaska chum cap. And finally, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned earlier, the two pollock industry proposals that I have included in alternative 4 options 1 and 2 do require some additional information we heard from staff to analyze. And so I'm suggesting that the version of the analysis, should this move forward, make that clear about what information is available, would need to be made available to further analyze those proposals, and just to make it clear and transparent. Mr. Chair, I wanted to just walk through the details of the motion because, again, there's a lot there. I just wanted to make a few comments. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. Really, again, I'll just get back to the underlying intent of this motion. I cannot begin to capture how much I appreciate the testimony that I received today. And what I really wanted to try and do with this motion is find the common themes, and I believe there were many in the testimony that we heard today. And I am really trying to balance all of the factors that this council must consider in terms of taking a management action for the pollock fishery with the very strong concerns about returns to Western Interior Alaska of chum salmon, and the really strong request for this council to take action to address that. I think I won't repeat all of the different things we have to balance. I think it's articulated quite well in the consensus purpose and need put forward by the Salmon Bycatch Committee that I've captured here. And I think in closing, Mr. Chair, before I take questions, I did want to really reference something from public testimony today that really prompted me to finalize the elements of this motion, to try and craft a motion that puts forward all of the considerations that I think this council should be putting forward at this time. And that essentially there is a strong feeling from many Western Alaskan interior salmon users that the status quo is out of balance. And we are strongly and directly being asked through whatever mechanisms we can to affect the fisheries that we manage to take action to address chum salmon bycatch management. And I understand that's a complex issue, Mr. Chair, and I think that's why you see the length and complexity of the motion that is before us. But I have tried to strike that balance with this motion, Mr. Chair. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker, for your motion. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. My initial question, and I listened to your rationale in terms of asking for additional information in order to inform many parts of the analysis, but including a range of PSC limits. When I read the language under alternative 2, option 1, or alternative 3, option 1, I just want to well understand that the way you described it, that range, which could be determined the next time we see the analysis, doesn't need to meet or be one of the historical total bycatch numbers, but it would be informed by PSC data and could encompass a range that includes some of the numbers put forward by the Salmon Bycatch Committee, for instance, or some other number that isn't an exact historical bycatch number. I think you spoke to it, but the way it's worded, I was a little bit confused.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that clarification. That was my intent, and I see how you could get that impression. Yes, I carefully considered, and we did hear testimony in support of the council, including, for example, the specific PSC limit options recommended to the Salmon Bycatch Committee. And I did try to speak in my comments on the motion that because I feel strongly for compliance with NEPA for one thing, and for consistency with our purpose and need for another, I did not feel that I had the information to include a full range of PSC limit alternatives with numbers for those PSC limits at this meeting. But yes, as Ms. Kimball, as you described, the first bullet on the last page of the motion is requesting information that I believe that when that comes back will allow the council to select a reasonable range of PSC limits that are based on historical total bycatch numbers, but may not be exactly those numbers.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. My question's along the lines of the question that you just answered from Ms. Kimball, but I'm looking for a little more clarification. So you're asking staff to come back and provide the information regarding a reasonable range of PSC limits in your motion. Other council members might remind me, but I can't remember us doing that in the past where we'd ask staff. Usually when we do this, we have a range of limits and then they come back and we can eliminate them. So the concern that I have here is you've used the word limits a couple dozen times in this, and I understand it's a very good motion. That's not that's not a criticism of the motion at all. I'm glad that that's there in that way. It's clear that those limits, whatever they are, would close the fishery, close the pollock fishery to which the limit applies, and that language is used several times, and I appreciate that. I think that's very much in line with what we've heard in public testimony. The concern I have here, and I want to give you a chance to address that, is that throughout this discussion that we've had on chum salmon, we've carried a consistent message in public comment about zero bycatch, and we had that same from the that be analyzed, that zero bycatch be analyzed, and that these lower limits, as we saw in the committee's report, be analyzed, and those clearly aren't in the motion because you have steered away from any spellings intentionally, and you've articulated why you thought that. But is there any concern on your part, the ability of us to be able to, when this comes back, to analyze that as a reasonable range? Because I think it would be a good thing to analyze, being the amount of consistent public comment we've got asking for that, to analyze what would that really look like. In other words, I think that there's an ability for people to put themselves in the shoes of of their fellow human beings when you have one group that has zero and is suffering with zero and another group that's their numbers are in the many thousands. So that I want to give you a chance to address that because I sense that there's a lot of people in public that would have the same question. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for that question. The short answer is yes, I fully expect if this motion passes and the analysis comes forward, that the recommendations of the Salmon Bycatch Committee, including a zero chum salmon bycatch cap and the other numbers put forward, could be considered at the council at that time for inclusion in a reasonable range of PSC limits. The reason I did not include it here, and this is a rather, in addition to the reason I explained earlier, in my opinion, those numbers do not provide a full reasonable range of alternatives. And I didn't feel like I had the information at this point to provide a full range of reasonable alternatives. One reason being, as I mentioned earlier, because of the way the pollock fishery is managed, there would not be a pollock fishery PSC limit. We would need to allocate it to the sectors, and we don't have that information in front of us to be able to determine what might be a reasonable range of alternatives to round out what's already been provided by the Salmon Bycatch Committee. And so I felt like the best course of action at this point was to ask for the additional information. And it's not asking staff to define a reasonable range of PSC limits for us. If that's how the language is reading, that was not what I intended. My intention was to ask within specified range of years for the actual chum salmon PSC data, looking at different averages, 3, 5, and 10-year averages, and some potential warm and cold year averages, to bring back to the council to help the council consider all potential PSC limits to analyze with that data. And I would expect to receive similar recommendations the next time we look at the analysis. And I certainly would imagine the council would consider the Salmon Bycatch Committee recommendations, also recommended by the advisory panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might follow up with
Mr. Dell.
that question, I appreciate that answer very much, and I hope, Ms. Baker, you take this kindly. It's really meant that way. I think this is a very well written motion. I think it gets to all of the things you've detailed this out. I'm just trying to clarify for myself here, really, and for maybe members of the public that might be thinking the same thing, is that we're looking at this range of years which you've identified, and I think perhaps those are the right range of years. We'll find out, but you've got good rationale there. On those range of years, you're asking staff to provide some information that might give us a reasonable range. I'm still having trouble with that. What comes back to us? How do we get from that back to asking that zero by catching some of these low numbers that came out of the committee gets analyzed? Because I don't think, based on that, I'm not sure that that's what staff would come back with. I don't know for sure, but I would think that maybe they would have something that would not be zero in those very low numbers. Yet I'm going to be somebody that would maybe advocate that at some point we analyze that. It's been asked for, and so I'm curious as to would we do that at the next iteration? We would just do that by council motion. Is that the idea?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Down. Yes, that is my understanding of how that would work.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Very, very well done and complete. I just had two questions, a clarification. Over the course of the last day and a half, we've talked a lot about the genetic information and the fact that some of it's very good, some of it's timely, some of it's not. and the technology is at a state where we actually hope things will improve to be able to use it a little more effectively. In your alternative for option 2, I think we talked about this yesterday a little bit, but it speaks to additional regulatory provisions to be used in plan agreements when a more defined or most defined genetic information becomes available. That's specifically written a bit vague to address that unknown in terms of the genetic and the quality of the data that we have for available to us. Is that really how that's written? Or why that's written that way?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. The short answer is yes. I think at this point, as we heard throughout the day today in testimony, I think although we would like it to be the case, we do not have anywhere near real-time genetics information, but I think we have made strides in terms of the timeliness of our genetics information. And I believe the original industry proposal, which I picked up here, I tried to pick up the intent, yes, was drafted to reflect that.
Thank you. Just one follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one follow-up question in another area. In the on the last page where you speak to you asked the question about I can't even say the names of the streams, but Norton Sound area, Kuskokwim, Yukon, are those the appropriate indices? That certainly when we talked with Dr. Stram, she indicated that there were possibly some limitations there, as that's the only data we have available to us. If by some magic imaginations, some new area became available to us, I'm assuming it could be considered as well if there were some other area that could be added and was reasonable. Is there I don't know if there's such an area available, but I didn't want to restrict it if there was something might pop out of the woodwork at some point and help us.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for the question. Yes, is my answer. And I tried to speak to this a little bit. My added parentheses in both the bullet and the alternatives themselves. Quinnipiac was the river put forward in the Salmon Bycatch Committee, but initial discussions with ADF&G staff indicated we may be able to identify an index for the Norton Sound area for chum salmon, which would be preferable. So it's a bit of an exploration, but I think Dr. Stram indicated in a question right after testimony that their intent would be, should this motion pass, to work directly with Alaska Department of Fish and Game staff to determine answer this question, but see if there are other potentially available indexes that we could consider.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions. First, I just want to make sure I understand what alternative 3 might look like until such a time where we have instant genetic testing to know when the fleet is catching Western Alaska chum salmon. Is that if, for example, it would be based on a total bycatch cap, but if, for example, the proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon, say, doubles in 1 year, or is increasing, then the total bycatch cap might be reduced by half. For example, if we currently have 10% from Western Alaska and we find that the proportion increases to 20%, then the following year's cap total bycatch allowance might be half. Is that correct? Is that a reasonable understanding of what that means?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, I think that is one way to look at implementing the cap, and with recent data that we've received, I think that could be an outcome. I think given the timeliness of our genetics information does, as you say, result in a look back in terms of what the Western Alaska proportion was of chum salmon PSC in any 1 year, and to try and explore some of those potential outcomes of a Western Alaska chum salmon cap, which I think we all agree in concept would be ideal if we were to implement a cap rather than a total cap. that's why the second to last bullet in the motion essentially provides some directions to staff about ideas I have heard in our ability to retroactively get the Western Alaska chum salmon proportion, for example, in, spring in 1 year, and potentially use that information for the upcoming bee season. But yes, I think sometimes when you have the data outcomes, for example, that we did this year with the proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon, that is the outcome you described, Mr. Witherell, is a potential that we must consider in terms of exploring this concept.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my second question, of course, you expecting this, is what exactly do you want or expect staff to bring back for the next time we take this up? Really enough information so that you can put numbers on the caps, right? So you could set what those caps might be. And I don't see us going really much further than that until being able to do any kind of impact analysis until we know what the actual range of numbers is going to be for those caps. We can think about maybe methodology on how we might complete the analysis or put together a table of contents, but I don't think we're going to be able to get an impact analysis done. And so I was just confirming with you what your expectations were.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, in terms of the cap options, I agree with your characterization. I think the most important thing to get back in the analysis is the chum salmon PSC data by year and in the averages and ranges that we're looking at. I also think in terms of the other concepts that we're putting forward, primarily the Three River Index concept and some of the linkages of the index to other measures of subsistence harvest. I think there probably are some questions to work out there and some questions to get input from the council and the public at the next meeting. And so I think there's quite a bit here, quite frankly, to move forward with the cap options and the other concepts, including the Three River Index and the alternative 4 options that move forward, the really conceptual additional regulatory requirements for incentive plan agreements that I think if staff could flesh out a little bit of the information needed for those, I think that would help the council make some important decisions the next time we see the analysis.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I don't mean to continue this discussion regarding the cap numbers that were proposed by the bycatch committee and the AP. But I think we have to have a bit of a further discussion about the accuracy of the discussion you had with Mr. Downs. The issue that I see is that the advisory panel and the bycatch committee proposed some numbers, and the numbers were based on the percentile of the average PSC levels over a 32-year or 26-year period. And you've revised that 26-year period to be an 11-year period, which means that those numbers could be slightly different. I haven't looked myself, but they could be, if we're looking at the 10th and 25th percentile of the numbers that were looked at in the longer range, in the shorter range, it could either be a higher or lower number of pounds because that base calculation will be changed in this motion. So I think just in the name of full disclosure, those numbers could be slightly different if we choose to use the percentiles proposed and approved by the advisory panel as opposed to the direct number of pounds. I suspect it's a minimal difference, but I just feel like for the full transparency, if you could just confirm that that could be the case, there could be some difference in that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for pointing that out. Yes, I didn't quite catch that nuance, so thank you for following up.
Ms. Van Roven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I apologize. I'm back on the first bullet on the top of page 3 with the data request. And I thought I was tracking, and then I heard something that maybe I misheard or I misunderstood the first time. So the data would come back by year, but then also you wanted to look at the options for averages. And I guess I get a little nervous when we talk about averages because you're going to be above average half the time. That's kind of just how math works. And thinking about or having flashbacks, as the case may be, about Amendment 91 and all the elements that needed to go in to make that program work. Things like transferability, and do you use historical catch and reward poor behavior and penalize good behavior? So I guess I just wanted to clarify that we weren't presupposing that we would be necessarily looking at an average, but we would have that full range of individual years to be able to consider. And would it be appropriate then in your mind to also look at getting the pro rata numbers by sector rather than just the historical usage?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to answer that as directly as I can. So first question, the intent of asking for the averages was not to presuppose any particular PSC limit alternatives the council might select. It was really to provide data to compare and contrast to help the council arrive at a reasonable range of alternatives. And 3, 5, and 10-year averages are something fairly typical that we do within that process to try and get a sense of what an appropriate PSC limit option in this case might be. In terms of the second, can you repeat your second question, please?
I think, excuse me, I think it was about whether you thought it would be appropriate to include not just historical usage, but what the pro rata to Pollock allocations would be. And that was in reference to rewarding poor behavior and penalizing or good behavior.
Ms. Vanderhoeven, I did focus on the historical use for this motion, and I hadn't really thought through, quite just to be perfectly honest, what you are proposing. So I did not address the pro rata. And so if that's something you would like to address in this motion, then we can do so.
Further questions on the motion, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Couple of questions. One is just what's your expectation of the role of industry in helping to flesh out alternative 4 before we see this again?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. Can you turn off your mic? I think we heard very clearly in testimony today that industry recognizes, the Pollock industry recognizes that these were conceptual alternatives. And should they move forward, I believe I heard that it would be their intent to work directly with staff to identify the information needed to move forward with analysis and to help flesh out some of the options and how they would actually function. And so that would be my expectation, is what I feel like was committed to in testimony today, should these options move forward.
Thank you. I hope that was now clear. I think you just clearly communicated that. I think that's very useful. Secondly, do you also see this as an opportunity when we see this again as an opportunity for the council to understand the state of current research and traditional knowledge gathering that would help us understand the causes of the decline?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, Mr. Twite. For me, that was one of the most compelling parts of today's testimony was very consistent requests for our analysis to do just that, and real illustration of how including those kinds of impacts could benefit the analysis and really provide a comprehensive analysis for this council to consider in terms of cumulative impacts, which are clearly so important when considering an analysis like this.
Mr. Twite.
Quick follow-up to that. Do you think it would be useful to amend the motion to include that as a bullet, or do you think that just the conversational alone that we've just had should be sufficient?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, as a former staff person, I think clarity and emotion always helps staff.
And then one last, and I know we often don't describe this in emotion, so I didn't expect it, but I've been trying to determine what our thoughts might be about the future role of the Salmon Bycatch Committee in this analysis, whether we feel like they've done their work to get us to this point, or whether we feel like there might be a new role and the council might want to provide new instructions to the Salmon Bycatch Committee relative to that, or do we just thank them very much and the co-chairs very much for their work? And
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite. And I did think about this when we received our AP report yesterday on some ancillary issues. I do not have a recommendation for tasking for the Salmon Bycatch Committee at this point. I think should this motion pass or some version of it, we've received very strong requests to take action, initiate an analysis. And as I view the analysis, there will be a lot there. And I think it would be appropriate at that time to determine what role there might be for the Salmon Bycatch Committee in the future. But I feel like we have the council itself and in public industry stakeholders and tribal groups and other salmon users working to move forward with the next version of this analysis will essentially be the capacity we need to move to the next step before making decisions about tasking for the Salmon Bycatch Committee.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking for a couple of clarifications, Ms. Baker, and some of this has come out in the course of the discussion and questions and answers, but I guess I'm thinking in particular for the public, just so the overall direction here is clear. So I interpret the thrust of this as this is iterative, that we're expecting that the alternatives here could be refined at some point, likely would be based on input from staff, that this isn't quite as buttoned up as something we might initially have in a motion to kick off an analysis. But I think that's your intent, but I wonder if you could just clarify that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will certainly agree with your comment that the foundation of this motion is for the analysis to be iterative, but that is the NEPA process. And we discussed that at the Salmon Bycatch Committee. We discussed that here in various parts of the staff presentation. And so again, my focus was to take the really good work of the Salmon Bycatch Committee in terms of doing exactly what this council asked them to do, to develop a purpose and need statement and conceptual alternatives for the council to consider moving forward. And that is the foundation of this motion. And yes, I hope that what I've put forward here will direct staff, and we can bring back the data to take that next step in the process to make some decisions in terms of values for PSC limits and other things in this motion that will help us continue the NEPA process and the analytical process that we must follow.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you. And a couple of nuts and bolts in the motion. When you refer to Western Alaska, I'm assuming that your approach here is kind of in the broadest sense. In Dr. Barry's presentation, I believe he distinguished Western Alaska chum from Upper Yukon chum, and I think you mean broadly chum originating in Western Alaska, but just give you an opportunity to clarify that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Yes, that is my intent. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, and then one final thing is the options here, I believe, again, recognizing it's kind of iterative, but I believe the thrust here at this early stage is this is non-exclusive, the options in the alternatives that conceivably based on how the information comes back, it could be that there could be some combination between these options. They aren't either or.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kurland, yes. That's correct.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, I think the couple of substantive questions I had have been answered, but in public testimony, we did hear a sense of urgency from a number of testifiers, and know that we speak to prioritization largely in staff tasking, but wondering if you could share a little bit on your thinking as far as relative prioritization of this package as we move forward. And of course, we'll revisit this when we're talking about other priorities that the council has during staff tasking. Thanks.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Drobnica, for the question. Speaking as the state of Alaska representative on this council, this action would be a high priority should this motion move forward. And I know that we will talk about what exactly that means in reference to the other issues on the council's plate. I think we've heard a strong sense of urgency in public testimony. However, in terms of managing expectations, as I said earlier, there is a lot here in this motion, and we have some data challenges when it comes to chum salmon, quite frankly, in developing some of the normal types of alternatives that we're looking at here, like PSC caps or Three River indices. And so that's why, exactly as Mr. Kurland mentioned, I think it is important that we move forward as expeditiously as possible in our iterative process to determine what data we have that can inform an analysis to identify alternatives and a reasonable range of alternatives. And we'll have to have the discussion at staff tasking in terms of how that fits in with the other actions. But I have heard very clearly through testimony the sense of urgency, and I recognize that and would like to reflect that as one council member in terms of accepting that it is a priority and working to ensure that that happens through this process.
Any further questions, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. As a follow-up to Ms. Drobnica, then, I mean, I for one am glad to see this as an analysis, and I appreciate you putting forward some concepts both from the committee and otherwise on a Western Alaska chum cap that you provided a little bit more detail on what work would need to be done and what we want to see back. I was assuming that if, what we get back in the analysis is, we can't do an implementation of a specific Western Alaska chum PSC limit, or we can't find an index that well represents, coastal Western Alaska. that those kinds of alternatives could be removed to streamline the analysis and make the process go faster. I mean, that we have that opportunity, but that you're taking the option here to evaluate those things and ensure, you know, that they are not feasible as an approach. So I'm just clarifying, maybe I'm saying too much of what Mr. Curlin said and Mr. Abnika said, but that if we find that those are not feasible, we can streamline this analysis in the future. Is that correct?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Absolutely. I think that is how our analytical process is intended to work. And again, understanding the urgency of this action and moving forward, I think it's incumbent on us to do exactly what you just described to make the process more efficient.
Any further questions? Mr. Mesereau.
I hate being the last one to ask a question, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's one more clarification that's going to be important to make, and that is in regards to apportionment. Is it your intention that when the PSC data comes back by sector, then the council can decide on specific options for apportionment?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I'm thinking about responses to earlier questions. These are conceptual alternatives that I'm putting forward. Under the PSC limit alternatives, I have been fairly specific in options 1 and both alternatives 2 and 3, that PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher, processor, mothership, and inshore sectors based on historical total bycatch by sector. I have to admit, I'm not 100% sure I understand your question, but I wonder if it's along the same lines of Ms. Vanderhoeven's, and if there are, I think the council at this point, if there are other potential ways to apportion a PSC limit, we can certainly discuss those in terms of this motion. If we're not ready to do that, I have identified one way, historical total chum salmon PSC by sector. But when we get the information back in the analysis, the council always retains the option to evaluate other approaches.
Thank you. That was, I think, helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any additional questions? Okay, and you got the last one. Any amendments? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just sent one to staff and appreciate the indulgence of the council this late hour. Do you have it? I'll read the motion. Modifications under alternative 2, overall bycatch PSC limit for chum salmon. Option 1, chum salmon PSC limit range to be informed by PSC data, and it would strike the language stricken in this motion. Alternative 3, bycatch PSC limit for Western Alaska chum salmon. Option 1, Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit range to be informed by PSC data. And then the language is stricken, and with a second, I'll just speak briefly to it.
Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoeven. Okay. Please, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I honestly am not positive this is necessary, so would be glad to hear council members' comments on that. It's just when I read the language of the motion and then I heard Ms. Baker's rationale, it didn't quite seem to be aligned. I think what I heard was that we would be providing our range at the next iteration that would be informed by the PSC data coming back. And that could include numbers for chum bycatch limits that are not included in a historical PSC number. And so in order to ensure that that gets translated, I guess, beyond, the rationale provided, but is actually in the motion, I thought this might be helpful to show that that range would be informed by the data coming back, but does not need to be a point estimate of historical bycatch. It could be something the committee had provided, like a percentile of historical bycatch. So I'm trying to be broader in that range and not more defined, if that makes sense. And if unnecessary, I'd be glad to hear those comments and I can withdraw.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on the amendment? Any amendments to the amendment? Okay, any comments? I'll just say I think it's a good addition, really clarifies what we heard, I think, in her talking points. And so I think it just cleans it up. Right. Is there any opposition to the amendment? The amendment carries. Further amendments? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just sent an amendment for an additional bullet at the end of the list of bullets with specific requests to staff. And it's that we're hoping to see in the product when we see it next. Mr. Chair, it is short, so I could read it while staff is trying to bring it up. Or do you want to just wait another minute?
Yeah, let's just stand by it. I think it'll be up real soon. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would move to amend it by adding an additional bullet at the end of the list of bullets, reading as follows: provide a summary of research and traditional knowledge that can be gathered to understand all of the causes of the population decline. With a second, I can speak to it.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe I need to say much more. This is rooted in the question that I asked of Deputy Commissioner Baker and her response.
Any questions? Any amendments or comments? Right. Any opposition to the amendment? The amendment passes. Okay. Any additional amendments to offer? Okay. Go to comments on the motion. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I will be supporting it. I think we made a motion in December that said we were going to turn this information over to the Salmon Bycatch Committee. They were going to provide their recommendations. They did that work. The advisory panel forwarded those conceptual alternatives and a purpose and need statement to this council. We were then told by 44 people today that we should do our job and initiate an analysis, which this motion does. From my perspective, this should be among the highest priority issues that we work on here until we can get back a complete document. And I think we can discuss that at staff tasking. slightly different than what came out of the committee and the advisory panel, which to those of us in this process should be no surprise. It's very important that every step of the way when we work on documents like this, that they are complete, legally defensible, use the best available science, and provide a broad range of alternatives for consideration. What came out of the committee and the advisory panel did not meet those requirements. So I think Ms. Baker did a really good job of taking the concepts and turning them into federal regulatory language speak. And when we get an analysis back, we're going to have to parse out of a giant analysis the elements and options that people have requested. And from that, we'll pare this down and produce another document that will change the rules and hopefully allow us to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable and hopefully end up improving the conditions in Western Alaska rivers as a result of the action, should the council pass this along the way. So from my perspective, this is how things work here. We've taken the public comment, we've turned this into a direction for a document, and now we will get an analysis back and have a lot of reading to do. So I appreciate all the work that Ms. Baker put into this, and the staff, and particularly administrative staff, getting Dr. Mike Williams Sr. into a way that he could share his testimony. He's a respected tribal member and an experienced in-river fisherman. And I think under normal circumstances, a government organization like this could have thrown their hands up and said that we don't have the technology, we're sorry, but the staff went out of their way to get him as a final testifier after everyone else spoke. I appreciate the staff doing that. And I particularly appreciate the tenor of the public comments at this meeting. I feel like, everyone that testified really made an effort to try to provide direction for what we should do. And when you're making public comments and you can provide direction, it really assists the council in doing their job. So I'm appreciative of the public comments, and I guess that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too intend to support the motion. First, I'd like to say thank you, as others have, to Ms. Baker and to Mr. Mesereau for working on the motion and their time that they put into the Salmon Bycatch Committee. I know that commitment, that is a commitment of time, and I very much appreciate that you and the committee took the time to take something and move it along and bring us back something that we could use. I think this is, as I said, I support the motion. It is, I believe the analysis can be a very ambitious analysis. I think there's a lot of work here to do to bring us back the kinds of information that we need to be able to make some final decisions on some of the things here. But that ambition is what we take on here, and we'll try to get that moving forward. I also want to say thank you to the folks who testified today. I hope it's evident to the folks out there that your testimony shaped what's in some of this final motion here. It's more so than, at least in the short time I've been here, I see some of the testimony we had here very much shaping what was put into some of the elements. And I think that's something that is important for all of us to understand and have the flexibility here to do that and make it something that we're all able to frankly be proud of and be able to utilize for our efforts into the future. So with that, I'll say thank you to everyone, but I think we've got a good product here that'll serve us well into the next round of action that we need to take.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Well said. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll echo my thanks to Ms. Baker, Mr. Mesereau, the members of the committee, and to the public for their testimony. The council put some time bounds on this from the December meeting to today in recognition of the urgency of the salmon crisis and trying to move things along, and that's appropriate, and we should continue to ensure that we're making progress as we move forward on this and initiate an analysis, recognizing that it's going to take some time. and a number of steps, but I'll echo the comments that other council members have made about prioritizing this, and we'll be talking more about that as a council. I just note for the public that this is an important step in the regulatory process and doing what the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires the council to do, which is balance different considerations. And I appreciate Ms. Baker highlighting in the motion, National Standard 1, the goal of achieving optimum yield, and National Standard 8, the goal to take into account effects on communities, and National Standard 9 to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. That's exactly what we do under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, is balance these different goals. So that's appropriate. I noted in public testimony today, quite a bit of recognition from not only the industry, but also from Western Alaska stakeholders of the value and the efficacy of the existing incentive plan agreements in setting up structures to focus the pollock industry on minimizing Chinook bycatch, recognizing that similar incentive arrangements could be a big part of a successful approach to minimize chum bycatch. And so the way this is laid out, the analysis will be looking at that as part of the picture, informed by what's worked well with Chinook, as well as potential PSC limits for chum, including a hard cap, and that too, I think, is appropriate. Despite our appropriate focus now on chum bycatch, we also heard testimony about the need to revisit the council's Chinook bycatch management measures. Some stakeholders assert that lowering the existing cap and or the performance standards could actually be less effective for Chinook bycatch minimization than retaining the existing ceilings and relying upon incentives. I continue to believe it would be very useful for the council and stakeholders to see a more explicit evaluation of that, the pros and cons, to help illustrate what approaches may be most effective, and document that, so perhaps we can get to either a broader consensus that the industry is already doing all it reasonably can to minimize Chinook bycatch, or we can identify additional practicable steps that the industry can take to further reduce Chinook bycatch. My view is that that's something we need to come back to, perhaps by asking the Salmon Bycatch Committee at some point to identify some options once we've gotten a good start on the analysis for chum. And lastly, I'll just, and I spoke to this earlier in the council meeting, but just want to address representation and equity in council decision-making. And many folks in the council family have now met Emily Wilson, the National Marine Fisheries Service's new tribal liaison. And as I noted earlier, I've made it a priority for NMFS to do a better job in meeting our obligations to Alaska Native tribes and organizations with better and more frequent and earlier engagement and coordination, as well as mechanisms to bring that back to the council and inform decision-making here. We've got a long way to go on that, but this topic generally has been a source of great frustration for Alaska tribes and Native organizations in the past. And I just want to reiterate we're on a path to doing better. I ask people's patience, but we're definitely trying to improve in that regard. And I believe that will help the council and the agency to make better decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Additional comments? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late. I'll try to keep my comments as short as I can, but I just, there's been a lot of thanks for the staff and to Ms. Baker and to Andy for his hard work on the committee, and I appreciate that very much and second all of those comments as well. But I want to thank the members of the public that came and testified too. I know it's a hardship to come to the council and to testify, and people have come on their own dollars, some of them, and testified to that this is a difficulty. And I want to encourage them to hang in there with this process, and to the extent possible to continue to show up and participate, because it's very, very important that the I don't think we can hear enough about the depth and the weight of the crisis that's going on among the subsistence fishers in Western Alaska. And that provides the urgency that we need to move this as quickly as we possibly can in the process that we have, which is not known for being quick, but it's the process that we've got. So so I appreciate that very much, but I really appreciate the tenor of the comments. I found that the public comments throughout the day were kind and considerate and compassionate, and I think people are having a better understanding of the positions that each each party, even though they may be in complete disagreement on the solution that we might head down. There's respect, and I really appreciate that. I sensed at this meeting that there was more of that than I've seen at past meetings, just a better understanding. So I hope that people can be encouraged. I think the idea of it's been voiced a few times here during this meeting that perhaps the CDQ communities and the communities that are relying on subsistence fish, which they don't have, can get together outside of these meetings and get to discuss their various positions, because I think it would be very, from my aspect, just getting to know each other and better and understanding the positions that they're in. It's a very difficult issue. So so I appreciate that. I'm happy with the motion. I you know, I'll state it again that, you know, my intent would be to advocate that at some point in this process, in this next iteration, that it sounds like I'll need to get 6 votes for that now to do that, but to get and I don't think that that's going to be a problem. I really don't, but to see that we get the zero bycatch and some of these things that people have been advocating so strongly for and spending so much money and time and effort to advocate for those positions, that we at least see that analyzed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I support it. From my seat, this is now a humanitarian crisis. 3 consecutive years of the people of Western Alaska not having access to one of the most important sources of food, one of the most important elements in their culture, one of the most important parts of their lives is to me unimaginably devastating. And we're also now hearing that it is truly affecting people's health. As I think about that, and I think about us as a body, I realize that the full extent of what our role, our contribution to remedying that crisis is still not clear. And I hope that this motion will help us find a path to assisting with remedying it. But what is clear to me is that as a body, we need to be absolutely certain that we are doing everything we can to avoid making this crisis any worse than it already is. And I strongly believe this motion is an important step towards doing that. I'm not sure in the long run if we really will be able to contribute within our authorities, within our responsibilities to actually remedying the crisis. But as I've said already, we must do what we can within our power to avoid making it worse. And that may involve balancing things somewhat differently than we've been balancing them in the past. I'm going to be reflecting a lot on the testimony we've heard about the state of affairs in Western Alaska and the fact that it's a humanitarian crisis. And I look forward to continued dialogue about that. I also believe, as other council members have expressed, that it means that we do have to prioritize this in a way that we haven't maybe prioritized other things in the past. As part of that, I think about how to make sure we're maximally effective at the moment. And I believe that as a council, we're most effective when we focus on just one issue and we take a hard swing at that issue, that single issue. And that reflects how I think about the Chum versus Chinook question that we've talked about a little bit. This is appropriately targeted at Chum. And I think that's right in terms of maximizing our effectiveness at Chum right now. I'm concerned with the status of Chinook. I'm equally concerned, or maybe even more concerned. But from my seat, Chinook are in trouble from the Sacramento all the way to the Yukon. And the chance that we as one council are going to be able to help reverse that in time to help address a humanitarian crisis seems low to me. There is a possibility, though, with Chum, Western Alaska Chum, that the small contributions that we can make could actually be helpful to addressing the crisis. And so I think that for the moment, just for now, continuing to keep our primary focus on Chum and not diffusing some of our energies into dealing with other things is probably the way to ensure the maximal effectiveness. And as I think about effectiveness, for me, I hold the most hope for immediate success in alternative 4. I'm not discounting the importance of alternatives 2 or 3, but they're regulatory, which means they're going to take longer, which means they're less adaptable, and which in general means that they're more blunt instruments. Alternative 4 offers the possibility of additional tools much more rapidly. They can be implemented more quickly as well. They can be adapted more quickly to correct weaknesses as we work with them, and they can be targeted more finely. Again, I'm not discounting the need for continued work on alternatives 2 and 3, but I'm very strongly encouraging industry, Western Alaskan communities, and staff to put as much energy as they can into fleshing out alternative 4 before we see this again. Because so much of alternative 4 can begin to be implemented before the council even takes final action. That's the most immediate action that I think we can take. That's the most immediate relief that I think we can offer. I wish with all the fibers in my being that we could stem this crisis. I'm not at all sure we can, but I know we can do everything we can as a council to ensure that we're not making it worse, that we're not deepening what's an already black hole. Thank you again, Deputy Commissioner, for your motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief and state I'm supporting the motion. Appreciate the work of Ms. Baker and also of the committee. I wasn't sure we'd be in a position to initiate an analysis at this meeting. I don't think we would have been without the committee's work and even specifically in the purpose and need statement and their work on that and outlining what the problem is and how we might address it. I think that's a really important stage of this that we can't get through our process without. I think that I appreciate, and I think I've already said that there are options in here that are looking at the Three River Chum Index. I'll say again that I'm very interested in options like that the committee came up with, whether it's those particular rivers or other rivers. And if we see that that isn't workable or supportable by the data that's available, then we can move on from there and streamline and get this done. I hear the urgency. So I'm really glad there's some balance here that we're going to explore these options, which I think are great approaches, but not lose sight of the urgency so we get action done as soon as possible. I share council members' commitments to this action. I also hope we all remember like that has to translate to further action and work on our part. means rolling up our sleeves and putting details to these at the next iteration so that they're workable and able to take action, final action on them and get them through the entire process. And I'm committed to doing that. I also appreciate, as we were talking about the purpose and need statement, how well that's crafted to, as Mr. Twite was saying, we can't control all factors, but we can further improve the portions at which we have authority and things that we can control. And I think the purpose and need really speaks well to that. So it's a great guide for moving forward. Appreciate all the testimony. And again, there were some other ideas that came up in testimony that I think could even be added as we further these conversations. A lot of good ideas, I think, that came up today that we could incorporate as we move forward if we need to. So thanks for the time and thanks for the motion, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Drabnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can also be very quick. I think a lot of people have covered what I had planned to say. I just want to express my support for the motion. I really also appreciate the work of the Salmon Bycatch Committee and that a lot of their concepts were able to be moved forward in this motion. Thank the many public who testified today to help inform the direction that we took today. And what I heard from everyone was a common concern about the salmon stock collapses in Western Alaska and a wide recognition that we need to look at increased management measures and tools to further minimize chum interactions in the pollock fishery. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we get back in the analysis. And I also greatly appreciate the sentiments shared from all participants about the importance of cooperation and working together as we move forward. And I would certainly encourage that dialogue. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Drabnika. Well, I don't have a whole lot to add. A lot of great comments around the table today. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion, and of course to the staff and public for all the incredible work and testimony that went into this. I do really appreciate the continued focus on Western and interior Alaska chum salmon. I think that's a critical aspect of this and something that we really need to keep our eye on. I also agree with Mr. Twite's concerns that you know, as I look at this and I think about the potential actions going forward that may come out of an analysis like this, even if we do analyze and look at a zero bycatch option, if that were to go through, I still don't think that's not going to solve the problem. So I hope, you know, we can temper some expectations with respect to that, but I do think it's important, you know, that we are taking the next steps going through an analysis here. I think what will come back will be something that you get to put some good work into. I won't be here at that point, but I trust that you're going to do a good job with it going forward. So I'm going to support the motion as well. And if there are no additional comments, again, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. And is there any opposition? The motion passes unanimously. Anything further? Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and break for the day. We'll come back at 1 o'clock tomorrow and continue with our agenda. Just a note for council members that we will have lunch served across the hall at noon. See you at 1 o'clock tomorrow.